an Essendon fan that you're looking forward to seeing your team start to rise up and really build into something. You're seeing a lot of good young players coming through, but unfortunately, we're not going to see the best of them, are we? And I don't think they're going anywhere near it tonight.
No, absolutely. And so many of them are what we'd class as avoidable to a certain extent. I mean, collision injuries, or somebody falls across a knee, or you twist and you do a knee, whatever it might be. You can't avoid those. But the soft tissue ones in the game now, so professional, everything's monitored so closely. These sports science teams, strength and conditioning teams, not all, definitely not all, but a lot of those are supposed to be avoidable now. And we've seen the number of hammies that you just said. What did you say, 14?
So, 12 in total, but 4 repeats.
4 repeats, okay. Yeah. That's just huge numbers.
That has to go back to almost the program, isn't it?
Yeah,
really.
The pre-season, everything that they've done.
And 6 players ruled out for the rest of the season, so they're not going to return. I think Brad Scott's coached especially well. He said, I'm not going to get in the weeds of the high-performance side of things. I'll let those people deal with that at season's end, but we're seeing opportunities for debutants, and they're not taking for granted the chance that they get to live out an AFL dream. And they're thankful there has been these injuries because they get a chance to try and prove themselves and maybe get a spot on the list for years to come.
So does that help the rebuild, or does it stall it, the long injury list?
No, it stalls it because you're probably not getting the multiple games into the guys that you really want and are more ready than some of those other younger ones. And you also want those younger ready guys to be playing with high-end players. And let's just chuck a number out there. 18 of the team are really good quality AFL players. And then there's 3 or 4 who are the young guys who are part of, you're almost just churning games into them. But you need them playing with the 18 good ones. So they see the work rate required. They're in games. They can work contest to contest deep into the game. They're still in the game, and maybe it's on the line, and ultimately, you might fall a little bit short, but you've experienced a proper game of AFL. I mean, last week, I know it was close, but that's not the type of game you necessarily want these young players being exposed to. It was a horrific game of football.
Shocking. 83 total points in the match. I know you broadcast it, Clinchy. Lowest scoring game at the MCG since 1989. And the lowest scoring match at any venue since 1999.
Both those games were probably snowing or torrential rain or something.
That's a decent sample size. Quarter of a century of footy, and we've never had scores that low. Only 1 goal kicked across quarters 2 and 3, both teams combined. First time that's happened in 20 years. And for Essendon, they kicked just 1 goal after quarter time. First time they've done that since 1999. So they are some stats, and you have to go a long way back in the record books to reset some of those marks, which is what they did last week. Liam McMahon's the new face we'll see tonight, a 23-year-old who was the leading goal kicker in the VFL when he was recruited in the mid-season draft in late May. He spoke yesterday about fulfilling his dream, which I think is something that everybody can relate to and bring a smile to your face as to exactly what tonight means for him.
As everyone says, it's a massive childhood dream, and for it to be finally ticked off, it's something I'm really proud of, and I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. From being initially drafted back in 2020 and then not achieving the dream at Collingwood, and then having to go back into the VFL system and give it another chance because I knew that this is what I wanted to do. There's definitely been some tough times. There's been moments where slump of form throughout the time at VFL, and clubs aren't interested in you, and you start to think that, okay, I've already been on a list, now clubs will probably start to overlook me, and which is probably fair, but just put my head down and really just stuck to the people that know me best, come back to my strengths, and kind of just took the pressure off myself last year and just wanting to play good fun footy. And if it didn't eventuate, it didn't eventuate, but the year that I had last year in the VFL put me back on the radar, and I was lucky enough to continue more strong footy this first half of the season, and here I am. So pretty proud.
It's a great story, isn't it? So midway through the year, he's running around playing VFL for Carlton, and here he is tonight, gets a chance to debut for Essendon after probably thinking, as he said there, at stages that maybe he wouldn't get there.
It's probably over, isn't it? I mean, we've seen examples of those who aren't picked up at draft time and they've stuck at it and they get their opportunity. That's one. But then when you've got that opportunity, you've been drafted, but it hasn't worked out, you probably, I would assume, almost definitely think, well, that's it. I'm done. There's not going to be that second chance. So good on him.
Yeah, good on him. It's a whirlwind AFL, VFL football this time of the year, isn't it? When you're seeing these guys who are representing a club, and also when you're representing a fierce opponent in Carlton, and you're kicking goals for them, and you don't get picked up by them, and then you end up playing for Essendon in the back half of the season. It's a great story, and hope he goes really well tonight.
Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling with us on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron, we'll check in with him in just a moment. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the footy. Teams have dropped for the rest of round 19 with all these grudge matches slated. Interestingly, perhaps the biggest name, Liam Jones in. So gets an opportunity. I think the big question was around the Dogs. Could James O'Donnell and obviously his running mate Rory Lobb lead that back line? Well, they've both held their spot, but Jones comes in. So Jones, Cleary and McNeil, the 3 ins for the Bulldogs. Caulfield, Dolan and Hines are the 3 that miss out. That's Friday Night Footy up in Brisbane against the at the Gabba. Against Brisbane, the other way around. Answorth misses with the Achilles, Bailey suspended, so Sammy Marshall gets a crack at it, as does Bruce Reveal. So they're the changes for Friday Night Footy. Quickly across the rest of the weekend, Mabiochol's injured, so interestingly the mix at Hawthorn as to what they do with the big 3 up front. Mitch Lewis will get his look this week. Chankwath Jath and Cam McKenzie have both been omitted. The Stars are all missing for Port Adelaide in that grudge match. There's no Rioli, no Rosie, no Horn Francis, so all of them out. LDU returns for North Melbourne for the game up against Sydney, and Dane Rampy is back. Meanwhile, Stephen May returns for the Demons against the Blues, and Adam Sard also comes back in. The D's lose Jake Lever, though, so as May comes back, Lever goes out. Tim Kelly recalled to take on Richmond on Saturday night, so he's back for the West Coast Eagles, having been dropped for a second time this year. Hayden Young is in the extended squad for the Dockers, returning to bolster their midfield against the Pies, who will be without Dan Houston. And then the last game of the round is arguably the pick of them. Sam Collins in for Gold Coast as they make the trip to Adelaide to play the Crows. And Nick Murray's been named there on an extended bench after the punctured lung to Jordan Butts. Is there a name that stands out amongst any of that lot that grabs you in particular?
Not particularly, but just talking through that Sunday fixture of looking at Collingwood Freo. I'm really interested to see how Freo come over here and challenge the Collingwood footy team. I mean, they get them on a rebound week where they've actually lost and they've coming back from travel, Corbin. So they get to challenge them and see where they're really at, Ling. Because I'm still not sold on the Dockers, although they were terrific last week against the Hawks. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they go at the G. And then, again, can the Suns go over to Adelaide and challenge them there at the Adelaide Oval?
Well, they're the 2 arguably best games of the round, aren't they? And they're stuck as the last 2 games. And when we were talking before about fixturing, mind you, tomorrow night's game's pretty intriguing. The Lions and can the Doggies bounce back a bit? But they're the two that you're referring to, Murph. They're the ones I've got my eyes on. They would be huge milestone wins for both the travelling teams there. If Freo can jump over Collingwood and the Suns can jump over the Crows in Adelaide, that stamps them as genuine premiership chances. So they're huge games. So can't wait to watch them. I'll be sitting back on the couch by that stage.
Hawthorn's a watch for me. Mitch Lewis coming back in, kicked 5 goals in the VFL. Ken Hinckley's side has beaten Hawthorn in the last 4 occasions. Of course, there was that hyped game during Gather Round. Hawthorn don't have much room for slip-ups anymore, and they've got 3 top 8 sides in their run home, which are really going to test them. So this is a game Hawthorn just need to win, and that adds to the curiosity about how motivated Port Adelaide are.
Absolutely. And they're in the same boat, aren't they, the Hawks, as GWS are tonight, that it's sort of, you don't want to drop a game against one of those bottom 9 teams that aren't in contention, because one of those really good teams is going to miss out as 9 does not fit into 8. Interestingly, the top 9 against each other, Fremantle have the second best record. So Geelong 6-4, Fremantle are 5-2. So out of the 7 games they've played against fellow top 9 teams, that's as good a winning percentage as anyone. Collingwood and Brisbane 5 wins, 3 losses. GWS 5-5. Gold Coast 4-4. Hawthorn 3-5. So now they're 2 games below 500 against the other contenders. Adelaide also 3-5, and the Dogs are the massive outlier. They're 1-7. So they need to pick one off somewhere, and maybe it will start with Brisbane tomorrow night. Interestingly, there's only 13 matches to go where the top 9 play each other on the run home. We've got 3 of them this weekend. So it's sort of you.
It's a pretty dire run, isn't it, for games that you're looking at going, I can't wait to watch that game. There's going to be some moving parts within the top 8, but
I can't remember a season like this where it's been split in 2 so significantly.
So cleanly, isn't it? Yeah.
Like there's 3 games between I think the side in 10th spot in Sydney and the top 8. So they're sort of 3 games out of the 8 with 6 to play.
Yeah, and a terrible percentage compared to the top 8 as well. Yeah. So it's not as though they've got this amazing percentage, and if they got on a little roll, they could jump up above. It's effectively 4 games back.
Yeah, we got the top half and the bottom half in the way that it's looking into round 19. GWS, no room for error tonight up against the Bombers. They must be ticking this box to remain inside the top 8, and that feels like it's how it's working for those sides. And Clinchy mentioned Hawthorn, same boat. You win and you're knocking on the door of the top 4. You lose and you're lucky to hold your spot in the 8.
Right.
It's kind of, there's such fine margins. Just repeating, there's no late change here at Dockland. So Zach Johnson, the sub for the Bombers, and for GWS, it is Harry Ralston. Feels like for the Bombers, even if they wanted to make a late change, there's not all that many players to call upon. Just 4 tonight available for selection that didn't get a Guernsey. Unfortunately for one of the Bombers, who's on the 17-man strong injury list, he's downstairs with our own Ben Cameron. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here with the Essendon defender, Ben Mackay. Ben, you're out with a foot injury at the moment. What is the injury exactly, and how would you explain it?
The injury is I ruptured a ligament in my foot probably 8 or 10 weeks ago now. So essentially, I've got a bung big toe, and essentially I roll off that, and it's been a sort of ongoing thing. And over time, it's sort of led to like a rupture sort of thing. But it's been dragging on a bit now, mate. But going all right, sort of turned the corner, which is good.
So we don't really expect you to be back this year unless you tell me otherwise. What's the timeline for you being fully back up and running? Like, will you be ready for the start of pre-season?
Oh, I'm still having to play this year for sure. I think these things can turn pretty quickly. It's basically just waiting for the green light, and then can get back into training and hopefully play within the next 4 or 5 weeks or however long the season's got left. So I think as athletes, you always want to push for a timeline and play no matter what stage of the year it is. So I'm no different to that.
That's good to hear. Good that we might see you back in 2025. We work with Adam Ramanauskas. You are managed by him, and this challenge game is something that really started with him, and now we see the club do great work with young kids who have sadly been impacted by cancer. What does this game mean to you?
It means a lot. I remember Rama came in last year in my first year at the club and spoke about what challenge means to him and how it all started and sort of how it's progressed along the years. And it was eye-opening. It was almost sort of tears sort of thing. It was amazing what he's gone through, and knowing him personally, he's a terrific man. And, what it is today is incredible. So we did the boot painting a couple of weeks ago, and just to see the kids smile and, take a break out of their lives is something that, we really value, and we're very privileged to play a small part in. And the club doing an incredible job. So as players, we love these initiatives, and it's another spectacle tonight that is greater than footy. So I've always said whenever those sort of occasions arise, it's always a special night.
Yeah, I love what the club does with challenge, and I remember chatting to Rama about it as well. I didn't realise, given I was so young at the time, how many setbacks he had with his cancer battle. It's a tough segue, but he loves the Dons and Essendon at the moment with some tough times. 17 players on the injured list at the moment. Do you have a theory as to why there are so many?
No, a bit above my pay grade, mate, to be a doctor. But I think it's, first and foremost, it's part of sport, right? Like, it's inevitable. Obviously, no one wants to have 17 injuries. I think anyone can sort of acknowledge that. I think, mate, to be honest, like the medical group we got at Essendon is the best I've dealt with. And I think it's important to realise that injuries are a part of sport. Yes, we wouldn't like as many, but I think the club are doing a good job at identifying what can we control, what's out of our control, and that's always a good starting point on, working through, I suppose, this injury list and how we can just be better in that space going forward, like any other aspect of the club. So, no one wants 17, no one wants any injuries, but it's inevitable. But I think the club are doing a really good job at, not just like putting down a bad luck, even if it was, like they're doing a good job at working to make sure it's improved for years going forward. Yeah.
What has the club said to you, or what explanation have they given to you and to the playing group about it?
In terms of just the 17 or 18 injuries, but nothing really in terms of the hows or the whys. I think it's just part of footy, and I think when you're in the injury rehab group, you are sort of focused on you and your injury. So it's a bit frustrating coming in on Monday or Tuesday and seeing a couple more guys in rehab. But from where I sit, like, it's part of the game. I can understand the hype around it, but I think it's just a few more than we'd like. And as I said, the club are trying to rectify it and be better in that space, like any good club does.
We'll finish on an uptick. I mean, never waste a crisis is the old saying in politics, and we've seen a lot of young kids debut as a result of the amount of injuries that Essendon have had this year, which of those kids or debutants has impressed you the most?
Probably Angus Clark, maybe. I think he was probably one of the first to play, I reckon, early in the year. So I think I played with him. I think he was the only one I played with in terms of the younger guys since all the injuries that have happened. So he's been a great addition to the locker room as well, and someone who gets along with everyone, and he's going to be a great player for us, like a lot of those kids are. So yeah, we've always said that although it's not ideal, it provides some opportunity for younger guys to take, and to be honest, I reckon they all have taken it to some degree, which is very exciting.
I agree with you. I love young Gussie Clark. My highlight was after his Rising Star Nom following that game. They had him reenacting his wood chopping action on Fox Footy. I couldn't believe it that he went with it, but he did, and I loved it. Hey, hopefully we see you back this year, Ben. Appreciate your time. Best of luck.
Thanks, mate. No worries.
Ben Mackay downstairs with our own Ben Cameron here on ABC Sport. Thursday night footy as we count down to the Bombers and the Giants. Best medical staff in the comp, which Ben Mackay just quoted as saying, which you can understand. He's got to back his men in, but it's a long injury list, and a lot of questions I'm sure will be asked as that investigation into the worries there continues.
And players will always back any staff that are currently there, and you build a really close bond with them as people. They're the ones you spend most of your time with. They're taking you for warm-ups, warm-downs, the prep stuff in the gym, like everything. You spend so much time, so you get so close. So he's not going to. Yeah. He's never going to launch them under a bus.
They've spoken as well about the WhatsApp group that they have there for the injured players. That if you're a part of that, you get added to the WhatsApp group. Gee, it'd be busy, wouldn't it?
It'd be busy, all right. It'd be like one of those annoying kids sports ones that you're in.
Ping.
Yeah.
They're annoying, are they?
I forgot my drink bottle. Does anyone pick up my hoodie?
Zach Merritt's name came up again during the week. Obviously, his team's struggling. It's going to be another year without finals, and Zach has obviously played a whole lot of footy now. He's up to game number 246 tonight. Game 246 for Zach Merritt. Never won a final. So most games without a finals win. Chris Newman leads that tally on 268. All of a sudden, it's just a season away for Zach. And so his name did the rounds again during the week. Shane Crawford, a Brownlow medalist and, of course, Premiership Hawk, gave voice to it, saying, look, he should chase success elsewhere. It was put to him on Fox Footy during the week, and his coach, Brad Scott, spoke about that the next morning.
Yeah, I'm all in. I'm contracted for 2 more years. I'm the captain of the footy club. I've got so much trust in Brad and what he's doing, and I really want to see that through, and that plan through. The strategy is a bit longer than I probably would hopefully have liked when I signed 4 years ago, but I think it's pretty clear now. As I said, these kids are coming through, and yeah, I want to taste that ultimate success with the footy club.
Zach is as committed, and I've talked about his will to win repeatedly, and he just wants what's best for this football club, and he wants success for this football club. He is not the type to jump out of a leaking ship. He's the type who's fully committed, and what he said last night is just what I've always known. So it's no surprise to me, but it's probably good for others who might ask the question.
You're a good person to comment on this, Murph. A 300 gamer, one club, loyal servant, handful of finals wins. If you were giving advice to Zach Merritt right now, should he chase success elsewhere?
I'll tell you what, I was interested to hear that Croft thought otherwise, considering he held on and won one in his last game. But anyway, it's one of those ones where, in hindsight, look back and you can make the courts a bit easier, but when you're right in it, and he's captain of the football club, and in every probably facet he's leading and helping these young guys and trying to bring them on, he's working tirelessly with the coaches, trying to advance those young guys as quickly as possible. And unfortunately for him too, he's in a situation where there's a hell of a lot of injuries. There's not a lot to gain this last little period, but he sees the light at the end of the tunnel, and he obviously wants to lead them through that and be there at the end. And who knows whether he's going to be one of these players that plays for another 6 years. He looks like he's going pretty well at the moment, but as we all know, you can fall off a cliff sometimes as well. And he's one guy that you look at and go, well, he's deserves an opportunity of playing the last day in September. And probably if he stays at Essendon, probably won't happen, I think, looking at the way in which they're going at the moment. But
does the captaincy make it different? I mean, you live this, and you've spoken with us in the past about how you met with Richmond when you were the captain of the Blues. Did that weigh on you, that it's different for me as it is for any other senior player?
Yeah, it's very different. So, and it's not because you've just got the title, but you're so invested in the whole club, and you're part of the fabric while you're there. So it's very easy when you're on the outside to say, oh, you should just go and chase it, because you're not guaranteed to go win a flag anyway. So it's only he would know what's best for him, and he would make that call after maybe having discussions with his mentor or his manager and his closest to him about what that decision looks like for him. And only he's the one to make a call on it, but that'll be up for him at some point.
I'm keen to get your thoughts on this, Lingy. We'll come back to it. We'll just park it for a moment as we get a little closer to pick up some of our new audience. The Bombers and the Giants is the opening game to round 19. Just repeating, there's no late change here. Zach Johnson is the sub for the Bombers, and for GWS it is Harry Ralston. Corbin Middlemasser, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy, your call team. There's no late change. The preview continues next on ABC Sport.
Every day, all around Australia, extraordinary people create moments that inspire. See them, hear them. All you have to do is nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
AFL.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
The injury crisis at Essendon gets worse week to week. Now 17 players unavailable, only 4 that were available for selection missed out on a Guernsey tonight. There is a 13th debutant in the season, a 42nd player used. It is Liam McMahon who's going to pull on jumper number 48 tonight and don the sash for the Bombers, trying to snap a 6-game losing skid. They run into a red-hot GWS team who are just tuning up. If they win, they're knocking on the door of the top 4. If they lose, they're in a dogfight to keep their place in the 8. That is what is ahead of us to start round 19 of the AFL Premiership season. It is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. No late change. Zach Johnson is the sub for the Bombers and Harry Ralston is the sub for GWS. This starts around 19 of the AFL Premiership season. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch to call the action. Clinchy, the preliminary warm-ups are done.
They certainly are. And for the Giants, it's their first Thursday night game at Dockland since 2019. So there's no Josh Kelly or Jesse Hogan tonight, but there is a chance for Steve Coniglio to try and force his way into their best side. Aaron Cadman also has become an emerging superstar, and Jake Stringer against his former side. So there's plenty for the neutral footy fans to tune in to tonight. And the Bombers only managed 1 goal after quarter time last week. Just having a look through the record books, the Tigers had 12 debutants back in 2010. That seems to be the most recent history of the situation in which the Bombers have been in. But Brad Scott has said the opportunity, we're seeing Liam McMahon make his debut tonight. Joe Masidi was down in the rooms, the Essendon legend, to present him with his jumper. So what can he make of the start of his career? He's had to fight so hard to get this opportunity.
You mentioned the Thursday nights. I actually did a little bit of homework on this. The Giants have only ever played 5 games on a Thursday night, and yet the game that you mentioned in 2019, I'm with you, Clinchy, that is the only one that I'm actually counting in that bunch. So it's really only their second proper Thursday night primetime game. And you're probably thinking, well, what about all these other games? As Cameron Ling's here, the legendary cat, and the former Carlton captain 300-gamer Mark Murphy, Ben Cameron on the boundary tonight. The other 4 games that they've played on a Thursday night, one was Anzac Day 2024, so it was more they played the day itself's an event more than it is the day of the week, for example. So another special event game doesn't really count. 2020 they played twice on a Thursday, but there was games on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They were chucked in everywhere. Wasn't always standalone, wasn't a big primetime slot. And the first one they ever played on a Thursday was a final in 2017. So again, the finals wrap around. But in terms of just your stock standard Thursday night primetime fixture, this is only the second time they've done it, so I'm not counting any of those. Is anyone going to argue with them over that?
Not going to argue.
Is it prime time at the moment, though, when you don't have the great easy teams of the year playing on Thursday, Friday night footy? Corbin.
Thank you, Murph.
At least it's meant to be. But, 6 of the Bombers' last 7 in prime time or standalone slots, so incredibly, they've got 3 Friday nights to come, a Thursday night, twice they have to play in round 24, which means one will be the start of the week, one will be the end of the week, so potentially, say, a Thursday and a Wednesday or whatever to get that game out of the way against the Gold Coast. So if you feel like you haven't seen much of Essendon, just hang on a minute.
Ready.
The next 6-7 weeks, you're going to see a lot of whatever's left of the Bombers on the run home. We were just chatting a short time ago before the rest of our audience joined us, Lingy, about Zach Merritt and the question that's been posed during the week about whether he should chase success elsewhere. Never won a final, playing his 246th game tonight. What advice would you give him if he was pondering that question himself? So
easy for me to say this, Corbs, but I'd say stay and see it out. He's been amazing as a player. 3 All-Australians, 5 best and fairest. As you said, approaching 250 games. He's the captain of the club. He's set the standard as best he possibly can. I would love to see him stayed out. Now, let's give him 4 to 5 years as a minimum.
Yep.
Who knows, with the way he looks after himself, Murph, it could be the 6 years. But 4 or 5 years to do it. It's not going to happen next year for them. I know that. Let's give them a healthier list next year. Even then, they're probably bottom end of the 8 if they can. It's the following year where they're then hoping the Harry Joneses of the world, the Nick Cox maybe he gets going, Zach Reed potentially, some of those players start coming. Maybe Hobbs in the midfield jumps a little bit. Maybe Archie Perkins, so there's questions whether or not he'll still be there with the way he's gone. Those sorts of players, can they take a little leap? And then we start talking mid-finals, mid-top 8, and then the following year. So that's year 3, is the start of the best-case scenario opening window. If he can see that through, and it can somehow land for him, like the person who, I suppose, put this on the agenda, Shane Crawford did, right at the end of his career, and they can win that flag, they can pinch that flag, and he's still playing, the satisfaction that he will get from that will far outweigh him having gone to another team and said, yeah, I reckon they're right there, and I win a premiership in 2 or 3 years. It'll be great on his resume, a premiership player, but the special moment of if he could hold on to that Essendon premiership. I know the smile on
Can't
your
get the
face.
smile off my face. But
that's what I want to see.
You mentioned it before about it's interesting. Shane Crawford, of all people, brought it up. He's almost the poster child to do it the other way.
Yeah,
to think,
correct.
Be the one club player, be the guy that does all the hard yards, and then you go out on top of the mountain waving away with the premiership medallion around your neck.
Well, that's right. But I think Lingy's right. He could play another 2 years here and see how it fits and where he fits in the scheme of things. And if they haven't got to an area where they're knocking on the door and getting close to playing finals, then maybe you look at it when you played 300 games for a football club and you've given absolutely everything and you've rinsed the rag dry, so to speak. But he's also got to come to the thought that he's not going to be the prime midfielder probably too when they get to that period too. So he's going to have to be probably a player on the outside and play parts through there and be a half-forward flanker or maybe a half-back flanker. But that probably was not going to really bother him too much.
Like
but
a Dane
Zorko type situation, and if he looked at him and thought, I'm be doing that, well, I'll take that every day of the week. I think Dane Zorko. So, look, I would certainly say stay if I was giving him advice, but he's got to be the one that will no doubt make that decision, and I think he'll make that decision to stay.
What about just quickly the relationship between he and Brad Scott? The fact that he's contracted for another 2 years, and Brad Scott said, if you don't know Zach Merritt, he's not that kind of guy. He's not going to jump off a leaking ship. He's someone who's all in and wants to be a part of getting this club to where we see it wanting to be. How important is that relationship between coach and captain?
Oh, massively important. But that all comes into the decision-making, is that you assume that you believe in the coach and you believe in the direction of the club, and yes, it'll still take a little bit longer. I think he said in his answer that we played just before our new audience joined that it's probably taken a little longer than he would have hoped, but he still believes in it. And while that's the case, so that's believing in the coach and where they're going as a group, and they continue to add pieces, then that's massive for him. If the moment comes, let's just talk a hypothetical here.
Yep.
In 2 years' time, he comes out of his contract and Essendon board's moved on from Brad Scott, and then the new coaches come in and said, none of these guys can play. Let's bring in a whole batch of new draftees and let's start all over again.
Yep.
Then Zach's saying, you know what?
All the best guys.
Yeah, I'm going somewhere else.
I'm out of here. Did you regret it, Murph? When it was all said and done, did you ever look back and think, maybe I should have gone?
No, I don't regret it. Like, I look at where I could have gone and things could have been pretty rosy. But at that time too, you don't know that there's no givens in football. So you don't think that, well, yeah, I'm going to go there, I'm going to win a flag. It doesn't quite work out like that too. And I signed when we had some really young stars who were starting to really step up. A young Charlie Curnow and a Harry Mackay, and seeing Paddy Cripps right in his prime. So I'm thinking, well, sure, these guys can take me there, but unfortunately it wasn't to be.
Famously, going way, way back, this is a long time now, quarter of a century, Lee Colbert leaving Geelong. He was captain of the Cats at the time, and a young leader. Not like Zach's older than him, and Murphy, you were older than what Lee was at the time. But he left to go to North Melbourne, to probably thinking, I'm going to win a premiership at North Melbourne. They'd won the 2 flags by that stage, multiple preliminary finals. This is going to last a few more years yet, and I'm going to win a flag. And it never happened.
They still haven't won one since then.
Still haven't won one since then. So there's no certainty you just jump and then like that you've won a premiership. Seeing it out, I think if it could happen for him, if he could live that dream of a Shane Crawford example, that would be incredible. And he'd be holding onto that deep inside his gut, saying, yeah, that can be me.
Inside the Giants camp in just a moment, Jake Stringer is going to be a central figure tonight. He joined us on ABC Sport last Saturday after a season-high performance and so far a Giants' best performance in his new colours.
Aaron Cadman on that preferred left peg, drives it long inside 50, reaching up down there. Brown at the roving there is Stringer, who sends it through for his fourth. Don't forget me, says the package.
Terrific win. Couldn't be prouder of the boys. On to the Bombers next week. Can't wait.
A 5-day break into Thursday night at Docklands. How do you approach the game against the Dons next week?
I wish it was tomorrow.
Does it feel that way for you, with that personal connection to the club, that you want to go out there and obviously perform just as well as you did today?
Not really. I don't really care. Just go out and play against another team and hopefully get a win.
Doesn't matter whether it's Essendon, the Dogs or anyone, doesn't matter.
Doesn't worry me.
So Jake Stringer said, look, I wish it was tomorrow, talking about the Essendon game. And then when he was pressed further on it, he just started to do the little Michael Jackson moonwalk and take a few steps back.
Yeah. He was good last week. I was up at that game. He looked sharp. He looked fit. He looked just seeing him in person, looked really fit and well conditioned, and part of a Giants team that looked very, very sharp. And we did see the emergence of another superstar forward up there for the Giants.
You guys have never experienced, obviously, what he's doing, having been a part of one club, had success, and then obviously gone elsewhere and had to play against them. By success, I mean, he had that at the Western Bulldogs and played against them. Not so much success at Essendon, but now leaves there where, I mean, he wanted to stay, clearly. He wanted a multi-year deal. He didn't get it. He had a one-year trigger. And the Bombers were basically saying, look, this is it. It's minimum chips. That's the deal. We can put some incentives on there. And the Giants came along and said, look, we'll give you 2. And I think the Bombers were happy to send him on his way with their blessing.
Great decision by the Bombers. I said it at the time. There's no way I would have given him 2 years with the rubbish he was serving up here and the condition that he was in. He wasn't playing to a standard that was high enough. And Essendon, I think they would have been hoping that he was leaving and not even taking the 1-year deal.
Yeah. It certainly felt like that the Bombers basically were daring him to go and saying, look, if you want to go somewhere else, we'll help you get there.
Please.
He seems like that kind of player that I'm sure you guys have played with guys like this, that feels like he needs a bit of a fire under him.
Yeah,
like his best year at Essendon, hands down, was when he came off contract and he was sort of playing for a new deal. And he sort of needs that extra motivation. And I'm pretty certain we'll see the best of him tonight, that he's got a point to prove, and it feels like that's when he excels.
Yeah, I think you're spot on too. And I think as well, when you look at the Essendon situation, you say, well, do we want someone who's got a lot of talent, who's not really professional, to be influencing some young guys who have got some talent and want to work really hard? It doesn't really set the right scene. So I think it works out perfectly for both clubs, because he goes into an environment where they're all high performers, they all work hard. He's got to do that, otherwise he doesn't play.
Well, and I guarantee, talk about on being on the edge and him being better, I reckon the experience of the first part of the year for the Giants showed that he's not in their best 22 when he wasn't quite fit enough. Now he's gone away and clearly done some work together with an injury and has got, as I said, looking so much fitter and covering the ground more, and his burst was there and his repeat efforts were there last week. That's because I think the penny dropped with him and thought, I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to be in this team come September if I keep playing like I'm playing and preparing.
And he's not going to get through it just on talent alone.
Yeah.
Which you can sometimes, you see these guys who, they just do enough and they've got so much talent, so they just float through. But when you go to an outfit who you just know they work hard and they've got a lot of talent within their list who not only mix that talent and work rate, he's obviously seen that and thought, well, this is the level I need to get to, and if I'm going to play, I need to get there. So we've seen as well as the injury, but we've seen him having to go back and work his way through it, and hopefully for his sake and for the Giants, he comes out the other side and actually performs.
It will be interesting to see how many of the Bombers faithful come along tonight. Just 6 wins for the season. What sort of response will he get from the Essendon fans? It is their Cancer Challenge Cup game, in which they've done a lot of work with Adam Ramanauskas around this. He was one of the players who would go in and do a lot of the meeting with the kids and try and encourage that part of the footy club, and he spoke about moving to Sydney and the nervousness he had as a 31-year-old. He didn't really know anyone in the Giants playing group, but this was best for his career, and with a bit of luck, if he can play like he has in the last couple of weeks, he might be able to prolong his career as well.
Yeah, I think you will see probably the crowd give him a few little boos here and there, but there's no taking away from a lot of the off-field sort of work that he was doing with young kids and helping that area as well. And the and the Adam Ramanauskas influence down here, which is always great. But I think they'll give him a few little Bronxies every now and again, and hopefully for his sake and for ours, he can get some talking point going and kick it back for us.
He's just warming up downstairs in the rooms. The Giants aren't too far away from making their way out. There is no late change ahead of the Bombers and the Giants. Let's go inside the GWS camp. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
Thanks, Corb. I'm down here with the GWS midfield coach, Ben Hart. A lot of people are saying that the Giants are the team with the wind at their sails at the moment, 4 wins in a row. How do you assess where you're at?
Yeah, we've become a bit more consistent over the last 4 weeks, that's for sure. And we're starting to get back to what we think is going to be our best. So we had ups and downs through the first half of the year, but we think now we're getting some continuity. We're not travelling as much as we did early, and hopefully, we can hit our straps come finals time if we're good enough to get in there.
Jake Stringer's the one that a lot of people are looking at. Plays against his old side tonight. 2 goals against the West Coast Eagles that against the Gold Coast Suns that helped you win that game. 4 goals last week. What does he bring to the group?
Yeah, look, he's a real good thinker of the game. Okay, so he understands different aspects and times of the game, what's required, and he's very good at communicating that, so that's great. But he also brings enough power and goal kicking ability for a bigger guy. The way he crumbs the footy as well is quite strong, and look, the boys love playing with him. It's going to be a challenge for anyone who plays against their old side, but he's really looking forward to it, and he'll be important in the latter half of the year.
I looked at GWS last year, and a lot of the numbers that you guys presented was a profile that didn't really replicate a lot of the other top teams. And in many respects, we're seeing it again this year. You look at numbers like time in forward half, and you guys are ranked 16th in the competition. The Premiers have been top 6 in that stat 9 of the last 10 years. How would you articulate the way that you guys go about it and how that differs from maybe some of the other teams?
Yeah, I would assume that our last 4 weeks have been better in that space too, but it definitely was a concern early. We like to play a front half game like most do, but potentially with us moving the ball a little bit quicker, we like to move the ball at speed when we get the opportunity. It can be a little harder to set up behind that to defend. So we're aware of it, if that means we have to be a little bit more composed in the front half or just be better at when the ball leaves. So we're very aware of it, but we think we can tidy that up in the last 6 weeks.
One thing that competition-wide people are speaking about is a 3-headed monster in the forward line, and really it's your old club that are leading the way with that in the Adelaide Crows, the club that you played for. You guys arguably have one of your own, maybe a 4-headed monster if we include Stringer in that. What do you make broadly of the way that trend is tracking across the competition and whether it can work?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think clearly it can work. Adelaide are doing very well, but I think it needs to be surrounded with the right players as well. So having their smalls at Adelaide do a lot of hard work for them and can cover the ground up and back. So if you have those types, I think they're the ones who can reset and make sure that the 3 talls aren't able to or aren't left there to defend on their own. So look, it's an important part. We probably have a little bit more, definitely two key targets and a couple of hybrids. So we're a little bit like that, but it's certainly, the people around it will make it work.
So who do you count as the 2 key targets and who are the hybrids?
Well, Jesse, when he plays, is a target, and Cads, clearly. And then you got your hybrids. So we probably class Toby Green a little bit as a hybrid, as well as Jake, as you mentioned. Ricker comes in also, but we rarely have the 3 on the ground at the same time. So, we've got probably a little bit different mix, but, we like how it's going.
Gee, we nearly had a reunion down here, Benny, as we wrap this up. Appreciate your time. Best of luck here tonight.
No worries, Ben. Thanks, mate.
Ben Hart downstairs with our own Ben Cameron, and right on cue, the GWS boys just run past him. We won't be mean, we won't be savage. Then the banner panned away, so I can't finish the rest of the text. We'll just say thanks for something. I think it's got to do with the package. Thanks for sending the package. There we go. We got there in the end. I'm trying to read the back of the banner as the Giants are running through it. But they're out on the ground, I can tell you that for sure. The sub is Harry Ralston. There's no late change, and Jake Stringer is amongst them playing against his old team tonight. It's his 3rd club. Feels like 3 teams is the old 2 teams, doesn't it? Like if you were a 2-team player back in the day. Yeah. Now 2 teams are so common nowadays that you got to get 3 clubs to be like, oh, he's moved around a little bit and he's played at a couple of different places. Interestingly, when he came up against the Western Bulldogs, so having played against them as his old club, 2 wins, 6 losses. Ooh. And actually averaged less than a goal a game. So it's not as if he shot the lights out playing against his old mates of the Bulldogs. let's see how he goes as he comes up against Essendon for the first time as a former Bomber.
Yep. Yeah, and part of a forward line that just looks really good. Obviously, Jesse Hogan's an out, but when Hogan is in it, it's got a nice little mix of players, with Hogan being the focal point, Cadman's hitting the form, when Stringer's fit and moving really well, is a tough matchup because he's good at ground level, obviously very good in the air as well, but probably the best version of that is Toby Green, who can just go up and get it in the air, but he will cut you to ribbons at ground level. And then the quick guys flying around at the feet. And probably the best of the little guys for the Giants isn't playing in Brent Daniels and what he brings. So it is a good forward line. The midfield is certainly deep, and Finn Callahan's emerging more and more as the number one superstar of that midfield group. And the back line's really sound as well. Yeah, they're building some form nicely as we get closer to September. And I mean, they still, deep down, they wouldn't admit it now because they move on and you talk about one game at a time and all the cliches you roll out. But they would still be kicking themselves from last year's finals. They were in control of 2 games. They should have been able to bypass Brisbane, first of all, with the win over the Swans. And then when they ended up against Brisbane, that game was done and dusted and they let it slip. So they knew an opportunity went begging, and that would have to drive them as we head towards September this year.
The clubs do these things so well. Clinchy mentioned it, the challenge game, which the Bombers have been championing this cause for 20 years. They've raised over $1 million for Challenge, which is a charity that supports kids with cancer. And it's always a very moving game, and you don't need a lot of empathy to sort of have this kind of event move you, as the players walk out each with one of the Challenge kids. And they're being led out through the banner at the moment with the Essendon boys alongside them. And Jake Stringer, who was an ambassador for this foundation for a long time, spoke on Fox Footy during the week too about how special it is to play in this game, even as part of the opposition team. The boys go to the hospital during the week. They meet with all the kids that are struggling with this insidious disease, and they also colour their boots for them. So you see a lot of the designs that the guys are wearing tonight, and the special designs on their boots that will be auctioned off at the end of the game, plus the special jumper, which got the yellow trim on the left sleeve for the Bombers. So that has been present there for 20 years in this game, when Adam Ramanauskas made his return from cancer, and that was the goal on that occasion, and now it's morphed into this wonderful event, which is one of the features of Essendon's home fixture.
Yeah, they do, and it's everyone within the whole football club does such a power of work in whatever charity they're trying to assist. But you look through the banner there with every one of these players coming out, and they go away from their own routine just to spend time with these kids and make sure their memory of running through the banner as an Essendon player almost for the night is a memorable one. So you've got to hand it to the way in which everyone involved really gets involved and helps out to make sure this is such a special night for not only the kids running out there, but also their families.
And it's quite a logistical operation as well. So they're working through the banner. The Bombers are then darted right towards their goal square. All the kids in tow have kept running with them, and then the parents or the support staff have been asked to, get the kids away so the players can go around their preparation. A lovely shot of one of the fans leaning over the fence with a banner which says, "Hi, Scotty. I have my boots here if you need me. Hashtag 14th debutant." So the fans are in the right spirit, knowing that there's an opportunity for those players that may not have had it if it wasn't for the injury toll the Bombers have seen.
The Challenge kids are also at the hangar during the week with their families, so that the Bombers getting right around the lucky kids that were able to be out there. The story of Alexis from last year, if you remember from this game, where she painted Matt Guelphy's nails on one of the hospital visits, and he did the spirit finger celebration after kicking a goal in that game. He ended up kicking 3. It was this corresponding fixture, and the Bombers, after being 18 down in the third quarter, came back to beat the Giants that night by 20. They met again during the week, and I think Alexis is actually tossing the coin, so she'll be involved pre-game here as well. So nice to see her continued involvement and support of the Essendon Football Club, and the preliminary warm-ups are underway. We're about 9 minutes from the bounce. We've got Jake Stringer on one team, obviously a huge focus against his old mates for the first time, and then Liam McMahon in particular for the Bombers. He becomes their 42nd player used this year and their 13th debutant. Fitzroy in 1991 is the team that they surpass in terms of the most debutants in a single season in the AFL era. And you think about Fitzroy back then, they were getting ready to put the shutters up and finish the place, and that goes to show just how dire this injury situation is for the Dons. No late change. Zach Johnson is the sub for the Bombers, and Harry Ralston is the sub for GWS. Just repeating, the teams for round 24, the key headlines. Liam Jones is in for the Western Bulldogs, playing Brisbane tomorrow night. Mabior Chol's hurt, so Mitch Lewis gets a chance to join the new big three for Hawthorn and play alongside the likes of Gunston and Deere in that forward setup for Hawthorn against Port Adelaide. LDU makes his return for North Melbourne, missing just the 1 week with concussion. Lever's out, but May's back in, so 1-for-1 for Melbourne in their game against Carlton. Adam Sard returns from a back injury. Tim Kelly recalled for West Coast in a winnable game against Richmond at home on Saturday night. Hayden Young among an extended squad for the Dockers to play Collingwood on Sunday. And a couple of key backs in for both the Crows and the Suns. Mick Murray returns for Adelaide on an extended bench. He's had to wait for his opportunity to be recalled. And Sam Collins is back in for Gold Coast. All right, Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling, our Thursday night experts here on ABC Sports. Set it up for us as we edge a little closer to the bounce. What are we on the lookout for here tonight?
Well, it's a hard one, isn't it, Liam? And you look at the Essendon side and you're trying to find some winners for them. And Zach Merritt's obviously their star player, their skipper. He's obviously the one that they'll be looking forward to, hopefully getting a lot of the ball tonight. But they're going to have to do a lot of work in and around the contest and make sure it just doesn't get on the outside tonight.
Yeah.
Because you just feel that if it becomes one of those games where it's a slingshot game, that the Giants' capabilities and their talent's really going to take over this evening.
Yeah, well, as I said, having watched firsthand the Giants last week play against a Geelong team that was pretty good. They played it pretty well and then just all of a sudden couldn't go with the Giants.
Where was the area that you thought they got them last week?
So their pressure around the ball was good enough that it forced Geelong to kick longer to a contest around half forward.
Yep.
So that 60, 70, 80 metres out from goal. And to use their term, the Orange Tsunami did just launch from there. Their speed off the back of the just long, really shallow kicks was incredible to watch. And then the forward line was dangerous with the back leads and the space that they had to work in. And the midfield power, Finn Callahan's the one I brought up before, but when he gets the ball, he runs 15 or 20 metres with the ball and runs quick, and then his kick is so penetrating that the last line of the defensive structure of the Cats was just getting caught out and it was
bypassed.
Getting out the back of it. So the Giants were ultra impressive. Now that spells trouble for the Bombers, which we've highlighted all the troubles they're having. You can only hope that a few players from the Bombers decide, I've got to show something tonight. I've got to show something for the rest of the season for my future at Essendon, for my future at another club, maybe, or even for my future within where I'm going to play going forward for the Bombers. So, use Archie Perkins as an example. Where do you want to play your footy going forward? Where do you want your magnet to be picked round one next year? Show me something there. Dylan Shield, what is it? Is he going to continue to be part of the senior team as an experienced player, or is he just going to drift into another club, drift into the VFL, whatever it might be? All those different players, I want to see some hands get put up tonight, because if we see that, then we might have a contest till half-time or halfway through the third quarter. I know what we're going to get from Zach Merritt. I know what we're going to get from Sammy Durham and these sorts of players, highly competitive. They're going to fight it out. Who else wants to put their hand up and say, I want to be part of this team and I want to play in this part of the ground next year when all these players come back?
GWS are a fascinating case study because, yes, they're coming good. They've won their last 4 games. Even further back than that, I think they've now won 6 of their last 7, I think they're up to. And the way that they're humming along at the moment, GWS, let's check that on the run.
7 of their last 9 they've won.
Gotcha. 7 of the last 9.
Port Adelaide and Freo are the only 2 in that run.
But interestingly, their profile, as we talk about a lot in sort of modern footy, so they score a lot out of the back half, which isn't necessarily the way that the game's been going. So inside 50 differential, so more inside 50s than your opponent, basically. That 20 of the last 20 premiers have been top 6 in that particular category. GWS ranked 14th. And time in forward half, they currently sit 16th. There's only 2 other teams in the competition that play more of the game in their back half than they do. So they're doing it a very different way than, I guess, that the pace setters in the competition in the way that they go about it. I guess there's one positive here. Scores per inside 50, they're 4th. Yeah. So when they get the ball in there, they score at a better rate than all bar 3 other teams. And they're 2nd for defending scores per inside 50. So when the ball heads in there, only one other team is easier, it's harder to score against.
And like so many, though, it's not going to matter tonight. They will still be able to rebound off half-back and play back half footy and it'll fly through and they'll go on and win the game comfortably.
Yeah.
The test comes against the really good teams. Is it a sustainable way of playing? I don't know. I suppose that's the way they played last year, and they should have won those 2 finals. They didn't, but they put themselves in a position to win.
Yeah, my word. And yeah, I think they certainly let one slip last year, but what I want to see from them tonight is a real unselfish brand ahead of the football. And I sort of go back to Lingy's old mob, and I know sort of bring this up a little bit. When you used to play against them, they used to get a lot of double up or third up little leads, and Cam Mooney stands out as doing that a lot, Stevie J. These guys who are probably in their rights to have shots at goal, but find a teammate in a better position and hand one off. I mean, you look at the names ahead of the football, there's just talent everywhere for the Giants, and there's some guys that will come back in over the next few weeks. Looked at Brent Daniels, he's still 5 to 6 weeks off coming back, but he's such an important player. I think if they can get him back in, he's their one player who can get up and down the ground really well, and he's so crafty with the way in which he uses the football. But Jesse Hogan will come back in, but you look through all those names that Lingy mentioned before, and they would scare a lot of defensive units.
Their last 4 games, they've scored 100-plus points. So that they are finding that efficiency when they go in there, haven't they? And they've got a forward line that can score.
Well, they have 2 players whose season is done, Cal Ward and Stone, but you mentioned Hogan, Kelly, Sam Taylor is the other one who expected to return next week.
Forget about him, don't we?
Daniels is 5 to 6 weeks away. So I guess a question I noticed to you, Lingy, is when you look towards your All-Australian team at the end of the year, and we might throw you this challenge, I'm assuming Lachie Whitfield would be very close to that All-Australian side when you think about Josh Dacos across half-back. Bailey Dale's had a great season. It's going to be a tight... Dane Zorko of the Brisbane Lions. Sort of that most, as Corby said, attacking sort of role across half-back this side.
Yeah, and you're right about the Giants' representation there. They could certainly have their hand up for that. Finding that right player who does that the best is really difficult because some play in teams where they get given the ball left, right and centre, and it pads out their stats a little bit. Others, it's genuine, really dynamic ball use and run off that half-back and defend well as well. They're the ones who ultimately get the nod.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron's with us on the boundary tonight. Good evening, Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Corbin. 11 degrees Celsius beneath the roof here at Dockland, so it is a little chilly. The subs, as you've mentioned, Zach Johnson for Essendon and Harry Ralston for GWS. Cal Ward with his bench role. Once again, he's down here on the bench. The challenge game, which you alluded to, it's both heartbreaking and heartwarming at the same time. I did love one kid who charged ahead through the banner, and his player that he was walking out with, Redmond, basically was, wait, and it was too late. The kid had gone straight through the banner, so it was great to see. Like I said, it's heart-wrenching and heartwarming all at once. Can't wait from down here.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ben, for all of that. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Cameron Ling, Mark Murphy, Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch on the call. So whatever's left of Essendon up against the Giants, who need to keep winning as they push towards a top 4 spot. On ABC Sport, you're with Matt Clinch.
O'Halloran straight to Zach Merritt as we get things underway. Briggs wins down the opening tap, but it's Sam Durham for the Bombers who kicks inside 50. Alia's able to pick it up across half-back. Hand pass down low. And the tackle is laid by Dersmer, and the ball is locked in the left forward pocket for the Bombers. No late changes with Johnson and Ralston, the subs tonight. Thrown up, Peter Wright wins down the tap. It bubbles around into the hands of Briggs, who tries to knock it clear. O'Halloran just volleys it up the wing with a kick up towards Stringer. He's involved against his former side early. Feeds a hand pass forward to Jones, who's just bumped off it by McGrath. Has to regather it. The kid with a lid turns and comes inboard. The kick was just a little too sharp for Tom Green, whose hand pass was chopped off. Here's a chance for the Bombers. Streaming away from half-back. It's knocked on to Zach Merritt, who tries to chip it forward up towards Kako. Rising was Ash. Slaps it towards the boundary line, then races back onto it. He's out of defence once more.
Oh, he looks laterally. Dangerous kick. Clark picks it off. And Gus Clark marks true centre-half forward. He'll kick from 35 out.
Well, good signs early, especially by Dersmer, who's had 2 outlet coverage. One on the first inside 50 where he covered an outlet, caused a stoppage, then another one on the far wing. But then this one too, just covering off rather than just sitting back, actually coming forward and pressing and actually getting a mark inside 50 off a turnover.
One of their 13 debutants, the wood chopper from Tantanoola. He's kicked that one like a wood chopper, just way off the side of the boot and out of bounds. Or in fact, just sneaking in for a score. So a behind for Angus Clark. 90 seconds in. A bit of a let-off after the intercept off the kick from Lockie Ash.
And a good chase by Kako too that created that intercept.
Lockie Whitfield looks to bring the Giants back into play. Veers out to the left back pocket and chips it to Connor Iden, who takes the mark. Has a couple of metres in front of McMahon on Taboo, so kicks it up the wing in the direction of Riccardi, who dropped the mark uncontested in the end. Roberts gathers. Quick 1-2 for the Bombers away to Gus Clark. Gets the hand pass to Ridley. Sends it up towards McMahon. In a wrestle with Iden. Iden makes the spoil. Down towards Buckley. Good clean pick up for the Giants defender across half back. Hand pass inboard to O'Halloran. Looking for Toby Green. Has to become the tackler as the hand pass comes clear. In the end, getting it clear was Perkins. Out towards McGrath. He's able to work it across half back. And here's Blackiston.
Centre half back for the Dons. Sweeps a hand pass to Laverty. It's his old mate Stringer tonight. That's not a good kick. Turns it over. Tom Green, the intercept mark. Trying to move it on to Jones. Tackled, dispossessed. Ball comes out. Whitfield for the Giants. Hand pass to Tom Green again. Between wing and half forward. Short kick down to Toby Green. His namesake picks it off. Dabs it inside 50. Stringer went one-handed, spills it. And the Bombers fans have a little chuckle as Blackiston mops it up. Handball to McGrath to Durham. Hand pass to Perkins. He kicks out the right half back. And Roberts marks for Essendon.
He looks to centre half back where Ridley has space. He takes the mark. Bombers leading by a point. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 3 minutes in. Kicks laterally out towards the interchange side and Angus Clark takes the mark. The opening behind of the match. Zach Merritt offers the lead towards the boundary. Looks more central than that. In the direction of Guelphy. It's spoiled away from him in the end by Himmelberg. O'Halloran. Quick hand pass to Callaghan. Away to McMillan. Back to Callaghan. Dragged down by Roberts. Good tackle. The Bombers take it back through Guelphy. Hand pass to Clark to Visentini. Through the middle of the ground to Merritt. Now it opens up for Perkins. Into the centre square. Looks inside 50. Peter Wright on the lead. Ali is there. He gets a hand to it and spoils it away. Dersman's trying to spin through traffic. He's locked up by Angwin and the umpire will board up in the left forward pocket for the Bombers.
They've got to take their little half chance. This is the Bombers. Shot at goal, goes begging, and then Peter Wright there. That's just one you've got to wrap up, go back and kick the goal.
The Bombers one behind, the only score so far. As Kako hunts out after it. Eventually scoops it up, gives it to Dersma. Handball goes back to McGrath. 60 out, half forward, kicks inside 50. Lacalia's up, thumps it away into the path of Toby Green. He's tackled by his opposing skipper, holding the ball. Just Toby moved into Zach Merritt, hoping he was able to bounce off the tackle with his bigger frame, and Zach said, come here, holding the ball.
It was hot. He basically got tackled as soon as he took possession of the football and almost gets caught holding the ball because he stood up in the tackle.
Yeah, someone...
Oh, he lays it off to Redmond, who fires from long range, and so rarely that works. In the end, he clips the behind post out of bounds on the full.
Which to me, it doesn't make sense because you want to see guys actually fight through, and if they can't fight through it, then just ball it up rather than guys just submitting.
I'm with you, Murph. No prior opportunity there, and you penalised him for being willing to try and keep the play moving.
That's right.
Lockie Ash is going to bring the Giants back into play. The number 2 rebound 50 player in the competition to his good mate Lockie Whitfield, who marks in the left back pocket. Kicks up towards McMillan, which is very close to the boundary line. Umpire says it was marked in play. Our own Ian Burrows right there on cue for the ABC. So that must have been right. Left half back. McMillan sends it as far as he can in the direction of Riccardi and Stringer. It clears the pack. Over the top was Blackiston. A free kick over the shoulder. And it's going to have to be a Giants free kick on the wing. And Jake Stringer is going to take it. So he's got the bright blue boots against his former side tonight as he turns and comes inboard. McMillan gets involved again. Takes the mark between wing and half forward. It's the Bombers who lead by a point early stages of Thursday night footy. Can chip it out towards the boundary line. Whitfield takes the mark. Out wider still to left half forward, where the mark is taken by Riccardi. He points towards the big sticks, but he's still 2 good kicks out from home. Veers out to the right, sends it as far as he can in the direction of Cadman. It clears Briggs, who tried to crash the pack. Ridley back towards Laverty. Hand pass to McGrath on the behind line. Just hurries a kick looking for Loyal, who takes the mark. Rather fortunately off balance, but juggles the mark in the left back pocket for the Bombers.
The Bombers all in black with the red sash, and they got the yellow trim on that left sleeve for the challenge game and the children's charity partner. Kids struggling with cancer so early in life and raising vital funds for that fight tonight as Blackiston shares it with Shield goes long down the line and punched out of play. So we'll have a boundary throw in. 60 out from the Bombers goal. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
This is a pretty light-on crowd again for a Thursday night game here at Docklands. I know GWS are not a big drawing team when they come from Sydney, and Essendon struggling this year, but gee, if it's over 20,000, it would only be by just a touch.
A low crowd on a Thursday earlier in the year. The Bombers against Port Adelaide, another out-of-market team. There's Cornelio, hurried kick down the wing. It's picked off. Redmond loads back up inside 50. Juggled effort, not to be for right. Ball hits the deck, half forward for the Dons. Pack develops. Ump says, I'll have it. And GWS in their clash strip tonight. So all in orange with the big white G. And we've got the white shorts and the orange socks on.
25,114 was that match against Port Adelaide in round 3, you referenced, Corby. So looks a little under that at the moment. Kako at half forward for the Bombers. Hand pass to Dersma. Hand pass away to Merritt into the pocket. Asking a bit of Guelphy. Caught behind against Buckley. That does spoil out a play for a throw-in. The Bombers have only led at quarter time on 4 occasions so far this season. Trailed by 4 points against the Tigers last week. Both sides kicked 3 goals in the opening quarter. The Bombers managed just 1 goal for the rest of the match. Briggs wins down the tap against Wright. Tom Green gathers for the Giants. Hand pass to Buckley around his body up towards Jones. It's spoiled away from him by Andy McGrath and across the boundary line for a throw in at left half forward for the Bombers. They lead by a point. Just 1 behind score through the opening 8 minutes. Hope this is not the tone of what's to come, Corby.
It's just picking up where they left off.
Well, at least they're fighting this one out a little bit early on. Their endeavours there. They're working hard in a contest. They just don't have the finishing skills yet to get some reward for their hard work early on in this game.
Briggs knocks it down once and then twice, but Kako keeps it alive, kicks to half forward, and Guelphy takes the mark and ends up with a bit of the blue paint on the 50 to show for it on his forearms.
You've got to give the Bombers credit so far. The defensive efforts have been pretty strong, and they're doing well around the clearances, winning 4-3. So in around the contest, they're equipping themselves quite well to start this game.
Get the nails painted again tonight with the help from Alexis.
Go back to the well, I reckon, Corby. Kicked great last time.
Yeah. 3 important goals. Can he start his night with a major tonight? Guelphy from 55 metres out. Kick is on target. It's just a little short. Help through on the line. A rush behind. So Bombers 2 behind. Giants yet to score 9 minutes in.
Jack Buckley caught one on the line. He's up and moving though. That's a good sign.
Running like he's just got a fair corky and all of that.
Yeah.
The Traralgon Tiger off the SMS Lingy on primetime Bombers. If a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it. ...
Yep.
It's certainly the case last Saturday night as Lockie Ash brings the Giants back into play. Finds Himmelberg at half back. Kicks up the wing. Down the left of Brown. He can't gather it. And it ricochets off his boot in front of Laverty. Rolls across the boundary line for a throw in front of the 2 benches.
And it's definitely not Essendon's fault. It's the geniuses at the AFL who thought they were a good team.
The biggest game this weekend will be Saturday night to see if the Tassie Devils will still be in existence from Brendan in Hobart. Of course, big weekend with the Tasmanian state election. Another one.
Briggs wins down the tap for the Giants. Cornelius kick up towards half forward. As you heard, Redmond read it superbly. Takes intercepting mark for the Bombers. Kick to Merritt is risky. Ash makes the spoil. It lands in the path of O'Halloran. He bombs it inside 50 into the pocket looking for Riccardi. Trying to get back. Blackiston did well. Riccardi's hand pass chopped off by McGrath. And the Bombers get out of defence once more. Away from Brown. Hand pass away to Clark. To Redmond against the boundary line. Drives the Bombers up the wing in the direction of Peter Wright. He palms it down to the smaller players underneath him. But the Giants regather. It's picked up here by Callaghan, who kicks it straight up to Brown at left half forward.
Things open up on the counter-attack. He goes deep to Riccardi, attracting a crowd. Laverty went early. Ball spills towards Riccardi. Tackled, lost it. Ridley wins it. Hurried kick towards Clark. Bedford's got him immediately. And the ump says ball up inside the forward 50 for GWS.
How was Finn Callahan's kick here off one step?
Yeah.
That 45-metre bullet opened the game up.
The future is his, isn't it? Finn Callahan, what a player he's becoming from the ball up. Clark to Roberts. A couple of the youngsters combine. Hand pass back to Clark. Tackle. Holding the ball. Well, now Toby wins one back the other way. He was penalised earlier in his defensive 50. Wins the free in his forward arc.
Where's the prior opportunity there, Murph?
He's picked the ground ball up and run straight into a tackle of 2. So just not sure where the option was for him to actually get rid of it or if there was any time for him to do so. So he didn't even take more than a step and a half.
Any players watching, just take note. The rule of the week's in already.
That's right.
Prior opportunities out the window.
Hot on holding the ball. Toby Green to cash it in.
Wow.
No problems there, like shelling peas. as he hooks it across the body from 45 out and dobs the first of the night. GWS 1 straight, Essendon 2 behinds, a dozen minutes travelled. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy.
That's as good a kick as you'll see. I mean, you look at snapping around the corner these days, and probably 35, 40 is the maximum in which you'd probably go back and go, yep, I can kick it over 45 here, but he's kicked that from 45 and kicked that about 15 rows back behind the goal umpire and kicked it probably 40 metres high too.
And made it look as simple as you like. And he's an incredibly difficult kick. And it's a superb goal. I love him as a player. I tell my middle son, I tell him all the time, he's a small forward, half forward. I said, just watch Toby Green. Any chance you get, we've only got a few years left, maybe 3 or 4 years left of Toby. Yeah. Just watch him every game you possibly can.
I just wonder if he whispered in Angus Clark's ear, I got you. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Sounds like another father-son for the Cats. Down here, Peter Wright got a bit of blood streaming from his mouth, having a few issues stemming the bleeding. So not exactly sure where he's cut, but I'll keep an eye on it.
Callahan got the clearance, hand pass across to half-back, with a kick by Himmelberg up towards half-forward. Capman was down low, but a free kick going the way of the Bombers as Pryor sends it up the wing. Gresham takes the mark. He looks up towards half-forward. A number of Bombers getting the opportunity tonight. The senior experienced players, over 600 games with Dylan Shield coming into the lineup. Archie Perkins.
He's certainly one, isn't he, Lee? Jay Gresham over the next 5-6 weeks needs to really show that he really wants to be there and start performing at a really high level. They got him in and probably paid him a fair bit to come across too. So I want to see a really strong back half of the season here.
Gresham,
hasn't
Perkins,
quite made
Shield.
that jump, has he?
Guelphy, the four that bring 600 games of experience, as the clearing kick from Connor Iden half-back. Pryor went up, dropped the mark in the end. Toby Green's onto it, hand pass to O'Halloran, almost tackled and brought down. As the efforts of Angwin trying to spin out of traffic, turns it over. Vicentini gets a hand pass forward to Durham, and here's Gresham once more. Kicks a high ball inside 50, have a fly at that. McMahon comes out and makes the contest. It spoils off hands into the path. And the shot on goal from Menzies just misses to the left-hand side. And a minor score. In fact, it was Oscar Smart, I should say, who missed to the left. So a couple of behinds for the Bombers make that 3. The Giants 1 straight 6. 14 minutes gone. Opening term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Lekalia marks the kick out. Goes short to half-back. Finds Fonte. And they're calling Fontempelli. Just pokes it out in front of Whitfield, and then soccers it 50 metres further afield, puts it out on the full. Essendon will win it back and keep it in their front half for now. Ridley takes the free, goes long to a contest down at half forward. Spills off the pack, back to Fonte. Attracts the crowd immediately. May tackles him. And the ball up. Joe Fonte, youngest member of GWS's team tonight at 20. I thought maybe the Font might work a little better than Fontempelli, but that's what they're rolling with. Next gen star as Riccardi palms it down to Callahan. Speaking of rising stars at the Giants, goes long in the Cadman direction. No mark, spills down to Dersma. Oh, hand pass got to Perkins, but he's dispossessed. Stringer wins it, gives it to Toby Green. He coughs it up, Merritt bangs it back in the other direction. No marker there. Ball spills front and centre to Archie May. Ugly kick inside 50. Giants swing it back out the other way. And through the hands of Riccardi, handball in the middle of the ground.
Just a little wide of Canelio as McGrath's hand pass missed Luell. Bedford takes it back for the Giants. Dodges into the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Whitfield. Sends it up towards Toby Green. It's spoiled away by Laverty. And down low McGrath gathers. Hand pass to Blackiston. Hand pass just wide of Archie Roberts. He gathers and shanks the kick out onto the wing. Bouncing ball for Gresham. Trying to break away from the Angwin tackle. The Giants have the numbers. Callahan's hand pass to Iden. Fields the hand pass back. It's knocked on by O'Halloran. Down low for Brown. He tries to tap it forward for the Giants. Then becomes the tackler on Perkins. Got a hand pass away to McGrath. Awkward bouncing ball for Whitfield as he takes possession back for the Giants. Hand pass to Riccardi. O'Halloran with a lace-out kick into the pocket on the bounce. Grajewski gets a hand pass back to Darcy Jones. He's tackled. Laverty got him down low and brought him down. Ball spills out. Toby Green gets a hand pass forward. Grajewski tries to knock it on, but Luau picks it off for the Bombers. Hand pass to Pryor. He switches play to the back pocket. It's on the bounce for Dersma.
A handball away to Roberts. And Roberts now off the back flank. One of their 5 lefties in tonight. Kicks it down the wing. No mark for Smart. Or Buckley had it, lost it. Coughs it up. Gresham back with it for Essendon. Hands it to Perkins. Kicks to centre half forward. Kako the target missed him, and Himmelberg comes up to pick it off. The 1-2 with Riccardi and the Giants back through the middle of Dockland Stadium. They lead it by 3. Kicks out wide and a sprawling mark for Cadman. Gets up, keeps it moving. Shield breaks it up in front of Cornelio. Bombers win it back. Vicentini tried to give it to Roberts, who wasn't looking. Then knocks it out of the 50 straight to Cadman, who shoots goalward and misses everything. So after all that, it results in nothing.
Competing well, though, the Bombers, but I think what will help them is the uncontested mark game. If they can try and find a few of them, and rather than just this handball chain type style of game, I think this is where the Giants will love to live in, is that really quick rebound style. So try and find some uncontested marks for the Bombers.
Mark Murphy with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Giants leading by 3 points as the Bombers try and find an avenue out of defence. Lual is tackled over the boundary line by Harry Himmelberg. With some encouragement from Durham and May, with the ball set to be thrown in between wing and half forward.
It's a high possession game for not a lot of reward at the moment. So we've had about 145 disposals for 1 goal. So both teams are flinging it around a little bit. What you're talking about, Murph, with that high handball, high possession, and the ball's not really going anywhere with any great efficiency at the moment.
Pleasing part for the Bombers as they've got inside 50. Inside 50 is 8-6 their way, but it's the Giants who lead by 3 points. There's a free kick.
That was out on the full.
Going for out on the full, and Tom Green could just poke it over the top, and Cadman leads out. And marks hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket, around 30 metres out from goal.
Or was it? Maybe it wasn't
been holding the ball.
Was it really?
Which looks like just been stripped in the tackle, because he... Anyway, that's the way on which the umpire saw it there, but a pretty handy kick if he's going to go back here as a left footer to slot this from about 35 out, 3 or 4 metres off the boundary line.
He's kicking them from everywhere last night.
Aaron Cadman starts his approach, hemmed in against the boundary line, looking to try and thread the needle. And what a way to start the show for the Giants. Toby Green before him, and now Aaron Cadman joins the show, and the Giants lead by 9 points as he slots it from the left forward pocket, this rising star for the Giants. 2 straight 12 to the Bombers, 3 behinds. Cameron Lang and Mark Murphy with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
I know it seems too obvious, and especially last week, watching them both at either end of the ground, but he reminds so much of Jeremy Cameron, just with that length, the 195 centimetres, but the athletic ability. He's so quick, just goes up and takes good marks, but also with that speed and the ability to sustain the speed and get on those longer leads. And he's feeling it right now. He's played what's he up to? 53 games now. He's just starting to understand what it takes at the highest level. He's feeling very good about himself, this young man.
12 straight games with at least a goal for Aaron Cadman. Adds to his tally there. So Tom Green, first possession back at the restart. Kicks wide for Brown. No mark. Spills to Merritt. Long kick down the wing. Lakalia knocks it away from Archie May. Loose footy just inside the boundary line, City side, and Dursma sees it out. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
We know that Adam Kingsley coaches from the boundary, but so too does Ben Hart, their midfield coach at GWS, who we spoke to pre-game. He's got the lectern with the laptop set up, gives instantaneous feedback to their midfielders. Xavier O'Halloran getting the latest lecture at the moment.
Thanks, Ben. It is an interesting... It's exactly that, just a lectern with a laptop. Interesting setup. The boundary throw in. Tom Green again, the first one there. Flares it across the half back line, or the back edge of the centre square to Angwin. Kicks wide for Jones, leaps up at it. McGrath knocks it away from him. Blackiston went to ground. Jones paddles it out in front once, twice. Sockers it inside 50. Stringer comes up, collects, pushes off Roberts, kicks across the half-forward line. Or they could have raffled it, and in the end they spill it. Brown goes back to get it after almost colliding with McMullen. And the Bombers are able to work it out of defence. Dursma hurried kick to the wing. Shield hands it to Merritt.
Hand pass forward of field. We're a chance for May to try and build here. Ran his full measure. Hand pass to Dursma. Looks up inside 50. Over there to McMahon. Guelphy off balance. Got a bump and takes the mark. He was the runner who read it best for the Bombers and marked slightly left of centre. A chance to shoot for their first goal. 25 metres out.
That was nice body use by Guelphy. Just timed it perfectly. Used the contact.
Yep. Protected the space well, didn't he?
Yeah, to shoot himself into the mark and able to do it on Lockie Whitfield. We know Whitfield's super damaging with ball in hand, running off half back, but you've got to make him defend. Playing a contest inside forward 50, it's the one bit you can get him with.
Back in the lineup, having not played since round 15 against the Dockers. A chance for Matt Guelphy to show what he's capable of. He comes charging in from 35 metres out for the Bombers. First, he misses. to the left-hand side and a chance to try and really build some momentum. Instead, it's 4 behind, so the Giants 2 straight 12. 22 minutes gone, opening term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it, for the Bombers, doing a lot right, but just not getting that reward in the scoreboard. And then you look towards the other end, and controversial holding the ball, free kicks against to Green and Cadman results in goals.
Mark Murphy on ABC Sport. As Ash brings it in, finds Callahan. And slow play at the moment, the Giants. Short kicking game, and Whitfield works at centre half back. He's 250th last week. Like a nice Liverpool touch for him post game as well. Would never walk alone plane, and they had the big, what I'm told is a tifo, which is the big banner which comes down from the seats, acknowledging his 250th game. Big football thing, association football. So nice little touch by the Giants to pay homage to one of their champions. As Green shares it with Buckley, and now they'll swing it out to the city side of the ground, and McMullen takes the sprawling mark. Another Toby out there today as he goes long down the line. Cadman the target, and Wright getting back. Takes the intercept mark. Inside the final 4 minutes of the quarter, Bombers still looking for their first goal. GWS 2 straight, Essendon 4 behinds.
Peter Wright sends it up towards May, out-wrestled by Lecalier. He gets the hand pass back to Butley. Inboard to Callahan, bumped into by Angus McWolfie, trying to force the turnover. Gresham comes sliding in. Essendon fans wonder about a free kick there, but not paid. Callahan over the top of the footy and 2 Bombers on top of him.
A good hustle.
Thrown up at left half forward. Briggs wins down the tap. Mullen fires out a hand pass to Callahan and back to Whitfield at half back. Chips it up to O'Halloran, who marks on the outer side. The Giants by 8 points. Toby Green and Aaron Cadman the goal scorers for the Giants early. As here is Cadman on cue, taking the mark centre wing. He looks for options long down the line. Sends it as far as he can. In the direction, well, really, of Toby Bedford and Briggs couldn't get a fly at it. Free kick going the way of Mason Redmond, who's held in the marking contest. He'll take it across half back for the Bombers.
The boy from Millicent. Got a bit of company in the Tantanoola lad and Angus Clark from southeast South Australia. A long kick down to half forward, right to Clark. Finds it to his young mate from the same neck of the woods. Kicks inside the forward 50. Fonte punches it away. Half back for the Giants. First one there, Gresham tries to paddle it to his teammates' advantage. In the end, the Bombers become tackler immediately, and they pinged holding the ball again. McMullen, as soon as he got it, Murph, caught holding the ball, and the umpire red hot on that whistle. Clark hands it off towards Sammy Durham, who loads up from 70 out, kicks to full forward. McMahon leaps from the back, spills down to Guelphy, hand pass to Roberts, trying to draw a free for a high tackle. The ump says ball up. Ben Cameron.
Just an interesting note, it rained at 3 o'clock today. They didn't shut the roof until 4 o'clock. The surface is a little bit wet from that, and maybe that's just impacting the ball and some of the skills at the moment.
Thanks, Ben. Briggs on down the tap against May. Got it to Tom Green. His kick up towards half back. Intercepted by Peter Wright, who's going 30 metres backwards. In the middle of the ground where Ridley takes the mark. Chips it forward to Laverty. Plays on by veering out to the right, away from Cadman, trying to thread the needle through the middle of the corridor and turns it over. Tom Green takes the intercepting mark against Sam Durham. Not every trick for every player. As he chips it out to Fonte, takes the mark at left half back for the Giants. They lead by 8 points with the only 2 goals of the game so far. Quick 1-2 with Briggs as Fonte looks up to half forward. Kick is wide of Anglin, lunging out. Couldn't hang on to it, bounced off his chest and a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the Giants. They're 2 straight 12 to the Bombers, 4 behinds. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Tell you what, our man Benny Cameron's a bit generous, isn't he, by giving the players a bit of an out for a little bit of a wet ground out there.
5 hours ago. Looking for, he's all over it, Ben. The roof open with a shower earlier today, but it's tough sledding for the Bombers. Callahan from the boundary throw-in. Hand pass to Tom Green, high up and under inside 50. Riccardi at the back. A little shove. Too much of a push. In the back of Blackiston and a free kick for the Dons.
Rain at 3 o'clock this afternoon is not the reason Jaden Laverty just missed Peter Wright by about 40 metres.
Handball away towards Redmond. Off the back flank, long kick down the line. Vicentini in a tangle with Buckley. Buckley kept his feet, but then fumbles it out of play. So throw in on the wing. Right, a reply, Ben?
Well, is it just a bit concerning that they left the roof open until 4 o'clock and allowed it to rain and dampen the surface? I mean, I can look at it down here, and I noticed it when I was out there doing the pre-game interviews. Like, the surface is more muddy than you'd expect for a surface under a roof.
is unusual when you think the roof's there for that reason. As Gresham, handball away to Merritt, kicks down to half forward. Kako held without it, advantage applied. Guelphy hits up Peter Wright, who marks it right half forward, looking for Essendon's first in the final minute of this opening term.
Yeah, those are the advantages you want to take. So great awareness by Guelphy. He was looking towards goal, and the ball just dribbled away and thought, well, let's get it in there. Let's get some 1v1s opportunities. Otherwise, if you just go back off the mark, it allows the Giants to filter back, especially in some leading lanes. So this is the way in which Peter Wright wants the ball delivered out in front, 1v1.
Bit of reverse psychology here. Peter Wright has gone goalless in his last 2 against the Giants. And it continues for now as he kicks it across the face. Hey, behind. The Bombers have got themselves another goalless quarter, and they are stringing them together. So that is 3 of their last 4 quarters they've played. They have not kicked a single goal. They had more scoring shots. It's Essendon 5 behind. GWS 2 straight 12. A 7-point buffer for the G-men at quarter time.
It's 1 goal 18 since the opening quarter against the Tigers last week, in which they kicked 1 goal 13 after quarter time, and of course finished the quarter with 5 behinds.
118 in 4 quarters of footy.
Yep.
Holy smokes.
Makes it hard when you're coached, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Only 2 goal kickers. Toby Green kicked the first, Aaron Cadman the second. And that's how it sits as we hit quarter time here at Docklands to start round 19. A few thoughts off the SMS. We were chatting pre-game about, no guarantee to leave a club and win a premiership. Greg in Geelong notes Martin Pike had good success at doing that, didn't he? With moving it. There's always an outlier to every rule. Don't worry about that.
Ask our man Brett Delidio how that goes too. I went there. Sorry.
I did think of Lids when we were having the conversation earlier.
Don't ask him what he did on grand final day. It's still a sore subject.
But it does go to prove the point, doesn't it? So, and I think he left at that time with just about everyone's blessing at Richmond, saying, hey, go on, good luck, all the best up in Sydney. Doesn't look like we're contending. Damien Hardwick didn't even know if he was going to be the coach. And sure enough, no one thought Richmond were going to win in 2017. Ken from Sandringham. G'day, Corbin and ABC team. I heard a person today on radio put forward the idea that the trouble at Bomberland is due to the change to the Bombers logo on their Guernsey, which has the bomber on it pointing down instead of pointing up. It never used to, obviously causing the downturn in the Bombers' form. He's adamant that it has to be reversed before the Bombers can come good again.
Wow, fits in. That needs to go back to fit with their song. See the Bombers fly up.
Up.
Right, point it up.
I don't mind it. I'm here for all those kind of theories. Marcus in South Melbourne, what has Angus Clark done to upset the umpires tonight, guys? On the wrong end of some shockers.
The umpires have just had an instruction to tighten the prior opportunity, or the examples we've seen.
Yeah.
Give no prior opportunity.
And you spot on, Lingy, too. You made mention of it. If you're a player watching tonight, they're certainly going to be hot on it for the weekend, because they usually make a real example in the first game of the weekend about what they're going to adjudicate really hard.
And Bill off the SMS, Giants' casualness has them looking unskilled and uninvolved at times. So a bit of criticism for the Giants, despite a 7-point buffer at quarter time. The full thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy coming up in just a moment. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
ABC Listen. Keeping bored parents busy is easy with the ABC Listen app. Then we can listen to our stuff.
Little ears will love Bluey Listen Along, plus all new knockouts in Dino Dome. All on the ABC Listen app.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemass from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Up to steady and pull the trigger!
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Ball up, Clark to Roberts. A couple of the youngsters combine. Hand pass back to Clark. Tackle, holding the ball.
Where's the prior opportunity there, Murph?
So he didn't even take more than a step and a half.
Take note, rule of the week's in already.
That's right.
Prior opportunity's out the window.
Hot on holding the ball. Toby Green to cash it in.
Wow.
No problems there, like shelling peas, as he hooks it across the body from 45 out and dobs the first of the night.
Tom Green can just poke it over the top, and Cadman leads out. Marks hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket, around 30 metres out from goal. Aaron Cadman starts his approach, hemmed in against the boundary line, looking to try and thread the needle. And what a way to start the show for the Giants.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the opening term. There are only 2 goals kicked One for Cadman, one for Toby Green, as you heard in the highlights. And as a result, GWS by 7 points. 2 straight over Essendon, 5 behinds. And as Clinchy noted a short time ago, 118 for the Bombers in their last 4 quarters of football. There's also a report coming out from Riley Beveridge. Here's some good news, Murph. The potential number 1 pick in the 2026 national draft. So that's not this year, the following year. Cody Walker, not the South Sydney Rabbitohs player. This is Cody Walker, the son of Andrew Walker.
Yep.
Has nominated Carlton father-son. He will be eligible for Richmond as part of its Next Gen Academy program. His father, of course, played for the Blues, but Riley Beveridge reporting that he will nominate for Carlton under the father-son rule. So that's a win for the Blues.
That's good news, and I'm great mates with his dad, Andrew Walker. So it's, I think it was never really any question of what was going to occur, but you just never know these days, Corbin. But
well, that's what the Brisbane Lions said back in the day.
Well, how close were you?
I was quite close. Anyway, they weren't situated in Victoria, so there wasn't too much to worry about. But yeah, that's great news. He's obviously a young, prodigious talent, so good one coming through the door in a couple of years, which will be nice.
There's a bit of positivity for the Blues.
Just to humour the Bombers fans, 1 goal, 18 since quarter time last week. Dustin Fletcher was just out, 50 years of age, had 2 shots, now at his second shot on goal. So he's 50. Get him a jumper, get him back out of the field.
Give me a breakdown, Lingy and Murph, that opening term, Giants by 7.
Well, we were both pretty pleased with Essendon's effort, weren't we, Murph? But they didn't finish their work. It's a shame. Almost for the sake of the game, we needed them to be 4 goals 1 or 5 goals 0 and make the Giants chase. The Giants seemed a little casual, and that sharpness, that ruthlessness that we saw last week against the Cats wasn't there in that first quarter.
And you feel that the coaching staff have probably alerted them to that at quarter time. But you also look at it and go, well, Essendon's defensive pressure was pretty strong. So they just refused to give up a lot of uncontested marks and especially a lot of their D50 exits for the Giants. Essendon were right up and covering off those outlets. So they were playing pretty tight to a man. So the corridor is open if they want to go through there. But that's where the risk and reward comes into it for the Giants. That, well, let's go through the corridor. But to Essendon's credit so far, they are covering off pretty well.
All right, second quarter upon us. Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Giants by 7. Ball bobbles around at the restart. No clean take. Eventually O'Halloran grabs it and McGrath's got him. Second quarter under the roof at Docklands. The on-ramp to round 19. Bombers goalless despite 5 behinds in that opening term. Gresham clears it with a little socker out into space. McMullen scoops it up. Gives it to Himmelberg. Hand pass missed the target. Nash. Kako intercepts. Half forward for the Dons. Handball away to Smart. He kicks to full forward. Wright's down there. Hands to it. Can't complete the mark. Ball spills into the path of Iden. Hand pass away to Whitfield. Got to get it away under pressure to Callaghan. Likewise moves it further back to McMullen. Tumbles a kick to half back, and Catman good enough to mark the awkward spinning footy clean at half back.
He tries to drive it up towards the captain, Toby Green, who had the height mismatch against Pryor, brought it down, but Jones quick as a flash onto it, and what a pass into the pocket. Riccardi marks in the right forward pocket. As soon as Darcy Jones got a look at it, he made the most of it.
And I love the fact Cadman just went straight away to Green. Even though it was 1v potentially 3 Bombers, he knew that other Giants players would arrive, and it was Darcy Jones. And just lightning quick and great ball use too.
Riccardi is going to kick across his body, opens up the angle, curls it on the right boot, and sends it through for the Giants' third. Maybe they need this sort of challenge to try and strike a few goals early. They're dobbing them from all the pockets. The Giants lead by 13 points. The first goal of the second quarter takes 90 seconds. 3 straight 18 to the Bombers, 5 behinds. Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, that's as pure a banana that you're going to see from probably 40 out as a set shot. That was just all class. But what I really liked was just the way in which Cadman was right up the ground and presenting on that D50 exit. And then, as you said, Ling, he just backed in his skipper just to get the job done and halve a contest at very worst. But that's where the speed comes into it. That's why they're a dangerous outfit, the Giants, because they've got so much talent not only in the air but at ground level. They've just got speed to burn.
And now it's 3 goals to zip. 13 points, the Giants lead. And Jake Riccardi makes it 4 straight games with at least a goal. Back in the middle, Vicentini palms it down. Second knock on from Shield against his old side tonight. Giants win it. Angwin off balance, squeezes the kick out. Briggs just bangs it forward. The big ruckman. Pryor courageous. Bang bodies with Riccardi coming in the other direction, and Jackson Pryor hangs onto it anyway. But every game this year, Jackson Pryor, his first year at his new club, of course, the former Lion. All 17 games, he is one of 6 to have done so at the Bombers. Shares it on halfback with Redmond, who goes long down the wing and offhands. It's knocked out of play. So boundary throwing, City wing, 13-point lead for the Giants, 3 minutes into the second term.
Gee, that was a great mark. Just watching it again on replay. The courage it took to go back.
Yeah, he just knew it was coming, didn't he?
Yeah, and still to be able to execute. Great footy.
Hang on to the mark as well.
Yeah.
Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy with you on Thursday Night Footy. Briggs wins down the tap against Vicentini. Angwin's tackled by Lual, not rewarded. And they scrap forward at ground level. Gresham tangles with Ash and the umpire will ball it up. So 6 players have played every game for the Bombers this season, just 5 for the Giants as Briggs wins down the tap. Durham's on the move, a whistle. Which way is it going? The umpire will eventually point.
He doesn't know yet.
He is pointing. It's going to be a Bombers free kick going the way of Dylan Shield. So he has to go back behind his mark and get his opportunity tonight. 23 disposals against Box Hill last week in the VFL as he kicks up towards half forward. Mann in a pack against 2. And Aaliyah and Himmelberg see it out of play for the Giants. Throwing in the right forward pocket for the Bombers. They have 5 behinds. The Giants 3 straight 18. 4 minutes gone. Second quarter Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Tons with 1:13 to end last week. 0-5 so far tonight. Wright palms it down. Straight to Ash though. Clears off half back. Up to the wing. Cadman leaping over the top. Knocks it down. Toby Green somehow got boot the ball. Gets it to Callaghan. Hand pass back to Cadman. Well affects the kick. Knocks it away to Merritt. Kicks to Wright out on the lead. Hitting up. Hands to it. Can't complete the mark. Crowd thought he had a fair bit of it. Not to be. Shield in the end sockers it straight to Jones. Who pumps it forward and turns it over. Another intercept mark for Jackson Pryor. Swings his kick laterally to McGrath. Hand pass to Ridley. It's up a bit of steam. Heads to Smart in a one-on-one at half forward. Off hands, it spills down in front of Durham and Callaghan. They scrap for it. Cornelio cleans it up for the G-men. Gives it to Ash. Kicks to Angwin.
He looks to put the foot down and run away because he's got Connor Iden running in tow. Gets the hand pass away to him, who kicks up to Toby Green. Edge of the centre square for the Giants. Has Riccardi deep in the pocket. He's looking more lateral than that. As Angwin has kept pushing down, he can't take the mark as Laverty got there late. Hand pass looking for Vicentini. Slapped away by Connor Iden. He turns towards the corridor and then blazes towards goal. He might have wished he had given off in the end. The shot on goal by Cal Brown was somewhat adventurous to say the least and out of bounds on the full. Blackiston to take the free kick for the Bombers.
That's one of those kicks though, Murphy. You alluded to it before the game even started. Will the Giants be really selfless in that forward line? Doesn't matter who kicks the goal. Go to the disciplined team part of the ground, and Cal Brown probably had a chance to do that there.
Tersman longer the wing, spills to Shield. Hand pass releases Kako and he's out. Off and running, takes a bounce, heads to Peter Wright. He's got it this time. Hands around it. Completes the mark and he'll get a look from just inside 50 left half forward.
I love that by Kakao just to take grass. So he had about 10 or 15 metres in front of him. So rather than just banging on the boot and hoping for the best, use your legs, use your speed, use your strengths. He did that and then lowered his eyes beautifully to right. So those are the looks they're going to have to try and get tonight if they're going to find some marks inside 50.
They've been few and far between. Peter Wright skips in. Kick starts out to the right and it'll stay there. Make it 1 goal 19 from their last 20 scoring shots.
He laid right back on that one. No momentum through the ball whatsoever. Distance was never going to be an issue for him.
Giants by 12 points, 6.5 played second term. Essendon 6 behind. GWS 3 straight.
Lockie Ash brings the Giants back into play. His kick is a little wide in the end of Fonte, who is able to gather it right half back. Kicks up looking forwards. Toby Green. Durham slides in, makes the spoil. Roberts has it stuck to him as Tom Green lays the tackle. So Sports Sykes, what would have they done during the week when you do have this run where you score just 1 goal in 3 quarters?
Just got to go back to routine. Unfortunately, that's as simple as it is, and actually want the ball in your hands.
Now 4 quarters as the Bombers have managed just 6 behinds. The Giants 3 straight 18. From the stoppage, Cornelio on the bottom of the pack. He wrestles with Sam Durham. And the umpire will ball it up in front of the two benches.
And if I'm the coach, I'm looking at who wants the ball in their hands, who's going to shy away from it and not want the responsibility, and who wants it, who's prepared to try and stop this trend of kicking behinds.
Do you sense that as a player? When you kick into a forward and you go, this guy really wants it and this guy doesn't?
Yeah. Yep.
Visentini got the free kick in the ruck for the Bombers. Kicks inside 50. Buckley came out. Himmelberg made the spoil. There's a free kick for a hold. It's going Buckley's way in the back pocket for the Giants. Only by 12 points. 8 minutes gone, second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
He's one of the five that Clinchy mentioned from GWS that have played every game. Jack Buckley. There's long down the line. Krzyzewski in the pack. Punched away from him and out of play. Max Krzyzewski gets the opportunity tonight with Jesse Hogan absent. Rested this week along with Josh Kelly, young Harvey Thomas. Country lad lost his place in the team. It's a bit of a luxury for GWS. The Bombers made 6 changes. They were all forced. There's a boundary throw in. There's a free here and there's a bit of a hold off the ball and it's going Essendon's way.
Krzyzewski's kicked 37 goals in the VFL as well. It's not like he's not asking the question each week.
Forced his way back in. He hold his spot now as Durham heads inside 50 through a few pairs of hands and in the end May grabs it. He's crunched in the tackle from Lekalia. Ball up, 25 metres out from the Bombers' goal at the Lockett end. 12-point lead for the Giants, 9 gone second term Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Peter Wright doing the ruck work against Riccardi, tries to palm it down, looking for Perkins, little toe poke out towards Kako, becomes the tackler on Ash, and the Bombers have it locked inside their forward 50, still searching for their first goal of the game at the 9-minute mark of the second quarter. Thrown up. Peter Wright tries to take front position. Durham was on the move. Here's Perkins. Jags it on his left boot. Bounces towards goal. Llewell tries to shepherd it. Connorine gathers on the goal line and runs it away. The Bronx cheers from the Bombers fans. Although a chance here. Unable to take the mark Pryor at half forward. It spills out to Redmond. Draws an opponent. Hand pass to Clark. Chips it into the pocket. Durham out position. And Buckley takes the mark for the Giants in the back pocket.
But on the flip side, I know that Bombers can't buy a goal at the moment, but the Giants aren't setting the world on fire right now at all. If you ever wanted a bit of a study on motivation and being ready for a game, play last week's tape against the Cats, against this tape so far.
Kick-out's coming back as Pryor puts it back inside 50 for the Bombers. Durham controls it, snaps goal, it needs the con roll, doesn't get it. 7 straight behinds to start the night for the Bombers. 1 goal, 13 to end last week. You throw it all together, that is 120 the Bombers have kicked in their last 4 and a bit quarters of footy, Ben Cameron.
I can sense that frustration from Adam Kingsley as well, Lingy. He is a frustrated man down here. He knows his team isn't necessarily switched on and motivated in this game at the moment.
No, they're trying to do it in the easiest possible way. Just doing enough around the contest, using the ball okay. A lot of just standing and pointing and saying, hey, just kick it to me one-on-one. I've got this guy covered. There's not the same level of work rate and intensity.
Himmelberg to Ash, up the wing. It's getting himself with Krzyzewski, but
and 50.
Ridley is going to get a 50-metre penalty here.
This could be it.
It just shows you, it's just AFL football. You've got to be on edge. If you're just that small bit off, you just get found out. And no doubt there's probably too many wearing an orange jumper tonight, just thinking and just waiting for it to happen.
That's a short 50, by the way.
In 102 games, Jordan Ridley has kicked 2 goals for his career. Is this going to be number 3?
I don't want to say anything. Just
No. I'm too scared. But ultimately, it's not going to hurt the Giants tonight, I don't think. They'll go on and win the game, but they're just not quite on.
His 3rd game back from injury. Starts his approach out to the left. He comes in, fires it out to the right, trying to curl it back, and he misses. He joins the growing list of behind kickers. 3 behinds in this second quarter to the Giants. 1 straight. This is off the back of 5 behinds for the Bombers, and 1 goal, 21 all of a sudden since last week against the Tigers.
I think they're going to have to treat it more like rugby or American football, where they got to walk one in.
Run it in, yeah.
I think they're just going to keep passing it around until they get close enough they can kick it from inside the goal square. Another behind for the Bombers. Ash on the kick-out duties, runs around Kako and goes short to Callahan.
The inside 50s this quarter, 9 to the Bombers, 4 to the Giants.
8 scoring shots to 3, and yet it's the Giants with only 3 who lead by 10. They're 3 straight. The Giants, Bombers are 8 behind as Brown takes a nice one-on-one hang on the shoulders of Pryor. Comes down with it and kicks it into the man on the mark. Ball spills out towards Angwin. Hand pass to Wyden, handball to Fonte. Kicks to the Giants to the middle of the ground. Here's Briggs. Looks inside the forward 50. The ruckman goes long and direct. Catman's in the pack. Hands on it from Toby Green. Ball hits the deck. Wright grabs that. Handball out for Essendon. Knocked away to Grishevsky. Hooks it over his shoulder. Another one for the Giants. Max goals. And GWS are kicking straight. Essendon aren't. And that is the ball game so far. 13 minutes into the second term. The G-Men are 4 straight. Essendon 8 behinds. 13 travelled second term, Giants by 16. Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
Well, you could just sense that was going to happen. The Essendon footy team have been not terrific in this second quarter, but they're holding their own. And once Lingy did bring up the 9 inside 50s to 4, you just knew the next time they were going to go in, they were going to score the Giants. But then just at ground level, just too many numbers, just waiting back and sitting off and not actually getting in. And
look at Jake Gresham there, Murph.
You want to see guys just coming in number after number. If you're looking at a TV screen, just want to see jumper after jumper coming in and trying to hit bodies. There was just too easy for the Giants. Just to win an easy ground ball, turn 3 steps and kick it over his shoulder.
Oh, you don't want to see that video review from Gresham on Monday.
Max Krzyzewski with his 3rd goal of the season. O'Halloran out of the middle, kicks down low along the turf to Stringer, can't take it cleanly. McGrath gets it back, originally to Roberts, couldn't take it. Blackiston with a long clearing kick up towards Guelphy, wrestled out of it. Now Whitfield, and we'll get a free kick, Matt Guelphy on the wing. So 8 behinds in the match for the Bombers. The Giants 4 straight 24. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Guelphy gets it away to Shield. One of the 6 inclusions for tonight. His kick is not a good one. Connor Iden takes the mark in front of Jade Gresham. Looks up towards Tom Green, who can mark it right half back for the Giants.
Unfortunately, that's the story of Dylan Shields' time at the Bombers. No worries finding the footy. Just that ability to be able to hit a target, really finish his work.
Daring kick from Tom Green goes across the half-back line. Llewell there to intercept, and somehow Himmelberg took a mark anyway. Releases it down the city wing. Angwin marks, plays on, kicks to half-forward. Redmond punches it away, but straight into the lap of his old mate Stringer. Hooks a kick to the goal square, but Laverty there to save the day. Picks it off. Short kick for the Bombers finds Archie Roberts. The left footer's off and running. Long kick up the wing, and Whitfield intercepts one of the Giants' lefties on the wing. So a 16-point lead for GWS, 15 gone second term.
Whitfield looks to send it into the pocket. Krzyzewski coming from a long way back, crushes the pack. McGrath's tackled and brought down by Bedford. And the umpire will ball it up. It's off the back of the Bombers, 1 goal, 21 in the last couple of weeks. Who was the player you played for, or played with, who you'd like to have kicking for your life, Lingy and Murph?
Brendan Vavola, every day of the week.
Right, one down the tap. Stringer read it superbly, runs in towards the open goal, feeds it off to Krzyzewski, who dribbles through his 2nd. Unselfish from Jake Stringer, who would have been well and truly entitled to bang it into the Essendon fans. Instead, did the unselfish thing, and it's 3 goals to none so far in this second quarter. The Giants leading by 22 points, 5 straight 30 to Essendon, 8 behinds. Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling with you on Thursday Night Footy.
Good selfless play by Jakey Stringer. He just got through the front of that stoppage far too easily.
I was just thinking that stoppage goal is just as easy as you like, and great hit out, but just the whole defensive structure was just left wanting from Essendon.
Pryor just trailing in, wasn't he? And then there was no mechanism there. Was it Dersma who maybe got sucked in too far into the contest? Easy for Stringer. To answer your question, Clinchy, probably Gary Ablett Jr. for me. I think might not have quite have had the distance of Fev, but he didn't miss much, Gaz.
Usually pretty handy with ball in hand, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was certainly, whenever he had a chance to lead to one of his kicks, he ran a bit harder.
Crooked bounce in the middle, up lets them roll. Briggs palms it down to Tom Green, kicks inside 50. Stringer takes the sprawling mark as he skids out on his knees. And he'll get the set shot. The Essendon fans that are in the house will get involved themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be a few worrying signs. Just the last stoppage, which resulted in a goal, and then that centre bounce clearance was just almost too easy as well. So they'll get their hands dirty again here, Essendon, and really try and wrestle back some ascendancy around the contest. But unfortunately, at the moment, just being walked out of a few stoppages.
Copping the jeers, the 31-year-old in his 3rd club, Jake Stringer. The package with a return to sender goal. Puts it straight through. And every man in orange rushes to him. Jake Stringer with one against the Dons. And a 28-point lead for the Giants. They have kicked straight. Essendon have not. How often do we see this in footy? 17 and a half minutes into the second term. 6 straight to 8 behinds. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Cameron Lee.
But, I mean, football's the number one skill. Kicking is the number one skill in football. Get my words right.
Kicking it through the big sticks.
Exactly right. And that's what the Giants have done. They're still relying on doing the least possible amount of work right now, the Giants. Even the stoppage work, it's been excellent the last 2 that you've highlighted, Murph. But it's still been a glory hit and a beautiful run out, and it's worked out. So all's good. They don't really want to do the hard work, and they're going to get through, no worries still.
4 goals straight from set shots for the Giants to 5 behinds. Briggs slaps it forward, got it to Toby Green. Callaghan kicks inside 50, brought down by Riccardi. Stringer was about to fire on goal. It should be a 50-metre penalty because it's a Bombers free kick.
Stiff free kick.
Come the way of Blackiston, will take it in the back pocket for the Bombers. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
This is a weird Essendon bench down here. I mean, normally when teams are getting heavily beaten, there's a lot of chatting between players, a lot of gesticulating. Right now it's almost silent, and players are just looking forward as if they're entirely bereft and unsure what to do.
McMahon pinched a hand pass from Ash and got it away to May. Kicks up towards the 50. Whitfield picks it up for the Giants. Hand pass back to Ash. Keen to redeem himself. Switches across half-back and finds Tom Green. He can bring it out to the broadcast side where Cornelio's on his own. On the bounce, he gathers, cuts around Andy McGrath. Hand pass inboard back to Ash, who looks up across half forward. Grujewski, the kick was just over his head and lands in between he and Stringer and bounces out of play at right half forward for the Giants. There's 6 straight 36 to the Bombers, 8 behinds. 19 minutes gone, second quarter, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Benny, the thing to look out for on the bench is instead of looking at iPads of game footage, if they're on travel agent websites booking their trips, that's the indication they've checked out. 1, 2, 3 Cancun style stuff.
They could have done that weeks ago, Lingy.
The boundary throw in. Ball comes down towards Tom Green. Hand pass away to Briggs. Half forward, kicks towards the top of the goal square. Through the hands of Blackiston. And Riccardi pops it through for an easy goal. And a comical one for the Giants. The error from the Bombers' new fullback. And Riccardi praying all over it. It's now 7 straight to 8 behinds. And the Giants are out by 34 points as we tick into time on in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, the damn wall, unfortunately, is certainly broken. And again, just another easy stoppage exit. But I think the one thing that compounds when you haven't been putting them through the big sticks and you've actually been playing okay football on the opposition side, to then go down and just kick goals on will does compound with the fact you've got a pretty young, inexperienced team as well, Lingy. So they're certainly feeling the effects at the moment, the Essendon Footy Club.
Well, and as defenders too, isn't it? When the ball's just coming down pretty easy in the last 7 or 8 minutes, you can forgive a guy who's only played a handful of games of AFL football for spilling that one. He thinks there's someone coming over the top. He's not sure where the opposition player is, and he makes a blue. He looks a dill, but it's because the ball's coming down so easy.
Yep.
Giants starting to get out of second gear as Briggs takes out of the ruck, clearing kick inside 50, land in front of Ridley and Toby Green. It's socked forward by Cornelio towards the goal mouth. Laverty read it best, gathers to the Bombers. Hand pass away to Ridley, links up with Clark across half back. His kick is smothered by McMillan and seen out of play for a throw in at left half forward for the Giants. 15 disposals for Tom Green so far, Callaghan with 13. 12 for Ridley and for Lockie Ash alongside Lockie Whitfield. 7 goals straight, 42 the Giants to 8 behinds the Bombers.
Boundary throw in. Giants win it again. This is O'Halloran. He kicks deep to full forward. Hands to it. Grishevsky can't complete the mark. Spills to Toby Green. Picks it up. Snaps but misses. The first blemish on the scoreboard for GWS. So 7-1 to 8 behinds. That's the scoreline. 7 goals, 1 to 8 behinds. A 35-point lead for the Giants. 22 minutes gone in the second term. And now for Essendon, that is 1 goal, 21 in nearly 5 quarters of footy.
Pryor brings the Bombers back into play. Kick looking for May. Worked off it as Himmelberg juggles the mark for the Giants. So a chance to go inside 50 once more here for GWS. Inside 50s, 8-5 so far in this second quarter. Long kick looking for Jajewski. It's spoiled away in the end. Got there eventually. Roberts gathers. He got there eventually. Hand pass chopped off and knocked out a play by Angwin, and a boundary throw in the right forward pocket for the Giants. 35 points the Giants lead. 22 minutes gone. Second quarter.
Ball's just living there now, isn't it? This puts a lot of pressure on the Bombers defenders. Movement around this stoppage is key, though, for the Giants. Give a little block. Ping someone free.
For the boundary throw in. Palmed down by Briggs, but straight to Shield. Tumbles a kick out of defence, and Ash picks it off. It's coming back in. GWS inside their forward 50. Grashevsky, the target, carries his head. Out the back, Brown shoved out a play with Pryor. By Pryor, and the ball comes with him. We'll have a boundary throw in.
It was a very professional non-free kick to give away then from Laverde. Just jumped at the opportune time into his opponent's lower back, forcing him underneath the contest. But, yeah, just under the pump at the moment. The Giants putting him under enormous pressure, the Bombers.
Mark Murphy on ABC Sport. And there's a free kick. Ruck infringement. It's going Briggs' way, and Vicentini draped all over him. And it's going to be a free kick for the Giants' big man.
Just the right hand, wasn't it? Just over the right shoulder. It didn't really affect anything in any way, but just obvious to the umpire standing there in the corridor that he had his arm over the shoulder of the opposition ruckman.
And that's what happens when Briggs is so big and strong.
Yeah, he's a brute, isn't he?
Yeah, against an inexperienced player. He worries about that size difference and getting pushed out of the way, and the clean possession taken gave the free kick away.
The biggest Giant of them all, Briggs. Goals. Don't let the Giants get hot. GWS rolling. That is now 8 goals to start the game. 8-1 to 8 behinds. 24 minutes into the second term. We're closer to half-time than we are quarter-time, and the lead swells to 41. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Lang and Mark Murphy.
This is like a junior game of footy at the moment in the last 10 minutes, where you've got the Giants defenders are almost standing there just watching the game. They've had nothing to do.
That's right.
You almost, as a coach on the boundary line, you realise, I better make a little change or two and get those kids involved in the game.
That's right. And you're seeing the aggressive patterns of the midfielders now are running around stoppages, and when they're getting those repeat stoppages inside forward 50, it's just almost impossible for Essendon to try and stop anything at the moment.
Becomes the 5th individual goal kicker for the Giants. And we're starting to widen this gap. Riccardi right in the middle of the ground. Riccardi wins down the tap for the Giants. Racing after it, Durham breaks out of a tackle. Kicks a haphazard ball inside 50. McMahon held back. And Himmelberg takes them up, but this will be an Essendon free kick. And a chance for Liam McMahon on debut to try and kick their first goal at the 25-minute mark of the second quarter.
And he has not had a kick yet. It will be his first kick in AFL football by my stats.
One handball this quarter. Has not had a kick so far in the game.
Can he do it? Finally break the run.
The last of the mid-season pickups for the Bombers, making his debut tonight. 5 years in the waiting. A chance to try and seize the opportunity from directly in front. 35 metres out. McMahon comes in and he breaks the deadlock. And have a look at this response as Essendon players come from near and far to celebrate with him. He spoke about it not being a relief, but more a moment to prove to himself that he belonged. And he has taken that opportunity in front of him. Their first goal comes at the 26-minute mark of the second quarter. 8-1-49 the Giants. So the Bombers 1-8-14. It breaks a run of 8 consecutive goals for the Giants to start the match. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy with you.
Well done. Well done for persistence and also just the routine to go back and kick through it. It was probably the better approach we've seen for the night from anyone, really going back 25-38 directly in front. They're the ones where you probably start shaking a little bit, thinking, well, I should definitely probably kick this one, especially when it's your first shot for goal at AFL football. So, well done. Great for his family and friends here tonight.
Incredibly, of the 13 debutants they've had, at least 5 of them have now kicked a goal with their first kick in AFL footy this year. More on that in a moment as Canelio gets the centre break, puts it inside 50, and Catman wins a one-on-one with Ridley. A chance for the Giants to get it straight back, but I think he joins Kako, Edwards, Daywicks, Llewell, and now McMahon as debutants to have kicked a goal with their first kick in the big time.
Just saying it's not that hard, you blokes. Just kick straight. You know how to do it. Gee, Aaron Cadman's just exploding, isn't he? The strength to hold out and take that one-handed. Amazing.
Aaron Cadman to get that goal straight back. The drop punt is right. Misses out to the right. So 8-2 to 1-8. Margin is 36 points, 27.5 gone in the second term.
It was a nice, 50, or would have carried probably 60 metre, three-quarter kick from Cadman.
1 goal, 1 for Cadman so far tonight as Redmond brings the Bombers back in. Big rise at half-back, not claim as Canelio kicks up towards half-forward. Jones was caught behind, got rid of Roberts and then fights for the ball as Jones is tackled by Perkins. Play on the call, Roberts goes to work, gets it for the Bombers. Hand pass to Merritt, one way then the other. 1-2 with Archie Roberts back inside defensive 50 to Ridley, who just bangs the kick out of defence. Flying was Durham, almost pinched by Vicentini. They spoiled each other in the end. Alier gets a hand pass back to Whitfield, who'll feed it back up the wing for the Giants. Connor Iden links up, and Himmelberg, one way then the other, gets around a couple of intending tacklers, although the kick is not a good one. And Roberts takes the intercepting mark in front of Jones for the Bombers.
Trying to be a bit too cute there, I think. Himmelberg taking on 3 blokes and getting caught in the end, trying to bite off a little bit too much.
Archie Roberts a little casual. I was about to give him a rap too. He's right in the pointy end conversation for the rising star this year, along with Levi Ashcroft and Dan Curtin, who's coming with a bullet. Murphy Reid, of course, over in Perth, who certainly deserves strong consideration and may just be the pick at this stage of the year. Kick, though, won back by the Bombers. Merritt off the half-back flank, gives it away to Dersma. Long to Llewellyn, a one-on-one. The Font knocks it away from him. Into space on the wing. McMullen scoops it up. Hand pass away to Callaghan. Dabs the kick to the wing, and Bedford, one of the 3 Tobys in for GWS. Kicks to centre-half forward. Miss Canelio. Perkins had it, lost it in the tackle from the Giants veteran. Dersma had it, likewise stripped in the tackle. Ball comes out, says held without it or dumped after getting rid of it. Either way, it's a free kick for Xavier Dersma. He'll get it at right half-back. 6-goal lead for the Giants, 8-2 to 1-8. 29.5 gone second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Dersma chips it across half-back to Ridley, who then works it up the wing to Shield. Plays on and drives a kick up the wing in the direction of McMahon. Connor Iden works his way to the front and spoils it out of play for a throw-in. Liam McMahon had kicked 43 goals in the VFL before getting his opportunity at AFL level throughout 13 games, so at least they had a man who was in form. And he had the chance to take it for the Bombers. 36 points, the Giants lead. Riccardi doing the ruck work against Peter Wright as it's thrown back in. They tassel for front position. Wright just drops it down to the front. Durham tries to slide in. Riccardi knocks it out towards Tom Green, and then Tom Green bounces in to Durham. Kept his footing. Gets a hand pass to Callaghan. A burst of speed, almost reeled in by Gresham, who offered a good chase, but hand passes to Lockie Ash, who switches across half-back. And Fonte takes the mark for the Giants.
He's often moving. Shows the footy and then decides to just take some ground. Has a bounce. Kicks for Stringer. Over his head. The Giants' great speed. Overruns it, though. Roberts for the Bombers wins it. Half-back. The 1-2 with Dersma. Roberts, the lefty, kicks down the wing. Vicentini, clever, trying to knock it on. Oh, unkind bounce for Guelphy, and then bangs bodies with Himmelberg. Footy ends up with Fonte. He's tackled, attracts a crowd. Ball up.
How is that not high contact, though? Fonte's head's down over the ball.
Yep.
And then Redmond gets up once the ball up's been called for, basically with him in a headlock.
It's Murph's mate too that made the no call there, and umpire Gian Funya as the ball spills down towards McMahon. Hurried kick down to half forward and bounces out of play. Leclerc just knocked it out after it hit the deck. If he got that ball on the full, that would be okay. You can spoil it out of bounds, but not after it's pitched. So free kick for May. 70 out, kicks to full forward, and Iden takes a good intercept mark at full back.
He's a good defender now. He's so good, Iden.
Very reliable, isn't he?
Brilliant last week on Jeremy Cameron. Can play on all sorts of sizes. So athletic.
Number 6 in marks in the competition and number 12 across the AFL in intercepts. Connor Iden as he works it to Ash. Another one who just racks up the stats. Same with Lockie Whitfield. So many talented Giants in their back half. The kick up towards Himmelberg. Couldn't take the mark but bounced off McGrath and got a hand pass forward to Toby Green. Tried to link up with Canelio. That's where it comes undone. Shield for the Bombers. Gets a hand pass inboard to Laverty. Good shot pace by Ridley. Hand pass to Guelphy. Tried to get cute with a little kick up towards McGrath on the bounce. Back to Guelphy. Can't cut past Lockie Ash. And just holds him up. Doesn't drop him from his feet. And the umpire will ball it up on the outer wing. The Giants by 36 points. Approaching halftime. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
The Bombers have just kicked their first goal after 8 straight behinds to start the night. Giants up by 6 goals as we're about to have another boundary throw in, but instead it's contact below the knees as Wright went to ground, and so
can't slide tackle like in soccer.
No, that wasn't it?
Strange decision.
Free kick for McMullen. GWS with it. Goes back and across to Himmelberg, and he retreats to Iden. Looks out to the broadcast wing on the dock side. Here's Xavier O'Halloran, who's had a good year. Long kick beyond the wing to Bedford. Good switch this from the Giants. They've gone back and across, and now inside the forward 50. Riccardi leaps up and marks. That was a pretty simple switch, and then now an entry inside 50 and a shot at goal.
That's why they've been trying to open up the game for most of the night, is to really try and spread the Essendon team defence as wide as they possibly can go, and either go through the corridor if it's there, or just keep on using the width, and that's what they did there.
And you run that type of switch at training, don't you? That's what you do. Make the ground big, spread the defence, as you said, Murph, and then get inside 50 as quick as you can.
Last kick of the half. After the bell, Riccardi's drop punt sails goalward. It is left, and it's through for a behind. So 8-3 to 1-8. And at half-time, it is a 37-point lead for GWS. So 8-3-51, Essendon 1-8-14. There's a bit to pick apart in all of that. The Bombers, by the way, if you followed their game last week, perhaps you heard about it. I hope for your sake you didn't see it, but they kicked 1 goal 13 after quarter time. They picked up where they left off. Their first 8 scores tonight were behinds, and so after 4 and a bit quarters of footy, the Bombers at one stage were 121 from 22 straight scores. That's 1 goal, 21 behinds, and Liam McMahon finally broke that. He did so with his first kick in AFL footy on debut. And the young man, what a moment for him. The Bombers rushed to him, and they were able to celebrate a milestone for him. Becomes at least the 5th Bomber this year out of their 13 debutants to kick a goal with his first kick in AFL footy. The action's happening on the other side of the sheet, though. GWS with 8 majors in that opening half of footy. 2 for Grzyzewski, 2 for Riccardi, singles for Toby Green, for Cadman, Stringer against his old team, and Briggs. So a 37-point lead for GWS. Mark Murphy, the Carlton champion, and the Cats legend Cameron Ling. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport at the half. GWS by 37.
Well, there's one positive for Essendon. They're only 3 down in inside 50s. But unfortunately, they're not probably making the most of their opportunities once they do go inside 50. But, 1 goal late, you're not going to get too many great returns on the back of that. But I thought their stoppage work was a bit of a concern in that second period. Then I thought in the first quarter they actually held their own, Essendon, but then they just got blown out of the water. So you're looking at the clearances overall, 27 to 13. So talked at the start of the game about Essendon trying to make the game a bit more into a contest style of game, more of a stoppage game, and unfortunately from those stats you probably don't want that to be the case. But at the same time too, the Giants just looked too clean and too polished on the outside as well. So they didn't get really their game up and going until probably 10 minutes into that second quarter. Then the Giants, and then from that period on, it looked like it was going to be a pretty long night for Essendon.
And it was Tom Green with 9 clearances who led the way with what you're talking about, Murph. And you're right, Essendon had some effort. Certainly in the first quarter they did. Opening 8 or 9 minutes they did. When you get 0 reward and you know that you're probably going all out just to try and hang with a team, it's pretty disheartening. The Giants did completely take over the quarter, but even the last 3 or 4 minutes, they went back into a pretty easy way of playing. So it was probably a 12 to 15 minute burst of, all right, let's start doing something now. This is getting a bit silly. And they put the foot down, they piled the 6 goals on, and then it was back to, oh, well, we're better. So clearly the Giants aren't at their sharpest, most ruthless, most motivated best, like they probably were last week and have been in the recent weeks, but they're still multiple classes above right now from Essendon. And when they do go forward, the Giants, that is, they just have options galore. And at times the ball movement's been pretty easy. Even that last shot at goal then, which didn't quite go through for a goal, the switch of play, the change of angle, then the kick back inside forward 50, you do draw those up at training as part of a drill. And at the moment, that's the way the Giants are playing it. I wonder at half-time, Adam Kingsley, just watching him on the boundary, Ben Cameron mentioned it a couple of times, you could see him almost chewing his teeth. He was that frustrated with the way his team's playing, but they've also already scored 51 points in a half,
Right.
and they're going to win the game. They're not at risk of losing this one. But I wonder how he handles it at half time, what his message is.
I think his messaging around coming out in the first 5 to 10 minutes here and really just putting the game beyond doubt is something that he would go hard at half time. I think the other thing he's going to really look at is go, well, who's prepared to play their role? When we're winning the game of football the way in which we are at the moment, who's getting the details right? Who's actually playing the brand of football we want to be known as, and who's actually buying into that? I think that's the one thing that he'll be pushing on his players at half time, and then usually going to get a great response on the back of that.
The part where they stand out is 27 to 13 clearances, 8 centre bounce clearances to 2. I mean, if they get a couple of those right, they could easily bang through 3 or 4 goals easily from centre bounce clearances, and then next thing you know, it's 80 or 90 points.
Yep. Yeah, correct. And they've had 200 disposals in a half of footy, so on track for 400 or 400 plus, which is huge. So they're all going to fill their boots, and they're all going to... It's going to be a terrific win if they do get their centre clearance or continue to get their centre clearances going. It probably ends up a near to 100-point victory for them. But you're right about Adam Kingsley saying, hey, let's just push aside the disposal count and the fact that you're all feeling pretty cool about yourselves. Who's going to do the role that I've asked them to do in the pre-game? In our build-up and in all our preparation, we wanted to do this, this and this. Who's prepared to do that? And that's what I'll reward at the end of the game. And those who are still competing for their spots in the best team for the Giants, as players like Jesse Hogan come back in, who's played their role to a really high standard and high quality when the temptation is to run around out there and get 25 very, very easy touches.
That's right.
Off the SMS, one from Andrea in Adelaide a short time ago talking about the game last week, that maybe there's hope for the Bombers given the fact that Collingwood were goalless in the first half and then obviously hit the front after being 40 behind at one stage against the
great positive outlook on everything.
There's always a positive spin on it. I don't mind it. Brendan from Hobart, the Bombers could go back to the red shorts. That might help. A little bit of an 80s, sort of 70s throwback when the Bombers were donning the red shorts. Rich from Ocean Grove, enjoying the call in the kitchen while making a big batch of goat curry. They may be a little bit off so far tonight, but after seeing them dismantle my beloved Cats last week, I think they are genuinely in the premiership mix. Talking about the Giants from a little earlier tonight, Rich, obviously we saw them tune up after that, and that flurry in that opening term where they ended up kicking it was 10 minutes, they kicked 5 goals in 10 minutes in that frightening burst from the 14-minute mark to the 24-minute mark. Razor from Rockingham, if only Peter Wright could hold Mark's one grab. I'm a dyed-in-the-wall Essendon supporter, and I'm going to watch it. I know it's going to hurt, but unlike when all our players got rubbed out without one testing positive for a banned substance, we got through those years. We still haven't gotten into the finals, but the club will survive from Razor.
Oh, Razor's in some pain there, though, isn't he?
he's not happy with Peter Wright.
And we're grabbing at the moment. We're forgetting the Essendon 34. Don't worry about that. Leave that in the past, Razor. Don't worry about whatever happened back then. It is half-time here at Docklands. GWS by 37 points, 8-3 over Essendon, 1-8. Incredibly, if you pick up from their 3 quarters last week against Richmond, the Bombers from 22 consecutive scoring shots in 4.5 quarters of footy had kicked 121 at one stage. They finally broke through on the back of Liam McMahon, the debutant, as he was able to knock one through for the Bombers. It was the final goal in that first half. Giants by 37 points. I'll tell you what's happening in the NRL in just a moment, plus all your teams for the rest of round 19. 3 bumper matchups with teams involved in finals contention. All of that still to come, but first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Some economists say they're still expecting at least another 2 interest rate cuts this year, despite the latest unemployment data showing signs that the labour market is slowing. The unemployment rate rose from 4.3% in June, up from 4.1% in May, with just 2,000 new positions created. It's one of the key pieces of data that the Reserve Bank will assess when it considers its next interest rate decision in August. ANZ senior economist Adelaide Trimble says it's very likely the RBA will cut the cash rate despite the rise in unemployment.
are currently forecasting August and November for the two next rate cuts. This unemployment rate probably at the margins creates further support for an August rate cut.
Advocates have met at Parliament House in Canberra to address the rise of artificial intelligence being used to sexually exploit children. A 2023 Graphica report found 34 non-consensual explicit generative AI tools garnered more than 24 million unique visits. The spread of AI-generated material is also diverting police resources from investigations involving real victims. Former Australian of the Year, Grace Tame, says the tools available to authorities are extremely limited.
There are other jurisdictions around the globe that are empowered with victim identification tools that expedite the process of investigations, that are able to rescue children far quicker than we can here in Australia because we're limited with what tools law enforcement can actually use in those processes.
A board member of the Adas Israel Synagogue in Melbourne says he hopes a breakthrough in the investigation into last year's arson attack can help ease tensions in the community. Counter-terrorism police have made their first arrest, charging a 20-year-old man over the theft of a car allegedly used by arsonists during the attack in December. Board member Benjamin Klein says many in the community still feel unsafe.
It's important to ensure that other people out there see that's not how you can behave in Australia and there's consequences for your behaviour. It's important on a lot of different levels, and I think to be able to make arrests and to find out the perpetrators behind it and the reasons why they did this, and that hopefully will quash some hatred in the community.
It's unclear whether anyone's been killed in an Israeli attack on Gaza's only Catholic church. Sarah Amir has the story.
Doctors at the Al Ahli hospital in Gaza City say 2 women have been killed and several others are injured following the Israeli strike on the Holy Family Church, while the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem, which oversees the church, has released a statement saying it's yet to confirm any fatalities. What is confirmed is that the attack injured parish priest Father Gabriele Romanelli, who used to regularly update the late Pope Francis about the war. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni says Israeli attacks against the civilian population are unacceptable. The Israeli military says it's looking into the reports.
The Tasmanian Greens is calling on the AFL to visit Tasmania and discuss the Hobart Stadium issue with locals. Leader Rosalie Woodruff says they've sent AFL CEO Andrew Dillon a plane ticket so he can visit the state this weekend. She says the experience would make him realise the money earmarked for the controversial Macquarie Point Stadium would be better spent elsewhere.
There'll be thousands of Tasmanians out in their droves on election day, and Andrew Dillon will get the opportunity to have a chat with people real time and to hear their concerns about the stadium and why they want the money spent on health and housing instead.
The AFL's been contacted for comment. Researchers say they've been shocked by the findings of a study of bearded dragons that involved fitting them with tiny backpacks to monitor their movements. The Melbourne University team spent a year in the Australian outback fitting the lizards with custom-made hand-sewn backpacks containing fitness trackers. Ecologist Dr. Christopher Wilde says the results comparing fast lizards to slow ones were surprising.
Kind of flips things on its head. Faster animals didn't have a better chance of survival, so it's the opposite. So you'd think a small little lizard might be like a cheeseburger for, say, a big bird, so they must be fast, right? The ones that are surviving are actually slower.
Australian cricketer Scott Boland has moved inside the top 10 rankings for Test bowlers, with the veteran paceman progressing into a career-best 6th position. The 36-year-old became the first Australian man in 15 years to claim a Test hat-trick during his team's 176-run win over the West Indies in Jamaica. Boland becomes one of 5 Australians on the list, joining Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood, Nathan Lyon and Mitchell Starc. You're up to date with ABC News.
A man's gone missing in the outback. But how do you search for someone who doesn't want to be found?
Death will come, and I'll be ready for it.
Expanse, Series 5, Nowhere Man. Hear the podcast now on the ABC Listen app.
Every weekend, hear the biggest names in football on AFL Saturday.
Senior coach of the Geelong Cats, Chris Scott.
Good to be with you guys.
Craig McRae, the premiership coach of the Collingwood Football Club.
Good afternoon, Colin.
For all the biggest names in footy.
Michael Voss, the senior coach of the Carlton Football Club. Thank you, guys. Damien Hardwick, the coach of the Suns, joins us on ABC Sport.
Good afternoon, gents.
AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Nick Malthouse and Luke Ball. Saturdays from midday on your radio and on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Giants quick as a flash onto it, and what a pass into the pocket. Riccardi marks in the right forward pocket. Riccardi is going to kick across his body, opens up the angle, curls it on the right boot, and sends it through for the Giants' third.
Puts it back inside 50 for the Bombers. Durham controls it. Snaps goal and needs the con roll. Doesn't get it. 7 straight behinds to start the night for the Bombers. 1 goal, 13 to end last week. Throw it all together, that is 120 the Bombers have kicked in their last 4 and a bit quarters of footy. Ball hits the deck, right grabs that. Handball out for Essendon, knocked away to Grishevsky. Hooks it over his shoulder. Another one for the Giants. Briggs palms it down to Tom Green. Kicks inside 50. Stringer takes the sprawling mark as he skids out on his knees. Copping the cheers, the 31-year-old in his third club. Jake Stringer. The package with a return to centre goal. Puts it straight through.
This is like a junior game of footy at the moment where you've got Giants defenders almost standing there just watching the game. They've had nothing to do.
Right. Kicks a haphazard ball inside 50. McMahon held back. And Himmelberg takes the mark, but this will be an Essendon free kick. And a chance for Liam McMahon on debut to try and kick their first goal at the 25-minute mark of the second quarter.
Can he do it? Finally break the run.
A chance to try and seize the opportunity from directly in front, 35 metres out. McMahon comes in and he breaks the deadlock. And have a look at this response as Essendon players come from near and far to celebrate with him.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Start of round 19 of the AFL Premiership season. The GWS Giants lead Essendon by 37 points at the half. 8 goals, 3-51. The Bombers won 8-14, so a 37-point advantage for the Giants. They kicked the first 8 goals of the game. The Bombers kicked 8 behinds to start the game, and then Liam McMahon was able to knock one through in time on in that second term to ensure the Bombers didn't go goalless for the first half of footy. Giants by 37. No major MRO or injuries to note out of that first half of footy. Zach Johnson, the youngest Bomber in their team, the 18-year-old, is the sub. He's unused so far, as is Harry Ralston, who gets an opportunity for GWS. So this is the first game of round 19. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. That's Matt Lynch calling the footy with me. The Carlton champion, Mark Murphy, and the Geelong legend, Cameron Ling. Your call team for Thursday night. Your thoughts throughout the night, 0437 774 774, the SMS number. John from Kalgoorlie, who's in Perth, loving the call. Keep up the good work, boys. Cheers. Thanks, John. Nice to hear from you. And one positive one for Brad Scott. A lot of younger players, record-breaking apparently, have had exposure to the pressure of the AFL. Another pre-season, the 14 injured players come back. Maybe 2026 could be one of those bang moments. And I'm a Carlton supporter. No name, no pack drill and any of that. But I guess the problem for Essendon with their 17-strong injury list, a lot of these injuries are now going to hang into next year. The guys like Nick Martin, who's got an ACL, he's not going to be back until midway through next year at best.
And I flashed up on our screen before the game Damien Hardwick's first season, the debutants that year.
So that was 2010.
Yeah, a huge list. Dusty Martin was one of those. I think Dave Asprey was another one of those. The trouble is, and it was a quick glance, I must admit, so I'm happy to be corrected here. None of the others really went on and did much and didn't necessarily feature in any of their premierships or anything like that. So you have a large number of debutants. It's great, give some opportunities to some players, but there's no certainty that all of those or a big chunk of those are going to go on and make careers or be part of that next successful team.
So 12 Tigers back in 2010 was the most recent to the 13 debutants we've had for the Bombers, which, as Corby said, is a record back to Fitzroy days back in the 90s. I guess the concern, Murph, is for Brad Scott is trying to get some of his senior players to really step up and take a bit of ownership. Jordan Ridley had a shot on goal. He couldn't take it. It's a first gamer who goes back and gives them something at halftime to try and build on.
Yeah, it's difficult, and when you're in a situation where you've got a lot of youth out there, you look to your senior leaders to really set the standard and play good footy. It makes their job easier. These young guys coming in, all the inexperienced players coming in when the senior guys are getting the job done. But sometimes there's just a tipping point where there's just too many that are being forced to play probably when they're not quite ready, or maybe they're not quite good enough, or they probably don't have the confidence yet enough to be able to perform at at the level too. So no doubt we're seeing a little bit of that as well.
Half-time in the NRL, the Dolphins 24 lead the Cowboys 6. So 24-6 Dolphins on top at half-time in the Thursday night fixture. That is week 20, by the way, of 27.
27 games.
27 rounds.
Rounds, sorry, yep.
But that's a lot of rounds, isn't it?
It's too many. We've got too many.
Yep.
24-6 the score between the Dolphins and the Cowboys. Call available through the ABC Listen app. Headlines out of teams. Liam Jones back in for the Bulldogs, so stiffens up their back line. Sammy Marshall and Bruce Reville come in for the Lions. So Answorth and Bailey both out, one injured, one suspended. Other big names across the weekend. Mitch Lewis gets his first look at it back from injury for the Hawks. Mabior Chol's out injured. Davies Uniacke returns at Melbourne. May comes in, but Lever goes out, so like for like there. Adam Sard returns for the Blues. Sammy Collins is back for the Gold Coast in their trip to Adelaide to play the Crows. Hayden Young, a big inclusion into the squad for Fremantle against the Pies. Dan Houston out injured, which we knew, and Tim Kelly has been recalled for the Eagles against the Tigs. So that is a few of the headlines out of the teams that have just dropped for round 19. I did note earlier that the 5 guys that have kicked a goal out of the Essendon 13 debutants this year kicked a goal with their first kick. Isaac Kako, Tom Edwards, Archer Day-Wicks, Lamont Llewell and Liam McMahon. So he becomes the 5th. I think I said at least 5th. I was keeping... That's been verified by Swamp on Twitter, who's the stats guy for all this. It's a little bit better than my pen and paper setup, but I was on the right track.
They did well by Swamp.
We're 5, so
well.
There we go. They're the 5 that have done it. Giants by 37, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
If only listeners could see Corby diving in the back of his book as he madly looks for it. It doesn't get the credit it deserves. Briggs wins down the opening tap. A chance for the Giants to get the clearance. Tom Green had a monster first half. His hand pass to Callahan. He's tackled by Guelphy. The Bombers take it through Gresham. McMahon back with the flight. Can't hang on to the mark. And Peter Wright is beaten by Buckley to the footy. Hand pass away to Fonte. Feeds a hand pass out to Ash. His kick is a clearing ball, but Visitini takes the intercepting mark for the Bombers. Hand pass away to Merritt. Links it inboard to Gresham. Inside 50. McMahon again. Takes the mark this time, just leading out to his left, but he is looking like their most damaging forward.
I like that by Visitini, taking the mark on the D50 exit for the Giants and just handball straight to a teammate. So rather than go back in, let the Giants try and set up, get the ball moving quick. You turn the ball over off a short pitch, you can get an opportunity like this.
Keep their only goal in the first half. It came in the second quarter. At the 26-minute mark, a chance to try and double up here. As Liam McMahon starts his approach, outside 50, pretty much directly in front. Comes in, high approach, it's a good kick. He now has 2, and he is not wasting any opportunity. Having waited 5 years since he originally was on an AFL list with Collingwood, there's a photo of him as a grade 6 student holding a little chalkboard where he said he dreamed of being an AFL footballer. Well, he's living that dream tonight, and he can hold his head up with 2 goals. The Giants lead cut back to 31 points. It took just 90 seconds. 8-3-51 the Giants to the Bombers 2-8-20. Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy with you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And he's on the move. Both opportunities then in that early on in this third quarter. He nearly took a mark before because of movement. He was coming up at the ball. This time again the motion. But it did come from what you highlighted, Murph, the fact that Visitini didn't hesitate. Just kept the ball in motion, the little handball off, able to just create something. And that then allows players to make decisions on the move as the ball's moving as well.
2 in a row for the Giants, for the Dons rather, either side of half-time after the Giants kicked the first 8. They both come off the boot of Liam McMahon. Merritt to Guelphy. Hand pass away to McGrath. Handball to the wing. Merritt's got it, but he's under the pump. Coughs it up. Jones's hand pass intercepted too. Durham turns it straight back over. Every handball at the moment goes back the other way. The Giants race away with it. They string 3 or 4 together. Tom Green darts the kick to an unguarded goal square, and Ridley gets back to fill the hole and take the intercept mark. 31-point lead for the Giants as Ridley goes long and wide with the kick to Blackiston. Marks at left half-back. Zach Johnson and Harry Ralston, the 2 subs. Neither of them used so far. And Blackiston, the Coburn Junior out of East Fremantle, goes long up the wing, punched away into the path of Iden. Says play on. Giants in the end through Angwin. Long kick inside the forward 50. Riccardi runs underneath it. Ball spills out the back. Roberts has got a few to shake. Just gets it away to Ridley to McGrath. Now back to Roberts a second time.
Has to blaze away. A high ball up towards half-back. Merritt's underneath it. Nudged out of it. Angwin takes the mark. Hard against the boundary line. 50 from home. As the Giants look for the answering goal here.
Riggs getting deep for the contest here.
He sends it in that direction, sliding into the front. Cadman got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark, and it spills out of play up against the right behind post. Giants deep in attack, leading by 31 points.
And the teams do that. They're hoping their ruckman might take a mark, but also just another big body there who can get in the way of one of the key defenders for the opposition and maybe allow a player like Cadman to come through unchecked.
Briggs up against Vicentini, perfectly over the back for Tom Green. You know how this finishes. Such a classy move from ruckman to rover, and Tom Green did not let him down. He has had a damaging game so far. 20 disposals, 10 clearances, 5 score involvements, and now a goal next to his name. Don't forget me in this star-studded lineup. The Giants respond. A 37-point lead, 9-3-57 to the Bombers, 2-8-20. 4 minutes gone, third term.
They've been pretty dangerous tonight at their 4:50 stoppages, the Giants, and then they just got caught just ball watching a little bit then, the Essendon defenders. You only need one guy to switch off, and they all ended up on one side of the contest. So I think it was Durham on that occasion who was originally against Green, and it was only a little subtle block to someone, but just didn't actually follow through or fight through. That's what you need to do as a defender or a midfielder who's in that stoppage as a defending midfielder. You need to fight through those blocks.
And you just hope, if you do cop that little block, though, you've got balance around the stoppage, which puts Tom Green running into one of your teammates to at least put some pressure on, but not to beat.
Ruck Sherrod in the middle, Merritt, first disposal, hand pass trying to link up with Durham. Jones got himself in the way and then was taken high. The diminutive Darcy Jones hands it out to Callaghan, kicks inside 50, trying to turn himself inside out Riccardi, and in the end Laverty attacks the ball, punches it out of play.
Why did Riccardi break off the lead there?
Strange one, wasn't it?
Callaghan put it out in front.
He stopped on it.
Yeah. I thought he'd been held, but we just saw the replay and he was the one who chose to stop leading.
Yeah. Rather than keep hitting up and taking the mark. Oh, Briggs just disposes of Vicentini. Vicentini hits the deck, says all legal. Blackiston's hand pass picked off. Here's Stringer, left half forward, off the left. What a kick. Onto the chest of Brown, who marks back in the corridor, 40 metres out, left half forward. And Jake Stringer off the non-preferred sets up his teammate for an easy goal. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Jade Gresham in a bit of discomfort down here on this broadcast wing. Not entirely sure what has happened to him, but hunched over and certainly in a little bit of discomfort.
Well, Jakey Stringer then just hit that contested pace and just fought through 2 tackles and hit one on the left foot. Not too bad by Jakey Stringer.
Cal Brown on the drop punt. It's out to the right and behind. He's an off-contract Giant, but expected to put pen to paper soon, so working through the closing stages of that deal, but going to stick around. So another one the Giants have recontracted. 38 points, GWS's lead, 6.5 gone, third term.
Just to put the mystery to bed of Jade Gresham was friendly fire. The player who was trying to tackle Jake Stringer went flying. It almost got slung off and went flying into Jade Gresham. That's why he's so sore.
Redmond's long kick in, looking.
It might have been in the area you don't want to get hit.
Smart is spoiled out of play by Buckley, so yep. Thoughts with him for a few moments here as here's Sam Durham. Wins it across half back for the Bombers. Bursts of speed. Kicks inside 50 looking for May. Lecalier in front. Good mark. Oh. And he landed awkwardly with his face into the turf and big Archer May over the top of him. He's a big boy as well, so he's a little slow to rise. Here's another Giant who has a contract in front of him. There is suggestions that St Kilda have a better contract potentially coming his way if he wants to leave at the end of the season. Adam Kingsley did say he was confident of keeping him. Now he's playing consistent footy. The kick up the wing. Laverty for the Bombers. Hand pass to McGrath. Search and kick looking for May. 2-on-1. Brought it down. Kako the crummer. Runs into the open goal and slams it into the Bombers fans. Some quick transition inside 50. And their first year in the right place for a small forward to slam through his 10th goal for the season. And all of a sudden they've kicked 2 of the last 3 goals in the match to try and build on this deficit. The Giants now leading by 32 points. 9-4-58 to the Bombers. 3-8-26. Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well done by Kako. He fights hard, he's got some speed, got some really good attributes, and he just got to the drop of ball there where every good small forward should get to, but worked up the ground, tried to lose an opponent, and then just found himself in the best possible spot, right in front, run one in, as you were after early in the game. Yes. Corbin just to run one in over the line.
That's how you do it. Just from 1 metre out, Isaac Kako. Only his 4th goal, by the way, in the last 9 games. So kicked a few early and a little dry spell from that point on. Isaac Kako. Merritt's taken high in the middle. The Bombers take the advantage as Shield goes darting away with it. Long kick inside the forward 50. Lamont Lowell caught in a little tangle. Ball slides out the back and Iden able to scoop it up. Kicks in the back pocket to half back. Brown takes the juggled mark. Got it at right half back.
So 4 goals in the last 9 games, did you say, for Kako?
Yes.
That would make him the Bombers' leading goal scorer in those games.
Oh,
nice thingy. Waiting for it.
Little crispy from Cameron Ling. It hurts especially from Geelong people, Lingy, so just easy. But 14 prelims in the last 21 years.
And done it tough for the Cats.
Long down the wing, a good intercept mark for Ridley.
Sorry, Colin.
Goes wide to Blackiston. He's actually playing amateur footy a few years ago, then ended up in the Waffle Reserves with South, moved to East Fremantle, played league footy there. Now he's on an AFL list, one of the great stories over the last 4 or 5 seasons, Lockie Blackiston, from the Ammos all the way to the big time. And from his kick down to half forward to pack forms, ball up. We might do it all again here, we will, as Halloran is held up by Smart. So ball up, left half forward for the Bombers. 10 gone, third term, Giants by 32.
Wright and Riccardi. Peter Wright wins it down to Smart, chips it into the pocket over the head of Kako. May comes out, can't take the mark with Buckley in tow. Lecalier with a clearing ball. He was bumped as he got his kick away. And it will be a downfield free kick going the way of the Giants.
Where they go from here.
Toby Green was all on his own in the middle of the ground trying to issue orders for troops as Riccardi gets the hand pass away to Cornelio, to Tom Green. He kicks it out to Toby Green. Takes the mark on the broadcast wing. Thought about the hand pass over the top. Now we'll chip it up to Bedford down low. He has it left half forward. Himmelberg's trying to get forward. As Bedford veers out to the right. Sends it long towards the goal mouth. Cadman's in the pack. Big fly from Stringer, who rises at the right time and takes a good mark over his mate Laverty. He'll be keen to let him know about that one as well.
They certainly did already.
A smile from ear to ear as he hit the ground.
Certainly know what colour mouthguard he's wearing tonight, Jakey Stringer.
And now just has to finish it in front of goal in the left forward pocket. He's going to kick across his body, searching for his 2nd goal against his former side. Jake Stringer opens up the angle and curls it through to the end in which some of the Giants fans are. So they're cheering for him. The match started with the Bombers fans booing for him. And the former Bomber has his 2nd against his old side in his grudge match. The Giants by 38 points as they answer the Kako goal at the other end. 10-4-64 to the Bombers, 3-8-26. Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy with you. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
A bit in that play, Lingy. I didn't mind the Tom Green banana over about 50 metres in the middle of the ground too. Pretty unorthodox type kick, but usually you just hit a drop punt there, but they're seeing him pretty well at the moment, the Giants, and you're probably excused to trying a few little bits and pieces, but he hit the target well, so he can't be questioned on that.
Tom Green can do whatever he wants tonight. He's on fire, dominating.
He was asked, Jake Stringer, which player he'd be looking forward to getting into, and he said it was in the bridal party for Jaden Laverty, so he hopes to kick one on him. He's done that tonight. Ben Cameron.
I was going to add that as well, Clinchy, but you beat me to it, so you stole my lines.
Hold on, I could hear the Colts telling Ben, have I got something else on this? Is there something I can roll in? And had to fall on his sword. Thanks, Ben, as Vicentini goes long inside the forward 50. Offhand, spills down towards Smart. Kick smothered by Iden. Ball ricochets back to Perkins. Gives a handball out towards Blackiston between wing and half forward. Sends it inside 50. Fonte punches it away for the Giants, and Clark trying to keep it in, runs out of room. Yeah, they were a little purple circle, or I guess every footy club has little groups of mates, don't they? It was Laverty and Stringer and Merritt and Hine that were all good buddies at the club, and it's funny, Laverty and Merritt that remain. Hine's no longer there, and Stringer's moved on. 38-point lead for the Giants. 13 gone in the third term. And the boundary throw-in. Scooped up by Briggs, sends it straight to his opposing ruckman. Vicentini got it out to Smart, who's ragdolled in the tackle from Iden. A ball up, half forward for the Bombers. 38 points, the Giants lead. 13 minutes gone, third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Thrown up Vicentini and Briggs. It spills down the way of O'Halloran for the Giants. Kicks up the wing towards captain Toby Green. Slaps it away from Pryor into the path of Grzeski, who's dragged down, trying to knock it on to Green. Little topo from Cornelio. They've got it forward. Jones now, hand pass to Brown. Streams inside 50. Steadies and goals. Cal Brown puts through his first goal tonight. And the Giants at full flight is something to behold as they streamed inside 50 and just had to make sure they had the footy in the hands of the right player. 11-4-70 to the Bombers, 3-8-26. The lead is now 44 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling.
It wasn't really anything polished there. I think it was more just knock-ons and get the ball forward to get some yardage, and they all just knew what one another were doing there. So that just shows you a different way of going about it. Doesn't need to be the bananas through the middle of the ground or the polished kicks, but just playing a role, getting the ball forward, knowing where each other are going to be.
Yeah, and understanding you've got the numbers running with the play, so keep the ball moving in your direction. You don't need to take it clean and come back and maybe allow your numbers to catch up with you. You had the numbers, so keep it moving, and nice finish by Brown.
Vicentini and Briggs, as it has been all night, they share it down straight to Callaghan. Hurried kick forward, picked off. Roberts for the Bombers. Hand pass meant for Gresham. Durham intercepts. He gives it away towards Vicentini. Back to Durham. The passage he was looking for closed down. Spills to Shield. Hand pass to Redmond. Short kick to Lowell. Marks loops a hand pass back over the top to Gresham. Kicks inside 50 and Archie May takes the mark. True centre half forward. He'll have a look from 35 out. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Sam Durham hasn't got up after that tackle. He is sore and down, and we know how tough he is, so he's clearly not in a good way. He's back up now, but with the assistance of a couple of trainers, it looks like either a shoulder or potentially he's banged his head.
No, it's the head.
Yeah.
It's the worry, Benny. It was a Briggs tackle and just straight into the ground too. Look at that. On the deck.
To the replays down here on the monitors, Lingy, so I've just seen the replay as well.
So clash heads with McMullen.
No, but it's the one on the ground that's the worst.
Head bounces off the ground in the Briggs tackle, so he's shaken up. The kick, by the way, from May missed. This has been Essendon's theme over the last week and a half. So 3-9 plays 11-4. 43 points the Giants lead, 16 gone in the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
As soon as his head hit the ground too, he just put his hands up to his head. Durham, he'll definitely go through a head injury assessment, and I would imagine, at a guess, enter the concussion protocols there.
He drew two Giants, Sammy Durham, but unfortunately has been worse for wear as Ash's kick in is chopped off by Blackiston. Kicks the Bombers inside 50. Perkins used his body well in the air, and Briggs had set himself in front. Just the gentlest of knocks took him off balance, and he marks directly in front, about 40 metres out from goal.
Yeah, he jumped early, and he jumped into the biggest man on the ground too, so forced him off the line. So that's what you want to see from some of your players, and hasn't had a lot of an influence tonight, Perkins, but that's a really important grab, and a good physical grab where he's jumped at the right time, moved Briggs off his line, and taken a really strong mark.
I mentioned the 600 games of experience for Gresham, Perkins, Shield and Guelphy coming in. Archie Perkins with 8 disposals so far tonight. Looking for another one for the Bombers. He comes in and drags it left. So 3 goals, 10. 28, and all of a sudden it's starting to feel a little similar to last week. The Giants 11-4-70. The margin is 42 points.
Oh, the kick out almost picked off. Smart got himself involved there. Couldn't quite pick off the footy, but broke it up in front of Fonte. Hand pass away to McMullen. Long kick down the wing. Wright has hands to it for the Bombers, but it got its way through to Briggs. Hand pass to Cornelio. Turnover. Straight to Redmond. Short kick to Kako. Middle of Docklands. 42 points the Giants lead. Kako goes long to full forward. And Buckley stands in front of Smart and takes the intercept mark. And immediately flares it to halfback for Brown. 7-goal lead for the Giants. Spears his kick down the wing. Trying to link up with Cadman. Cadman got a kick away as he was tackled by Redmond and forces the turnover, Redmond. Perkins picks it off. Goes in the middle of the ground for Shield. Long kick inside 50 again. They come from all directions. Ball spills down to Ash. Hand pass to Iden. Hurried kick to halfback to Brown, and we'll do it all again.
Wants to limp it over the top to Jones because they have a loose player. He takes a bounce and streams down the city wing. Looks up inside 50. Stringer on the lead. as he marks on his chest, leading up in front of Pryor, directly in front, 45 metres out from goal.
Well, you can't stop that, especially when just looking ahead of the football, then Jakey Stringer running back. So he was goal side of his opponent, and then he just looked at the right time, pointed out in front, and it was just great connection from the ball carrier and from Jakey Stringer, just to understand where the space was and where he wanted the ball.
And with no pressure on the ball carrier, was there? So it allowed Stringer that time to make his move.
2 goals so far tonight for Jake Stringer against his former side for the first time from 50. Comes in and he leaves it out to the right, a minor score. So the Giants 11-5-71 to the Bombers 3-10-28. Of course, last week Essendon did manage 4-13 for the match.
I reckon when you're 7 goals down, he's kicked 2 and taken a hanger. You've lost the right for the Bronx cheer, haven't you? But a few Bombers fans that are here just still playing their role.
And when there's only 10,000 here, Corbs, can't do it.
I think he's having the chuckle at the moment, Jake Stringer, as the kick from McGrath goes down the wing, and young Oscar Smart able to hug it to his chest in amongst a bunch of players. Kicks down to half forward. Shields got it. Off he trots. Ash closes him down. Hand pass to May. Handball to Perkins. Jansen on the boot. Goal. They've been few and far between, but Archie Perkins pops one through for the Dons. 4 goals, 10. Plays 11-5. And the home fans get another reason to get up and cheer. The Giants lead cut to 37 points as we tick into time on in the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling in just a moment, but first Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Sam Durham has gone down to the rooms for the remainder of that HIA check, and Leka Lear just with a little bit of a adductor issue. Got some tests, did some run-throughs, but he's set to go back on.
As far as that ball movement, Murph, it started with Smart down here, that terrific mark, and then his willingness to just go straight away. As soon as he got it over to Dylan Shield, who nearly made a meal of it, but they moved the ball again, kept the ball in motion, and a nice finish by Archie Perkins, exactly what he needed to do.
He's had a good third quarter, Archie Perkins. Been involved in a few good plays and really smart awareness there to throw the ball in the boot. Knew he was under pressure.
Here comes the third individual goal kicker for the Bombers. Liam McMahon on debut has 2 as Merritt tries to volley it out of the centre square. His kick up to the 50 is chopped off by Lockie Ash, who hugs the mark to his chest. Kicks out to Finn Callahan at left half back. Kicks wide looking for Toby Bedford in from the side. It's well done by Archie Roberts, who spoils out a play for a boundary throw in. Bombers fans applauding that effort for a throw in at left half forward. Between wing and half forward for the Giants, they lead by 37 points. Tom Green with 21 disposals, Finn Callahan with 20, 19 for Lockie Ash, while Jordan Ridley leads the way for the Bombers with 18. Here's Tom Green on cue, gets another clearance. Over 10 so far as his high kick inside 50 is marked by Pryor, just 20 metres out from his defensive goal.
Son of Michael Pryor, former Bomber, former Eagle, and kicks out to the wing. Carries a few heads. Picked up by Himmelberg. Giants got it going back forward. Handball to Whitfield. Hand pass back into dispute. Crashing his way through. Halloran, he's held up.
Maybe we keep an eye on the clearance watch for Tom Green, perhaps. Is that 11?
11.
What's the record? 20 probably, isn't it?
I'll find it. It's
I remember Paul Salmon had that stat lead, I think, at some point.
It's good going. Here's Tom Green again. Hand pass away to Whitfield. Kicks inside 50. That is a dart straight onto the chest of Stringer, who marks wide out left half forward.
On the left.
Tom Green too, clearance.
There you go.
That's 12. What a left foot from Lockie Whitfield, just sitting there patrolling the sweeping side of that stoppage, defensive side. Usually that's where you want your best ball user being as a winger. And he's certainly that. He's an absolute class act and hit Stringer.
Now 50 out on the flanks. On the boundary line is usually Stringer's go. As he runs out to his right-footed drop punt sails across the face, and it's marked on the behind line. As Ridley's able to pick that off. And goes short to Clark, and the Bombers can run it back out of defence. Margin 37 the Giants' way. Long kick to the wing. Himmelberg puts his fist through it. Close to the boundary line, doesn't go out. And Smart's there to try and keep the footy alive. In the end, Buckley wins it. And handball to Himmelberg, handball to Callahan, to Aaliyah. Back to Callahan, and he looks corridor for the Giants.
Into the middle of the ground for Lockie Ash, who can continue to stretch this Bombers defence out in front of Connor Iden, who runs onto it, can get a hand pass over the top. Links up with McMillan, takes a bounce, looks inside 50, searching for Grujeski, who can't hang on the mark. Stringer's everywhere. His hand passes wide of Briggs, though. And a chance for the Bombers through Gresham. Works it all the way back to Captain Merritt, who off a step tries to kick it out of defence. Up towards May. Made a body contact against a couple of Giants defenders. Spills it out towards Smart. Could have been pushed in the back. He will. Free kick advantage taken. Guelphy gets a hand pass over the top to Clark. His kick is smothered by Bedford. And seen out of play in front of the Giants bench. The Giants by 37 points. I found it. Did you?
Yeah, he's all over it, Murph.
Paul Salmon holds the record for most clearances. See if Murph and Lingy can get the other two.
What's the number with Paul Salmon?
22.
It's a big day.
Big day. The other two?
One recently.
Cripps?
No.
I've seen it, so I won't guess, obviously, because I know what it is.
Gresham from the stoppage, tumbles a kick down the wing. Ash picks it up.
Another ruckman.
And pass away towards Callaghan. Kicks down to half forward. Off hands it spills down to O'Halloran. Hand pass to Toby Green. Dabs it inside 50 and Stringer's got it again. Just inside the 50. He decides not to shoot. He kicks to Brown and a one-on-one. A bit of body on Dersmer and takes the mark. And Cal Brown, 15 out. 45-degree angle. We'll have a look for the Giants' 12th.
Bit of body on Dersmer. There's a fingernail on him, and Dersmer got out of the way as though he'd been moved by Plugger Lockett. That's not what you want from your open side winger, who needs to be back there really defending hard, strong in the contest. That was as easy as you like.
So only one other player's had 20 clearances in a game. He did it last season. Here's Brown for his second. They both come in his third term. And the Giants are in complete control. 43 points the margin. 12-5 to 4-10. 25 minutes gone in the third term. Giants by 43. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Loving the call and special comments. Love Ben Cameron's boundary comments. Enjoying the call while recovering from a knee injury. All the best to whoever sent that in. Don't forget to chuck your names on them. And where you're messaging from, 0437 774 774. Right on cue, Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Harry Ralston is about to come into this game. He's just chatting to his midfield coach, Ben Hart, at the moment, waiting to see who comes out of this game. But I'll come back to you with that.
Thank you, Benny. And while we're at it, I'm going to guess if it's a clearance thing, it's got to be Lachie Neale, doesn't it?
No. So Paddy Cripps was in the top four, equal top four with Tom Liberatore with 19.
I forgot about Libba. Someone's had 20.
Last year.
Back in the middle of the ground, Gresham gets the clearance of the Bombers, kicks up towards Lual, who's worked underneath it, and Lockie Ash takes the intercepting mark. Giants by 43 points. After 6 goals to 1 in the second quarter. Turns and comes inboard to Himmelberg, who takes the mark.
Former number 1 draft pick.
Yep.
Matt Rao.
There you go. Down low, not a great kick for Canelio, but testing out those hamstrings, he does gather it cleanly. Into the middle of the ground for Whitfield, who takes the mark, pushing back behind his markers. Merritt held him up. Out to Callaghan, who kicks looking for Toby Greens. Flying in front, Vicentini just got a hand onto it to spoil out a play. And a boundary throw in the Giants, leading by 43 points. So Paul Salmon with 22, you're on the money. Murph has the record. Matt Rao with 20. They're the only two who's had over 20. Brett Maloney's the other one, the former Demon cap, 19. And Paddy Cripps and Tom Liberatore with 19 as well.
Brett Maloney would not have got that.
What was your best, Murph?
Oh, nowhere near that, I would have thought.
Give us the number, I'm sure you're aware.
No idea.
I'll start working on that one, Corbs.
Not like Leeds and remember all the stats I had.
Dersmer from the stoppage. Hurried kick up the wing and a free kick for Peter Wright in all of that. 43 points, the Giants lead. Wright down to half forward. Archer May, the target, shoved out of the way, and Himmelberg takes the intercept mark. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Jack Buckley is the man subbed out of this game for GWS. The word from the Giants is that it is mainly tactical.
Okay.
So
mainly.
Earlier in the foot injury last week, but they're saying mainly tactical.
Good idea to put him on ice early. GWS with some bigger fish to fry in the season. They work it through the middle of the ground. Big tackle. Bedford forces the ball out. Tom Green, hurried kick inside 50, and Stringer's got it again.
Yeah, he's getting a few looks. He's caught Jakey Stringer, and he's given off quite a couple as well. So he's been pretty unselfish, but pretty sure he's going to go back and kick this one around the corner by the way in which he's going to set up. But they just have numbers streaming forward. Then the Giants on turnover, looking very dangerous in the middle of the ground.
Hooks it across the body for another. And Jake's got it on a string in this term. He's kicked 2 in the quarter, 3 for the night, chucking a hanger, and he's having a fair night out against the old mob. Giants by a new game high, 49 points. GWS 13,583, Essendon 410-34. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy.
Just to answer your question before about clearances, Mark Murphy, 10 clearances was the most in a game. 4 times, though, he had 10 clearances.
Okay. I wasn't one of those players who just went and just hunted the ball. Corbin played my role around there. let the bigger balls go to work.
A peak of 39 disposals in a game. Certainly got a lot of them.
Bit of leather poisoning that day.
Yeah. Do you remember who that one was against?
No idea. One of the other 16 teams or something.
Giants by 49 points. If you haven't worked it out yet, we're sort of creating our own amusement here. It's back in the middle. Riccardi wins down the tap for the Giants. Guelphy tries to slide in. Knocks it out to Merritt. Hand pass to Vicentini. McGrath trying to spin out of traffic. He's tackled and locked up.
Come on, who else would it have been? The old rivals.
Oh,
the Pies.
The Pies.
In 2012.
Was that the Bird game?
Probably.
Right, okay. Here's a chance for the Bombers as Guelphy slides in, wins it as Shield knocked it out. Kick inside 50. Himmelberg takes the intercepting mark, flying through the air and hugging it to his chest. Through the middle of the ground to Whitfield. Gets a hand pass to Ash to Tom Green. He can't take it cleanly. Drags down Merritt as the ball is still in the possession of the Bombers. McGrath gathers. Hand pass to the run of Redmond. Through the middle of the ground. Lowers his eyes and chips a kick. And finds Peter Wright directly in front, 45 metres out from home.
Yeah, well done, Zach Merritt, too. He just keeps him competing like he always does. Again, just forcing an error where the Giants probably just flicking it around at will at the moment. But I think Zach had seen enough of that and pressed hard like he always does and forced a turnover. And then it was just 1-2 handball chain, which was really good to see from the Bombers, and lowered the eyes to Peter Wright, who was on not really a lead, more just standing there.
This is a challenge. So 2 goals, 7 for the match from set shots, and Peter Wright comes in and shows how easy it can be if you just lean back and dob it like that from 50 metres out. With no Nate Caddy tonight with 19 goals of the season, Peter Wright is leading the charge. 21 for the year in his first of the evening. A 43-point margin the Giants' way. 13-5-83 to the Bombers, 5-10-40. So they surpassed the 4 goals last week against the Tigers. And they've put 4 goals in this term to the Giants' 5.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? The Giants have only kicked 1 more goal. They feel like they're and they are completely in control of the game, but it feels like they're dominating.
Yeah.
But it's 5 goals to 4 in the quarter. So again, the Giants they're doing it basically in the easiest way possible.
It's like watching a game of NBA. The game's already going to be. Everyone knows the end result. We'll just play it out and not put our bodies on the line so much.
Correct. Now, just to add on to Murph's 39 disposals, he also kicked 2 goals that game.
What a day out.
39-2 against the Pies is solid.
As Tom Green got a hand pass away towards Bedford, and he dishes it off to Riccardi. Kick away as he's been tackled, and that'll do us. So 3-quarter time, Giants by 7 at quarter time, 37 at the half, and now 43. Now to 3-quarter time, Jake Stringer's kicked 3 against his old team and taken a nice little specky too on his old mate Jaden Laverty. At 3-quarter time, it's GWS 13-5-83, Essendon 5-10-40. The goal kickers through 3 quarters. First of all, for GWS, Stringer's got 3 to lead all goal scorers on the ground. 2 for Riccardi, Krzyzewski and Brown. And then singles for Toby Green, Cadman, Tom Green and Briggs. Meanwhile, for Essendon, 2 for Liam McMahon on debut, including 1 with his first kick in AFL footy in the second term. And then 1 each for Kako, Perkins and for Wright. Mark Murphy just gave the Cheer Squad a little salute that day as well, which I think he was just saying 1 short of 40, I think was what.
That's right.
Yeah, little hat tip on a day out for our man Murph.
Counting lesson.
Cameron Ling's also got 10 clearances in a game as your game high as well.
Game high as well.
There you go. So pair of 10s for our boys. The reason we're discussing that is because Tom Green has had a night, 25 disposals and a goal, but chucking the fact he's also put it inside 50 on 6 occasions, 14 of them have been contested and 13 clearances. 7 of his 25 touches have led to scores. So that's been the night for Tom Green so far.
His record is 16 earlier this season against the Suns. So 3 more to break his personal best. Oh, 4 more to beat his personal best. 3 to equal it.
There's one for us to follow in the final term. Jack Buckley's been subbed out of the game, as Ben told us. Really, it's a tactical sub, or it's an opportunity to be able to rest him up. He did have a foot complaint last week and got a corky early in the piece, and he's not going to take any further part in the game. Harry Ralston in for GWS. The Bombers sub is Zach Johnson, and we haven't seen him just yet. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy up next. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Everyone's an expert at something. It's what makes us all special. If only that were true.
Join Tom Gleeson for brand new Hard Quiz.
No expert subject turned away.
Back Wednesday, July 23 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Hand pass away to Merritt. Links it inboard to Gresham. Inside 50. McMahon again. As Liam McMahon starts his approach. Outside 50. Pretty much directly in front. Comes in. High approach. It's a good kick. He now has 2. Briggs up against Vicentini. Perfectly over the back for Tom Green. You know how this finishes. Such a classy move from Ruckman to Rover, and Tom Green did not let him down. Searching kick looking for May. 2-on-1, brought it down. Capo the crummer, runs into the open goal and slams it into the Bombers fans. Sends it long towards the goal mouth. Cadman's in the pack. Big fly from Stringer, who rises at the right time and takes a good mark over his mate Laverty. Searching for his second goal against his former side. Jake Stringer opens up the angle and curls it through.
Sam Durham, he is sore and down, and we know how tough he is, so he's clearly not in a good way.
Briggs tackle and just straight into the ground too. Look at that.
Head bounces off the ground in the Briggs tackle. Kicks down to half forward. Shields got it. Off he trots. Ash closes him down. Hand pass to May. Handball to Perkins. Jams it on the boot. Goal. Kicks to Brown and a one-on-one. A bit of body on Dersmer and takes the mark. And Kel Brown will have a look for the Giants. Well, here's Brown for his second. They both come in his third term, and the Giants are in complete control.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Giants by 43, three-quarter time, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben, any sign of Sam Durham?
Yeah, literally during that three-quarter time break, he came charging out of the tunnel, ran over to the team. So I'm assuming, based on that, he has passed his concussion test and will be ready to resume. I was just about ready to write him off because Zach Johnson was getting very warm and it looked like he was about to come into the game. So, it looks like Durham's set to continue.
Thanks, Ben. 3 games back from suspension. Sammy Durham, after that, looked like he clashed heads with Toby Mullen, and then when he was tackled by Briggs into the ground as well, head bounced off the deck. He's gone away, done the concussion test. Cameron Ling, Mark Murphy, looks like he's coming back. Giants by 43.
I am shocked by that, Corbs. Just the way when his head did hit the ground, he immediately grabbed his head and just how, and you could see the discomfort and clearly...
He was almost in pain, really.
Yeah.
The way in which he was holding his head.
I would have said a concussive episode if ever I've seen one. I'm shocked if he's past that, but obviously they do a really thorough test and...
Doesn't say too much for his baseline test, maybe, does it?
No, that's true. That is true. I often did question that with a couple of my teammates, how good their baseline really was. But, if he's good to go, then that's great.
That's good. That's good that he's passed that and you don't question the medical stuff. But it just looked like one of those obvious ones at the start, didn't it? He didn't look dazed or confused, but just the way in which he was holding his head, looked like he was in a fair bit of pain. But I think on the whole scheme of things, I thought Essendon's third quarter was quite good considering, and for the cattle they've got out there at the moment too. I think the way in which they've been trying to play has been admirable, and they kicked the 5 goals. It could easily be the other way around, and kicking those goals at the start of the game would have no doubt brought out more confidence out of the way in which they were playing as well. So they're fighting on gallantly at the moment.
They are. The Giants, though, I want to see them get really ruthless to finish this one off. Just as they continue to gear up towards September, just really go away with this and make sure ends up an 80 or 90 point win.
Ben Cameron.
Essendon were obviously waiting for the Durham outcome because they've decided to make their sub. Vigo Vicentini is out of the game. Zach Johnson into the action.
Wow. Okay, so Vicentini's night's over early. That means Peter Wright's pretty much going to have to ruck for the rest of the game.
He used Lockie Blackerson a bit last week against the Tigers as well.
Durham starting at the moment in the forward 50. He's down there at the moment for Essendon, standing alongside Lockie Ash. Final term upon us. Giants have won every quarter so far. Stringer's kicked 3 against his old team. 43 points as we start the final term. Briggs hooks it down behind to the advantage of O'Halloran. Heads inside 50, but straight to Redmond. Takes the intercept mark for the Bombers. 43-point advantage for the road team, the Giants. Long kick to the wing. Callaghan trying to claim it over the top, and the umpire says, yep, that's fair. Rips it down in the contested mark. The finisher, Finn Callaghan. Logo City wing. Long left-footed bomb. They come from all directions. Cadman, heavy landing.
Tunneled,
And he's going to get a free for it. He certainly hit the deck hard. And the seat was inadvertent by Laverty as he turned front and centre with Cadman in the air, and he slipped down off his back, and that was a heavy landing for the number 1 pick.
It's a technique I've been seeing quite a bit lately from a few defenders when they can't chop arms anymore. So they jump into the lower back almost of their opponents, and as we saw then, can be pretty dangerous for the forwards. And saw one the other week with Sam Darcy, who just got tunnelled, so to speak, and that was the same case on that occasion then with Cadman, who went flying and would have landed on his back. It's a dangerous way to fall.
Cadman from right on the 50, drop punt across the goal face and off hands into the behind post. So this will be a good result for the Giants. This will be a stoppage deep inside their forward 50. No change to that three-quarter time score. Giants by 43. Just repeating, Buckley subbed out, tactical. He appears to be okay, so Ralston into the game. And Zach Johnson's just come in for Vicentini, same deal.
Thrown in right, wins down the tap. Johnson, here he is on cue, tackled and locked up. In the right forward pocket for the Giants. They lead by 43 points. Tom Green with 25 disposals, 13 clearances. Finn Callaghan with 26 disposals. Zach Merritt with 22. And he's only 4 clearances in that third quarter. He receives it here on cue from Andy McGrath. Kicks up towards half-back. Whitfield went with one arm. Can't take the mark. His hand pass chopped off by Sam Durham. Hand pass to Guelphy. Squeezed the kick up the wing. Straight towards the boundary line. How does the umpire view this? Insufficient intent. Pretty much become the last touch rule under so much pressure there.
And had a teammate trying to spit forward, so he was trying to get it to Kako over the top. Crazy.
Ash into Himmelberg. Finn Callaghan once more. Kicks up towards half forward. Caught behind was Riccardi. Laverty couldn't take the mark. Kept it in front of him momentarily and then lost possession. Toby Green tries to break through too. Gresham and Laverty, and the umpire will ball it up out on the City wing.
Could be one for his post-game. Greg Swan, his first day in the chair is Monday. He said that one of his priorities is shortening quarters, take away delays out of the game rather than necessarily dropping to 16 or 18 minutes. So one of those would be the last touch rule.
And one of them would be stop waiting for the ruckman.
Yep, that would seem somewhat common sense, wouldn't it? As Clark on the wing for the Bombers. Hand pass looking for Guelphy. Knocked away by Whitfield. Callaghan trying to get involved as well. Left the footy underneath him and Perkins slides in to pinch it from him. Hand pass though is pinched off by Tom Green. Hand pass back to Iden. Cuts around his body. Sends it up towards half forward. It clears Toby Green. And Johnson picked up cleanly by Stringer though. Hand pass away. Riccardi tries to poke it looking for Darcy Jones. 1 bite, 2 not paid. Johnson tackles him over the boundary line. The umpire says throw it in the left forward pocket for the Giants. GWS by 43 points. Mentioned Jake Stringer as part of the bridal party for Jaden Laverty. Either of you, do you have teammates in your bridal party?
No.
Murph?
Yeah, I did.
They were lucky to get a gig at my wedding.
Here we go.
Ruck Sherritt down, comes towards McGrath. Hand pass back in a dispute. Giants extract it. Tom Green, hand pass away to Ralston. Kicks to full forward. Whistle on the play. Free kick. Hold. Essendon's way. Who were they, Murph?
It had Gibbsy, so I'd probably get a new one.
Here's Lockie Blackerson in front of the behind post for the Bombers. 43 points, Giants lead. 4 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Off the hands, it spills down towards Clark. He's clipped high by Callaghan. Bombers ain't too happy about that. There's a bit of a melee that follows.
Fair enough too. There's a pretty big swinging arm.
Okay. 40.
Or just one of those tackles where you're trying to be really aggressive, but just got it completely wrong.
I'd have to see it again, but I'll take your word for it, Murph, as the 300 game Carlton champion you are in the experts chair, but certainly they were a bit aggrieved. The Bombers, Clark's okay, got up, took the kick. Back to Ridley, to Blackiston, and now across to Laverty. Kicks down the wing to Archie Roberts. Looks inboard. Finds Merritt.
I like Archie Roberts. He's pretty handy. Found a good one.
Yeah, he's to centre half forward. The kick here from Merritt, punched away by Ash from Perkins to Stringer. Oh, fends off one and then two. Just get off me. The push off on the way through from Stringer. Hand pass out in front of Callaghan. Bursting through on the city wing for the Giants. Hand pass to Jones. Handball to Ash. 65 metres out. Cuts back inside and O'Halloran takes the mark.
Just a little learning thing for Archie Perkins there as that lead up forward. Merritt was kicking it to him. Just slowed down in the last step or two and then tried to take it on the chest. If he's going to get to that next level as a player, he keeps running through that, out in the hands, takes the mark, and then he's able to just wheel and go and bang it in deep. Got to take that next step.
You got it in him. 55 out. Left half forward, Xavier O'Halloran. He's going to load up. It's a fair kick of the footy. He's got every bit of it. He drives that straight through and next delivers it to you. The Giants with their 14th goal. 14-5-89. Essendon 5-10-40. A 49-point lead for the Giants. Half a dozen minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. I can't believe I'd ever doubt him.
No, it's good hit. Kick. Good hit. And going back to your point, linking with Archie Perkins, it goes back to your training habits about really training it at pace and speed and really going at risk when you're training, because you don't get an opportunity when you're playing out there against good teams to take a half a foot off the pedal and be able to take chest marks. Very rarely does it occur. So just a little detail in a bit of how he goes about it, I think, can be addressed and make him a very good player. But that's where he just needs to go to the next step, as he said.
And that's where you think, it's okay, I've probably got an uncontested mark. But as you said, at AFL level, it can very quickly turn into, there's a fist in there and the ball's gone, and up the other end, O'Halloran kicks a goal.
Here comes the 9th individual goal kicker for the Giants. Dylan Shield breaks out of the middle of the ground, sends the Bombers inside 50 over the fingertips of Sammy Durham, and it's kept alive initially by Smart. Kicks towards the goal mouth. May's there. Lual races after it. Hand pass over his shoulder. He was out across the boundary line as he tried to keep it alive. And throw in the left forward pocket for the Bombers. The Giants by 49 points.
Smart's had some moments. I know tiny, tiny little moments, but in his second game, just had 3 times where he's turned probably a 40-60 ball into his ball.
Riccardi wins down the tap against May. Just volleyed forward by Connor Iden up towards Toby Green, who set himself in front. Got some treatment from Archie Roberts. Wasn't all that thrilled about it. Gave him a shove and then kicks out to the city wing. Cadman's the target. Can't take the mark against Ridley. Darcy Jones goes racing after it. Nice clean one-handed pickup. Hand pass away as it's fired forward, and then the quick 1-2 as he kicks up towards half forward. Laverty in front. Gathers in front of Krajewski. Hand pass away to Ridley for the Bombers. To Shield, who can poke it over the top, and Perkins leads up. Mark centre wing.
Comes inside to Roberts. Second favourite for the rising star behind Levi Ashcroft. He goes long to centre half forward. May competes, spills off hands to Durham, shoots a hand pass out to Xavier Dersma, and exit one end, exit the other. Dersma pops it through for the Bombers, and it's back to 43 points. A neat handball from Sam Durham, just for Dersma to run onto. 9 gone, final term, GWS by 43, 14-5-89, Essendon 6-10-46, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was a great ball in by Sammy Durham, who just found himself at the right spot at that drop of ball. And rather than just whack it on the boot, which can sometimes be an obvious call to make when you're under a bit of pressure and there's numbers all around you, but took an extra half a second just to weigh up his options and saw 2 teammates streaming towards goal and just put it out in space. So well done by Sammy Durham.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Archie May has come from the ground. He's got blood streaming from his nose. Maybe a broken nose. Hopefully not. Hopefully just a little knock to it that's caused it to bleed. They're just trying to move it around at the moment. Hopefully he's all right.
Thanks, Benny. Blackiston's into the ruck for the Bombers, up against Riccardi. Down to the front and socket away by Steve Canelio up towards half forward. It's a chance for Bedford. Cuts back on his right. Kicks inside 50. Toby Green takes the mark. Keeps running in the right forward pocket. Opens up the angle and curls it through. The lunging effort denied of Archie Robertson. Toby Green gets the last word with his second. He looked for options in the corridor in the end. He just beautifully curled it. A narrow ball through the major opening. And the Giants once more lead by 49 points. 2-1 in this final term. 15-5-95 to the Bombers. 6-10-46. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy.
Murph, we were talking before, so Archie Perkins, the one where he doesn't lead out and go at the ball and take the ball in the hands, compared to that one there where when the ball goes inside forward 50, Toby Green's not really the one who's in necessarily the best position. He's leading across, but the fact that he then closes that last 3 or 4 steps at speed and arms stretched, he then takes the mark in a situation where he could have been the player coming from behind. He just made it his ball. So that's where, when we're talking about Perkins taking the next step, make it your ball. Nobody else's. Just demand that it's your footy.
Oh, quickly out of the middle. The hurried kick goes forward from Merritt. Picked off here at half forward by Dersma. Looks inside the forward 50 and intercepted by Fonte. So the Giants able to pick it off inside the defensive 50. Short to Canelio. Let's look at it back from those glute issues. First game since round 3. Coming off 18 disposals in the VFL. Their former skipper. He kicks wide, trying to link up with Callaghan. Can't complete the mark. Got a hand pass out towards Angwin. Coughs it up. Dersma had it, tried to give it to his teammate who was taken without it, and a free kick goes McMahon's way. Between wing and half forward. Got a couple of goals tonight. Liam McMahon on debut. Goes inside 50, stretching over the back. Peter Wright, almost twice the size of Isaac Kako. And Kako went up in front, and Wright just plucked it over the back of him.
Yeah, it was well read. He worked his way back towards goal and then came back up at the space where he just left from. So a bit of forward craft there by Peter Wright, and actually jumped and got it its highest point, which is pretty hard to spoil when you're that tall.
Touched on earlier about the NBA reference. It's got a lot of that feel to it, doesn't it? As you ever go, we ever go, and just taking out the last of the minutes from the game as Peter Wright pops through his second goal of the night. Takes him up to 22 for the season, and this margin just hovering in the 40s. Back to 43 as it was at three-quarter time. We're now a dozen minutes into the final term. GWS 15-5-95, Essendon 7-10-52. Wright's got a couple. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
There's a few players just making sure their stats are looking okay. Just a couple of goals maybe, or just find a little bit more of the footy. And both teams, I mean, Giants players are probably within their right to do it, given they're 43 points up. But just a couple of Essendon players who can probably walk off the end of the game going, oh, I ended up with 20 or 22 touches, 25 touches. I kicked my 2. And pretty pleased with their performance, but hasn't really been in the contest.
Hasn't been real intensity about the game at all, has there? Where it's been, oh, they've pressured really well, or geez, great second, third, fourth efforts. It's been almost a game of circle work at times, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Finn Callaghan is going to have to come from the ground with a blood rule. So at halftime, it was the Giants 8-3 to the Bombers 1-8. So since halftime, it's been 7 goals to the Giants and 6 goals for the Bombers. So I guess for Brad Scott, a bit of pride has been shown by his side when it looked like it could absolutely fall out the bottom, given how many shots on goal they'd missed. They kicked 2 goals, 21 at that stage from the previous week against the Tigers at the MCG to half-time of this week. So a 43-point lead the Giants' way, not necessarily the percentage boost they thought they might get. Briggs shoved out of it. And in fact, it was a free kick going the Bombers' way as Gresham gets the hand pass to Merritt, kicks inside 50. Himmelberg back with one arm. He's able to juggle the mark for the Giants inside the defensive 50. He looks into the corridor, trying to find an option. Sends in the direction of Toby Green. Can't take the mark as Merritt makes the spoil. Canelio just bangs it up in the middle of the ground. Intercepting mark taken by Redmond of the Bombers.
Comes out of the dockside wing. There's a couple queuing up. The skipper's the first. Marks between wing and half forward. Dabs the kick to half forward. And Lowell catches it right on the 50. Arcs out to the right. He goes along to the top of the goal square. They got a marker there. Durham got himself in front. The pack collapsed on him. Ball spills out towards Iden. Hand pass away to Whitfield. Off balance, kicks to half back. Johnson spoils and then completes the mark. It's not going to be paid. He thought it was almost like the cricket catch that bobbled up. Yep. And yet the umpire said, nope, didn't take it clean on the way down.
If there was a third umpire, would have been a mark, I reckon.
Yes. Zach Johnson a little stiff. Brad Scott's not happy. The margin's 43 points. The Giants lead it halfway through this final turn.
Briggs wins down the tap to Tom Green, gives it away to Angwin, sends it up the wing in the direction of Grzeski. Can't take the mark. The tackle is laid by Pryor. And Toby Bedford stopped on the bottom of the pack.
So Tom Green's at 16.
So equal his career best. So he's on watch one more. Briggs, one down the tap against Peter Wright. Not officiating umpire's blowing his whistle. We're all waiting. Free kick going the way of the Bombers, and Jade Gresham's going to take it.
He went racing away with the footy there, hoping for the advantage in the number 17. Yep.
Centre wing on the City side, kicks towards Captain Merritt, who takes the mark in front of Angwin, who got a fair bit of contact to the middle of the back as well, and is worse for wear. Just grabbing the back of that right hamstring.
Yeah, landed right on the back of his legs, maybe a corky the back. I don't think the landing on him was really necessary.
He's a right half forward kick looking for Guelphy. It's over his head, and Connor Iden takes the intercepting mark for the Giants. Left back pocket. Giants by 43 points. 16 minutes gone. Final turn.
The way that this last quarter's going, though, there's not going to be enough stoppages to allow Tom Green to get the clearance.
Short to Cornelio. He goes out wide to Whitfield. Kicks down the wing, and Pryor takes the intercept mark. First-year Bomber. Jackson Pryor with that long left-footed kick. Inside 50, and Wright plucks it. So he's spilled almost as many as he's taken today, Peter Wright. He's had his hands to a few. The 28-year-old, he's kicked a couple. He's got a chance to make it 3 here.
He's got a few opportunities in this last quarter by playing purely as the ruckman drifting forward. So that's where he's got the advantage on Briggs across the ground. As he's probably a better athlete in terms of running-wise, that he's actually starting to force a few of those issues for Briggs just to try and get defensive side of him, which he can't do at the moment.
45-degree angle from 50 out. His kick is left behind to make it a 42-point game. 7 goals neat. GWS 15-5-95. Essendon 7-11-53. A bit of junk time come early here. 17.5 gone final term. Giants with the game in their control and playing out the last of these minutes in the final term.
Whitfield looks to bring the Giants back into play. One way then the other. Finds Briggs at half back. And rises to take the mark in front of Blackiston. Targeted inside 50 on 10 occasions, Peter Wright tonight. Of course, no Nate Caddy. As Briggs from right half back sends it as far as he can in the direction of Cadman. He flies against 2. Grzeski gets a hand pass over the top. Ralston fires it forward, but Darcy Jones wasn't on the same page, although Johnson left it behind. He has to go back and gather it for the Bombers. Hand pass to Laverty. Links up with Dersma. Drives it inside 50. Smart one-on-one against Himmelberg. Almost took the mark, Oscar Smart. Himmelberg has support, needs Iden. Hand pass a little loose for him. Smart keeps it alive, slaps it onto Durham. Lecalier lays the tackle. The two tangle at ground level. Umpire circles. Eventually the ball comes clear. Socket off the ground for the Giants. Out towards half back where Bedford gathers. Hand pass to Ralston. He can chip it out to half back. Well, the mark is taken by Grzeski. Centre wing on the City side, the Giants by 42 points.
A fee from Canberra off the SMS after travelling to Melbourne for the Cats and Tigers losses. It's another tough watch tonight. I'm hoping Matt Guelphy gets a goal so we can see the brightly coloured Spirit fingers to put a smile on many a doll. Come on, the Bombers. Thanks, Fee. Appreciate that. Still hasn't got one tonight. Matt Guelphy had a shot for the first of the game. As Briggs through the middle of the ground, kicks deep forward. Stringer flies at it, as does Cadman. Ball hits the deck. Ump says keep rolling. Stringer extracts it, but straight to Johnson. Hand pass for Essendon, away to Shield. He just dabs it short back to Johnson. Is everyone just happy and content to say the Bombers are just unlucky due to injuries and the low quality level of football is acceptable? I'm not. John from Essendon. Put that to Murph and Lingy in a moment as the long kick down the wing. Off hands it spills to Iden. Giants back with it. Angwin, hand pass to Cadman. He knocks it away to the sub. Ralston kicks inside 50. Bedford traps it. Sits for O'Halloran, who shoots Goldwood but misses. can't add to his goal tally in this final term. 43-point lead for the Giants. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
They did do a brief check of Zach Merritt when he's come to the bench after that seeming corky in the hamstring just a few minutes ago, but he seems okay sitting on the front of the bench. No docs with him.
Is this acceptable, Lingy and Murph?
The sheer number of injuries means that, you've kind of got to let it pass. But there's still a lot of things that need to be figured out.
Clark involved on a couple of occasions. He tries to kick up the inside 50, and here's Oscar Smart, who's presented well tonight. He flies and takes the mark at left half forward, about 45 metres out from goal, slightly left of centre.
He's done some good things, as Lingy said a quarter ago, but doesn't get a lot of the ball. You don't usually do when you're a small forward, but what he has done is he's gone at pace with whatever he has done. So whether that's pressuring or leading up with the football or hitting contests, he certainly played his role in that department.
Second game of AFL footy, originally from Bendigo. Played his footy on the border of Victoria and New South Wales from 50 out. He drags it left, and it just scrapes in for a minor score. 42 points is the Giants' lead at the 21-minute mark of the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bombers Giants tomorrow. Windy Hill in the VFL. I think there's a maximum apparently of as many as 7 listed Essendon players, and even on managed minutes that'll be rolling around for the Bombers tomorrow. Maximum of 7. Goes to show just how long that injury list is. 17 unavailable. Only 4 of them missing selection that were ready to go this week. There's a kick from Brown down the boundary line. No mark taken. Spills to Angwin. Giants keep it at half-back. Callahan gives it to Tom Green. Kicks down the wing for Riccardi. The Bombers' next assignment is Friday night against the Western Bulldogs. So Friday night lights for them, another primetime slot. Inboard to Cornelio, hand pass to Angwin, and links up with Toby Green, who marks at centre half forward. And the skipper's got a chance to try and knock through his third of the night.
Good hang time, didn't he?
Yeah.
Toby Green then just looked like the ball was going to travel just a bit over him, but was able to put on the brakes and just leap up and, just like in midair almost, just hovered.
That's why he's such a nightmare matchup. Yeah. He's so good at ground level and at stoppages, but he's brilliant in the air with that leap.
Toby Green from downtown. The drop punt is short and it's punched through. As Blackiston just reaches over the top and whacks it into the advertising hoardings. And behind for Green. Rush behind wherever you want to mark it down. 43 points, the Giants lead. 22 gone final term. The crowd posted, by the way, 20,347. 20,000 for a Bombers Thursday night game to start round 19. The Giants by 43.
So that's their lowest home crowd of the season after 25,114 back in round 3 against Port Adelaide. Bombers work it up to the 50. Here's Oscar Smart again.
Oh, and Pastrano put the hand up. I'm going to have a shot here.
Takes the mark after Perkins and Johnson combined to bring it back in.
He's had a cider.
He's going to want to make sure he gets a distance here, Lingy.
Zach Johnson pushed up from half-back as well. The sub wanted a hand pass. Smart wasn't interested on the second asking.
May as well. 4 minutes to go. Could be his first goal in AFL footy.
Out to the left, he veers out, tries to open up the angle, hit it sweetly, but it's offline to the right. And it clears the behind line through for a minor score. 42 points is the Giants' lead. 23 minutes gone, final term. The Giants about to record their 12th win of the season.
They're their lowest home crowd in a number of years, I dare say, for the Bombers. 20,300. The kick-out duties here for Whitfield as he takes some ground and then goes wide to Ash. Final 4 minutes, 42 points, the lead for GWS.
At 52,000, the Bombers and the Tigers last week almost fell off my chair when the crowd went up. Do you reckon Thursday night / expected result?
It's got to be all baked into it, doesn't it? Is it still school holidays, Lingy, or are we done with that?
Yes, it is.
Still school holidays.
They're back on Monday or Tuesday like some schools.
So there's no reason early start tomorrow or anything like that. Maybe it is for mum and dad. There's Riccardi, short to Angwin. It sort of stunk to me a little bit of the teams that don't pull all that much as sort of leaning on the Thursday night thing as somewhat of an excuse. The bigger teams still able to draw well on the Thursday night. As Angwin goes long to full forward and Redmond takes the intercept mark and trying to dab it short to link up with his mate Gresham and puts it into the lap of Bedford, who marks centre half forward for the Giants. And this will hurt a little late. And the turnover from Redmond in the back 50.
Yeah, well, even if you've played a lot of football, you can't just kick off one step. So that's just an example for any young kid watching out there or listening in, that you just need to get momentum back through the football. And unfortunately then for Redmond, he took a good grab, but then just didn't get any penetration through that kick at all, and Bedford has a shot at goal.
One of 3 Tobys in the team tonight. Toby Bedford, the drop punt is left behind. So 15-8 to 7-13. Margin, by the way, 43 points on the back of that behind. It was 37 at half-time, and it feels like just about from that point on, we've pretty much gone goal for goal. It was 43 at three-quarter time. It's 43 now. Now 25 minutes gone, final term. Giants by more than 7 goals.
A little under 33,000 were here last week for Brisbane and Carlton. 25,000 and change for North Melbourne's centenary celebration against the Bulldogs. So 20,347 tonight as the Bombers switch it across halfback. Out towards the city side. Zach Johnson takes the mark and plays on. Callum Brown offers chase, so he hand passes wider to Ridley, who's looking for Merritt, but it's too wide, out of bounds on the full, and the free kick going the way of the Giants at left halfback.
Yeah, we can make plenty of excuses for the Bombers, but the Giants, on the other hand, I mean, they've done everything they need to do. They've nearly scored 100 points, but it's been with the minimal amount of effort. They've done it in little surges at different times in the game, and they've just put the game away, and the rest of the time it has been played in a form of circle work. Tom Green's dominated around the clearances, obviously. What's he up to now?
16. Up to 16, which is equaling still his career best.
Yep. And then the rest, it's just been a little bit of flashy skill, some nice finishing by some of their high-quality forwards in Stringer and Green and Riccardi. But other than that, it's been almost a little rest game for them.
A throw in after the Ash kick up the wing, and it's Wright who gets it down to Gresham, kicks up towards the top of the 50. Sam Durham has nudged underneath it, and the mark is taken by Himmelberg for the Giants. Switches it out to Callaghan, had to wait a little too long underneath it. Spoiled down by Dersma. Hand pass to Perkins, drives it towards a vacant goal mouth. It's on the bounce, and it bounces offline and through for a minor score to the right. So 42 points is the Giants' lead this final term. The Bombers have put it 2 goals forward, the Giants 2-3.
I know it doesn't matter because the game's over and we've got a minute 39 to go, but Archie Perkins just burnt 3 of his teammates in the middle of the ground and just kicked a nothing kick forward then. I mean, I feel like I'm picking on him, but just they're the little detailed things. Do everything you do well and finish well. Have that real clinical precision about your game.
Well, it's either one, you don't have the awareness or the composure to see it, or you've seen them and you've decided to have a shot anyway. Yep. So both worrying.
Himmelberg still deep in defence, told to get a hurry on, kicks hurriedly to halfback, and Callaghan. Short kick to Riccardi. Can they take it coast to coast here, the Giants? Fonte takes on the tackler. Still got it away as Dersma took him to ground, gives it back to Callaghan. Long kick forward. Jones is out the back and he marks 20 metres out straight in front. And the Bombers fans ain't happy that Xavier Dersma wasn't rewarded. It came just moments after little brother Willem was showed on the big screen and on the television broadcast. His youngest brother, who's expected to go top 5 in this year's national draft.
It's probably fair enough too that the crowd were disappointed. He tackled him, brought him to ground, and he actually took him 360, as Lingy's telling me, with his finger. So they should feel well aggrieved to get that free kick.
Jones to cap it off. Drop punt is good. He joins the list of goal kickers. And for GWS, they're going to get to sing the song down in Melbourne tonight. An 8-goal margin late in the piece. And on the live ladder, they chuck themselves in the top 4 for the time being in that fierce chasing pack. 16-8-104, Essendon 7-14-56. 29 gone in the final term. And out of all those 5 teams on now 11 wins, they have the second worst percentage leading into the weekend. So it was is it somewhat of a missed opportunity for them to really tune up?
That's a good point. Yep.
When you look at it like that, it probably is. When you look at the teams around them and the small, or the error of the percentage have got to 3% underneath Hawthorn at this point in time, 3.7%. These are the opportunities you need to try and make them count.
Yep.
So their percentage went up just 2 points tonight. 2.5.
Sydney at the Sydney Showgrounds next week, the Giants, the Western Bulldogs and North Melbourne in the next couple. The Bombers take on the Western Bulldogs on Friday night. Another chance to get the national coverage. Bounce was recalled back in the middle of the ground. Blackiston wins down the tap against Riccardi. Hand pass to Merritt. The Bombers captain bounces out of the middle. Chips it over the top to Guelphy, who marks right on 50. He gives the hand pass around the back to Dylan Shield, who is right on his measure. In the end, he hooks it out towards the right. Off hands of Perkins. Lau races after it. Mullen was taken high, and he'll get the free kick in the back pocket for the Giants. As the siren sounds and the Giants record a 48-point victory, a business trip to Melbourne, their 12th win of the season, and their 5th on the trot as they look to make their move towards September.
There's a big, big sound from the west of the town. It's the sound of the mighty Giants. Feel the ground is shaking, the other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. We take the longest strides and the highest leap. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best. And we will never surrender. We'll fight until the end. We're greater than the rest.
And the Giants start round 19 inside the top 4 for now. The challenge to try and stay there with a 48-point win over the Bombers, 16-8, 104 to Essendon, 7-14-56. Set up with 8 goals to 1 in the opening half. It was a 37-point lead at halftime, 43 points at three-quarter time. And then after half-time, it was 8 goals to 6. The Bombers fought on in the second half. The Giants with their 12th win of the season, 16-8, 104 to the Bombers, 7-14-56.
Big, big sound from the west of the town. It's the sound of the mighty Giants. Feel the ground is shaking. The other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. Take the longest strides and the highest leap. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best. And we will never surrender. We'll fight until the end. We're greater than the rest.
Jake Stringer got the bragging rights and the 4 points in his grudge match against the former side. He booted 3 goals, while 2 goals to Toby Green, to Max Krajewski and to Callum Brown as well. Individual goals to Cadman, Tom Green, who had an equal career best 16 clearances, Jack McCarty with 2 as well, Briggs and O'Halloran with the other goal scorers for the Giants. While for the Bombers, 2 goals to Peter Wright, 2 goals to Liam McMahon on debut. Individuals to Kako, Perkins and Dersma. The Giants winners by 48 points in front of 20,347 fans.
It was a bit of a no-sweat win for the Giants tonight against whatever was left of the Bombers. They win every quarter, 7 at quarter time, 37 at the half. 43 at three-quarter time and 48 points in the finish. Mark Murphy, Cameron Ling. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. And the Giants, somewhat played out, win by 8 goals. 2 in every, extended by 2 every quarter, and that's about, I think, what most people thought was going to happen tonight.
Yeah, I probably thought it was going to be a hell of a lot more.
Yeah.
The margin. It was a case of we can't go bagging Essendon too much given their injury count. It was they were brave at times and they fought out at times, and then they butchered the ball at times and were pretty easy to play against at times. But the Giants, on the other hand, we're not going to watch this vision and say there's the proof and example of the premiership contender Giants. But we've got that fresh in our minds probably from last week's performance and their recent form. They were superb against the Cats last week. Tonight, Murph, was just a game by them. They did enough. It was professional. They rocked up, did the work, get the win.
Yeah, well, we didn't really learn too much out of tonight. We saw some new Bombers, some new faces represent the jumper there. I thought they fought out the game pretty well, but yeah, as Lingy said, then just the game really after half-time was a bit of a non-event, unfortunately, for all of us sitting here listening and watching the game. But yeah, we don't learn too much out of what occurred there this evening. We'll see what the Giants have got to over the next 4 or 5 weeks when they come up against some sides who are going to start to contend in that top 8. But they certainly just come down here today, get away with an unscathed performance and get back up to New South Wales and get ready for their next opponent.
And given they've got some real quality to add in to tonight's game, Hogan and Kelly played last week against the Cats, but Sam Taylor arguably certainly in the top couple of best defenders in the competition. And then Brent Daniels, I think you mentioned, probably 5 weeks away, so maybe to be right on the eve of finals if he comes back into this team is crucially important to this team. You add Taylor, Daniels, Hogan and Kelly to that lineup, which brings out a couple of those other younger fringe players for the Giants. It's a pretty formidable team.
Yeah.
And the way they're building up for September, looking to make amends for last year, they're sitting nice at the moment.
Yeah, they're sitting nice, and you really go back to what they did last week, and you're like, well, yeah, they're a serious contender when they beat the Cats the way in which they did last week. They come down here, get the job done, get back up to Sydney and prepare for the next game. And probably the good thing from their end too, I dare say they wouldn't be too bruised and battered after that performance. So the game went around a lot of uncontested play, a lot of handball chains, a lot of up and back circle work type of football. So it wasn't a real crash and bash type of game where you've played an opponent, unfortunately, for Essendon's sake. But it's one of those games where you just need to come down and get the job done.
Low tackle count numbers too, 48-41 in the end, Essendon's way. So the Giants laid 41 tackles for the night. Interestingly, on the run home for GWS, they only play one team currently inside the top 8, that's Gold Coast. But 2 of the bottom 10 teams they play are Sydney and the Western Bulldogs, so they're no walk in the park, and the Swans are playing probably their best footy they've played all year right at the moment.
Yeah, and that's going to be their test. I mean, you'd think on form, and we're forecasting a little bit here that they should beat North Melbourne and they should beat St Kilda in that run home. Suns will be a great game up in the Gold Coast, but yeah, you're right. Sydney and the Bulldogs, the ability, whatever it's called now, the Battle of the Bridge or the Sydney Derby or whatever it's called, to just go and win that one and knock off the Swans, who are sitting back in 10th spot, and then the Dogs as well. 2 teams that are clearly rivals of theirs and have been. The Swans, obviously, because of the Sydney thing, but the Western Bulldogs, they've played some huge games against them. They don't particularly like each other. To have the quality they showed last week against Geelong, against those 2 teams, that then sets them up for really only the Suns as the remaining challenge after that. And then you're looking at being deep inside the top 4 and a great shot at winning their first premiership.
The Giants lads just gathering at the top of the race. A few of them with a couple of selfies, and the members in the front row and the GWS fans that have made the trip along. Lots of family and friends with some orange on and getting around the boys as they should as well after their 12th win of the season. So 12-6.
They do that very well, the Giants. Sorry to jump in, Corbs. I've been in a lot of Giants rooms over the years, and they do really make sure family, friends, partners, everyone is really welcome in there. Cal Ward's dad's usually always the first one in there I have a chat to when I get down there, but they've made it a really nice feeling club around. A lot of players who clearly would have the option of going home or moving back, and some big money offers, but we're now seeing more and more of those players stay and sign on for longer, and Lockie Whitfield up to 250 games now, and Cornelio, and lots of players who've been presented with big offers, but I think they really enjoy the feel of the club, and the rooms are a great example of that.
The Giants' first 7 scores tonight were goals. The Bombers' first 8 scores were behinds, and that really told the story from that point on. The margin was 34 at that stage, and ultimately GWS were able to cruise behind it to a comfortable win, 48 points over Essendon. Let's go celebrate with the winners. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
I certainly am, Corb, and the Giants just working their way in. Plenty of orange in the rooms, as Cameron Ling mentioned, lots of family and friends. There's also somewhat of a documentary crew or something of the like. They got a 10-foot boom pole. They got the cameraman working his way around, and the players just huddling up, getting themselves ready to sing the song. Harry Himmelberg's gone and got his little one, who looks all of 6 months old. Here we go.
There's a big, big sound from the west of the town. It's the sound of the mighty Giants. The ground is shaking, the other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. They got longer strides and a higher speed. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. They're the biggest and the best. And we will never surrender from one to the end. We're greater than the rest.
So there we have it. Pretty business-like in a song like their performance tonight. We'll have the clearance machine himself, Tom Green, in a few moments.
Thanks, Ben. Look forward to that. The documentary they've been doing, we've been seeing little snippets of it throughout the season as it's progressed. I know that a few of the television networks have been running the audio with Adam Kingsley mic'd up, so that'll make for fun viewing down the track, I'm sure, with a behind-the-scenes look into how the Giants go about it. They won every quarter, 7 points at quarter time, 37 at the half, 43 at three-quarter time, and 48 points in the finish. Jake Stringer finishing with 3 goals and a high mark over his old mate, Jaden Laverty. 5 straight wins for GWS and 5 straight games in which they've kicked over 100 points. Now, there wasn't any major sort of injury news to speak of. Jack Buckley looked like he got a bit of a corky. He was subbed out of the game early in the third, and the club saying that was a tactical decision, but an opportunity to put him on ice early with the game in the Giants' keeping, so Harry Ralston came in at that stage. And for the Bombers, really the concern was Sam Durham, who got tackled heavily by Kieran Briggs into the ground. His head sort of bounced off the deck after he may have made contact with Toby McMullen before that, but regardless, Durham was sent for a head injury assessment, actually passed that, came bounding up the race at three-quarter time and played out the final term and had some involvement in all of that. Vigo Vicentini was subbed out, which was tactical, so I guess always when it comes to head knocks is the delayed response and whether there's anything further from on Sam Durham, and ultimately whether the tackle as well was legal from Kieran Briggs, with obviously, as we know, that the culpability is on the guy tackling to make sure that that the head doesn't go bouncing off the deck.
Yeah, and going back maybe 2-3 years ago, it used to be if there was the second motion, that would be the penalty, but we've seen even that's shifted and there's more responsibility on the tackler. If the player seems to hit the head on the ground at all, it's all on the tackler, so they'll definitely look at it. My gut feel watching it live was that it was just one of those unfortunate accidents. He cleared the concussion, but there may be delayed concussion involved, who knows. I feel like he'll be okay, but they'll certainly take a look given any head contact with the ground in a tackle, and if there is concussion symptoms to come out of it, maybe something to answer for. I'm not sure.
One in the third quarter as well, where the umpire backpedaling out of a stoppage collided with Jake Stringer, so that'll be interesting as to see. Don't think he's on the hit list, as Adam Gerra paid another fine during the week, but that'll be the other one to keep an eye on.
Lekalia found a little bit of contact earlier with one of the umpires as well, but that was in general play, not from the stoppage. Giants by 48 points. Let's go back into the winners' rooms. Ben Cameron.
I've got Tom Green with me, 30 disposals, 17 contested possessions and 16 clearances, which we were getting very excited about throughout the night. He's the co-host of the Green Room and many other things. How did that performance feel?
Yeah, it was nice. I mean, obviously it's nice to win every single game. We just we're still chasing, I think, consistency through 4 quarters, but I think if you ask most teams, they'd say the same thing. So it was nice to get the result, but it's nice to know we've got room to improve as well.
Lots of things we can pick apart in this game. One moment for me was the Jake Stringer goal and everyone getting around him. It was like you guys were well aware as to what that goal would have meant for him against his former club.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's actually been fantastic for us all year, but he was particularly good when, tonight, and he looked so dangerous. So that was really exciting for him, and as you said, it was nice when he kicked that one to show him a lot of love.
It feels like there's a lot of round ball world game fans in this team, but I did just hear Toby Green, right after you guys sung the song, he yelled out, "All right, boys, let's head back and start playing some FIFA." Is that the pastime of this group?
Yeah, well, Jake Riccardi's actually been organising a FIFA comp, which he hasn't actually been that good at getting it off the ground. So the boys are still just trying to get reps in preparation for that, but I think that's coming soon. So there's a lot at stake, and it is taking up maybe a little bit too much time in some people's minds, clearly Tubbs's.
Who's likely to win?
I think Jack Buckley's a red-hot favourite. He's paired up with Sam Taylor. We're actually doing it in pairs. He's paired up with Sam Taylor. Sam Taylor's a PlayStation nerd, and Bucks is just class at FIFA. So I think they're the hot favourites at the minute.
The defenders just sticking fat together. I like it. I'll send you upstairs, Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling.
Tom, Mark Murphy, brother of Josh. Good to speak to you. Just going on the FIFA one as well. Didn't mean to jump in here, but Cal Ward and I have been going head-to-head in a bit of FIFA over the years, and happy to know I'm actually on top of him.
That's actually impressive, because Wardy's pretty handy, and I think he normally goes pretty well. So
he might have had 7 beers at that point, and I had 0. That's maybe why I got one up on him. But 16 clearances from yourself, mate, tonight. I thought you were fantastic. Were you aware that that's your highlight in your career thus far?
Our runner Wayne Cripps was big on that. He told me a few times, gave me a few whispers. And yeah, I mean, it's nice. Like I said, I set out on the ground. I'm too slow to get it on the outside, so I've got to do something for us, funnel it out to our boys who can move. So it was nice to be able to do that at least a few times tonight.
And just one of your old boys coming in, your former skipper, Steve Caniglio. How did he get through today? And good to see him back in the side.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, we all love him, and it's been a tough little period for him. So for him to come through, and I'm pretty sure he's gotten through unscathed, it's fantastic, and we're super excited for him. And I thought he played really well tonight on top of that.
Tom, congrats on the game. I've got no questions for you about FIFA because I didn't know what the hell any of you were talking about. But tonight's game, it was a hard one for us to watch at times because it felt like you guys were just doing enough and playing in little bursts, and it was almost, oh, come on, let's just get this done. Was that the feeling out there? You almost end up running harder and doing more work when it's not quite flowing as much as you would like it to flow.
Yeah, I think us wanting it to hurry up and finish, I think, is probably harsh. I know what you mean in terms of there were certainly massive periods where we didn't play the way that we wanted to. It looked really clunky. And as I said, that's why we've got a lot to improve coming out of this. But, Essendon started really well, and if they had kicked a little bit straighter, the game could have looked a whole lot different. So we've got a lot of room for improvement, which I think is nice considering we got a positive result tonight as well.
Yeah, and it is easy for us to sit up here and say that, by the way. You're doing all the work out there. Just given the high and the incredible football, I was there last week that you played against Geelong, and so crisp and so sharp and everything. It's a long season, getting up week to week when you probably deep down know the way the opposition's injuries have been, that you've going to have the game in hand. How do you keep those motivation levels to a really professional level to get the job done?
I think it's a little bit incumbent on our leadership group, which I'm a member of. I think it's down to us to make sure that we understand if you don't show up every single week, you're going to get done. And as I said, if Essendon kick a little bit straighter in the first quarter tonight, that game probably looks a little bit different. So we probably didn't start the exact way that we would have liked, and that's been a bit of a theme throughout some of our games this year. So we're still chasing that consistency through 4 quarters, and it was nice to be able to at least turn around. And as you said, there's some games we win and the ball movement looks really good. There's other nights when it's a little bit clunkier, and I guess in some way you like to know that you can win both ways.
And as part of that leadership group, and this is probably a subtle thing more than a really obvious thing, but almost that reminder to some players that you're fighting for your spots for September. You want to be a part of this team. We're going somewhere special. Given Sammy Taylor's on his way back, Jesse Hogan and Josh Kelly were managed tonight. Brent Daniels will eventually come back into the team, hopefully. It's going to be competitive for spots come September, I would imagine.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's a really great thing for us to have is competition for spots. But as you said, it does keep everyone on their toes that you don't really get to put the cue in the rack. You've got to play your role every single time, every single minute of the game. Otherwise, you might lose your spot. Or, as I said, I think the competition is really, really even. And not only may you lose your spot, but we might lose a game if no one's playing their role. So you're right, Lingy. It's nice to have competition for spots.
Tom Green's with us on ABC Sport, the 12th win of the season. Tom, it's Matt Clinch upstairs. How do you feel like you're tracking 5 wins on the trot, a 5-day turnaround after playing so well against Geelong? Do you feel like this team is building in blocks towards the next phase, which is obviously starting to approach with this run towards September?
Yeah, we are. I think it's sort of been, not that we want to have the same script for every single season, but we've sort of had lulls in the middle part of the year and then started to hit our straps towards the back end. It feels like we're doing something similar at the minute. And so it's nice to be able to hit some form at the right time, and we just need to make sure we keep stringing wins together because, as you said, off a 5-day break as well can make it tough, and it's something that we're not too used to. So, it was nice, as I said, to be able to get that win.
Is there a real intent to try and score from your midfield group with your stoppages? That seems like a real strength of the Giants. I think you had 6 of your goals last week against the Cats, and again, I think it was 9 again tonight. So that's a real strength of the Giants game to try and break out of the stoppage and score.
Yeah, that's another thing I think that's been a little bit inconsistent throughout the year, but we've sort of hit our straps a little bit in the last month. So it's been nice that we're starting to get some more continuity in there. And I thought Kieran Briggs was absolutely fantastic tonight. He made us as mids look really, really good. His service was incredible. So a lot of credit goes to him. And it's another area we're still looking to get better and better in.
Tom, go and enjoy it. Appreciate your time.
No problem, guys. Thank you very much.
Tom Green in the winners' rooms on the back of his big night, 16 clearances for him. In the end, he went for 30, and so powered by 30 disposals and a goal, 16 clearances. Tom Green and his Giants 48-point winners over Essendon. Thursday night footy, we're underway for round 19 over the next 4 days, of course. You can hear it all here on ABC Sport. 12th win of the season for the Giants, puts them in the top 4 for the time being. It's 5 in a row and 5 consecutive games in which they score over 100 points. Just on the crowd, so crowd figure 20,347. These records are sort of kept and updated since 1997. This is Essendon's third lowest home crowd in that time, so since 97, which gives you a pretty good sample size. The only lower crowds they had were against the 2 expansion teams, GWS and Gold Coast, earlier in their existence, back in 2016. Now, the other thing about the 2016 season, that was the year of the Essendon 34 being suspended.
Yes.
So it was properly a second-string Essendon team, not through injury, but through other reasons as to why they were a different cast playing for the Bombers that year. So they had 14,500 against GWS in 2016, and then later in the year, 16,500. But apart from that, this clock's in number 3 in the last, near 30 years that the Bombers have been playing footy, and that's a pretty low turnout for a Thursday night game.
Yeah, and majorly concerning from the Bombers' perspective. And I know there's all the reasons, given the way they're travelling and the injury list, and they're not going out, people turning out on a Thursday night to see their favourite players, a lot of them not playing because of those injuries. So there are reasons. However, 20,000 at a home ground, and Thursday nights during winter in Melbourne when it's non-school holidays are possibly problematic.
Yeah. So this is an interesting point. So I don't know, with the Saints and the North home crowds, you kind of felt like, look, it felt a little bit to me the Saints were deflecting a little bit, trying to say, hey, people don't like Thursday nights. Then we saw it again with North Melbourne. It was their centenary game. Still, people didn't come along. I don't think you got to park that night, Murph, though, which was a little...
Can you believe that, Lynn?
That's unlucky.
They had 24 in the house, 25.
Yep.
And they got turned back with an hour before the game.
The car park was sold out. Anyway, and then tonight, obviously, is only 20,000. So is it the concept? Is it the games? We're
100% the teams, the quality of the teams they're putting on.
Melbourne in particular is, and I don't mean this... is a very educated sports crowd. I'm not saying that the other cities aren't, but it's scarcity. If you want to watch the Crows, they play there once every 2 weeks, that's it. So you're forced to go, whether it's on a Thursday night or a Sunday or whatever. If you want to watch your team, that's when it is. Whereas here you get the opportunity where you can probably see the Bombers play 17 weeks a year if you live in Melbourne. Yeah. You can pick the eyes out of the fixture and work out which games you want to go to and when. And there are other opportunities where you go, you know what, we're not going tonight. It's too cold. It's Thursday night. It's work tomorrow, whatever it turns out to be.
I understand the fixturing of the AFL would be like a beautiful mind, Russell Crowe type thing, trying to work out what lands where, 6-day break, 7-day. I get that. I get that. However, I do want to understand the process with this floating fixture that goes from round 16 to round 23, and then we get the final announcement in round 24 later down the track, hopefully sometime soon. But the round 16 to 23, you have a body of work. I think they might have done it after about round 12 at a ballpark, the AFL. What process did they go through there? Who did they talk to? Which panel of experts did they get in and say, okay, talk to us about who the legitimately good teams, good watching teams, good quality teams, good teams that are going to be in the run to the finals heading into September, that we want to stick on this almost new time slot of Thursday night, because they haven't had a whole season Thursday night yet. This is the first season of doing it. And our traditional marquee slot of Friday night. What teams? And if they didn't go and ask the Lee Matthews of the world or the Mick Malthouses of the world, or if you want more recent ones, Mark Murphys of the world, and all of these really high-quality football brains out there and say, pick 15 of them and tell us who the best teams are, then they haven't done their job properly. Because if they'd spoken to those 15 former players and genuine footy experts, they would not have come up with Essendon or Carlton as the two teams that were looking like they were going to be any good in the run home.
So is it lazy fixturing knowing, look, they're two teams that have a big fan base, so that's a good start.
But they don't have a big fan base that will turn up when they are playing like that.
It's also, I mean, we saw Gold Coast Collingwood. I think on free-to-air that was the highest rating game of the season last week. So Gold Coast aren't a huge draw, but people know good when they see it. And even it sort of speaks my point with the crowd where, people know tonight, look, this isn't a high-quality game. It was a mismatch on paper. It turned out to be that way in reality. Last Saturday, there was over 41,000 here for the Bulldogs and the Crows, because I'm sure there was plenty of footy fans in Melbourne that thought, you know what, this is going to be a great game of footy. I'm going to come along and have a look.
I think the biggest curiosity is actually going to be the TV numbers. Because as you said, free-to-air have prioritised the Thursday night over a Saturday night. So I would imagine they're getting the last say, and they would be arguing, we want a big club on a Thursday night, and we don't really care, similar to the NRL, what the attendance is. Like, sure, it's lower than what it could be, but we want to make sure we're getting our revenue in the television crowds on a Thursday night.
No one's watching tonight.
No one. After half-time, I think Essendon were maybe 15 points, and they were 40-odd points down even at that point.
So it was 8 goals to 1 goal 8 at half-time.
Yep,
so you're not watching after half-time.
No, not at all. No. And I think the one thing that it should just come back to is actually having an even fixture. So you play everyone once to 17 points, and then you have a bye. So by 14 rounds, you've got a good understanding of who's who in the zoo, who's going to draw a crowd, and the fixture after that, everyone's played their 17 games, have a bye, so everyone has a freshen up, and then it doesn't really matter who's played who before that period of time. But then whatever your next 8 games are, whatever they are, then you fixture those accordingly. Who's the best time slots for the best games?
So more flexibility and wait longer to make that decision.
I think so.
Yeah.
Do you know who also doesn't want to be playing on Thursday night? Essendon.
Yes.
They want to hide away. They would be begging, can you please stick us in the worst...
The old Sunday twilight game.
Yeah. Just please tuck us away. We've had the season from hell. We don't want to keep having the showcase marquee game right now. It's just a fact.
Yeah. No,
but I can guarantee you they wouldn't have spoken to any experts. They would have thought, we know. Well, I reckon the Bombers have won 6 games early on in the season. They'll be all right, and they're a big drawing club. Carlton will come good. Carlton will come good eventually, so we'll stick them on there. Speak to the people who genuinely know the game, and they could have told you weeks out.
I think we learned during COVID that we can be pretty flexible as a game, that we can adjust last minute and change things around. And I know it's not ideal for fans and particularly people wanting to travel interstate, but I like your model, Murph. If you got the 17 locked in stone and you get an opportunity to have a freshen up and then put the rest of the schedule out, and I get the challenges with it too, because part of the reason Essendon find themselves in this Thursday Friday loop is the breaks. So it's the teams can only have so many 5-day breaks, so you need to stay on a Thursday, Friday rotation to keep having 6 or 7 days. Whereas if you put them back to a Saturday and then put them on a Thursday, it's only 5 days.
But you can move them out of that after 2 weeks.
So you need to move someone into a little. It's almost like you're on the hamster wheel. You're on the 6-day, 7-day cycles.
Yeah, but if you know after that 17 games are played, everyone's got a bye, and then how many have you got to the next point where before finals got another bye? So there's not a big period of games. There's a long stretch where you wring the towel dry.
And this is people complain about the Collingwood thing. Like if Collingwood were on that Thursday, Friday night loop, or Brisbane Lions or Geelong, I think everyone would be okay with that. You'd rather that than one of the teams in the bottom 10.
I mean, next week is the perfect example. We have the Thursday night of Hawthorn and Carlton, and the 2 Friday night games are Essendon and the Western Bulldogs, and the Giants and the Swans. So the Swans have won the last 5 against the Giants. All of a sudden, that would have been the perfect sort of standalone Thursday night game. What the attendance would be in Sydney is a different conversation, but they're not the best footy games on a Thursday night.
Clinchy, you've just brought me down even more. We've got Carlton and Essendon on both the Thursday and Friday nights. That's just trying to torture us.
Stand by. There's a lot more of it to come on the run home. Ben Cameron is in the Essendon rooms. Ben.
I certainly am, Corbin. Just wrapping up down here some of the injury concerns. So the sub that was made by Essendon, Vigo Vicentini, subbed out of the game. That was tactical, as far as we know, from the Dons. Archer May had a real issue with his nose at one point. They had a real tough time stemming the bleeding in that nose, and eventually did get it stopped, and he was able to get back out there on the ground. Just interesting to note as well, Xavier Dersma with ice on his right hamstring. Now, he did get some treatment in game with that on that hamstring, and obviously he had that issue a couple of weeks ago, Corbin, you remember, pre-game, where he thought he'd done that hamstring in the warm-up and was nearly subbed out of the game. interesting here that he got a bit of work done on it, ice on it at the conclusion of the match. I think that is the entirety of the injury issues for Essendon out of this game, which is good news given how many they've had. And also Willem Dersma down here in the rooms, as he so often is, supporting his brother Xavier or Zane at different times. But he potentially is the number 1 draft pick. So where will he lob next year?
I saw he was sporting an Essendon scarf as well, Willem Dersma at one stage. We'll wait and see what happens there. Good job tonight, Ben. Appreciate it all.
Thanks, Corp.
Ben Cameron with us in the Essendon room, so we'll hear a little bit from Brad Scott when he fronts the media in a few moments' time. Interestingly, the 4 Dersma children could all be in the AFL system.
Yeah, well, I want to get some notes from the parents about what they did when they were kids.
So that would be obviously Willem, Xavier, Yasmin and Zane all in the system. So their 4 children, by the way, are W, X, Y and Z.
Yes.
So the last 4 letters of the alphabet are the 4 children's first names.
I'm assuming that was intentional.
Had to have been, hadn't it? They're not in order, though. So Xavier is the oldest, so it's X first.
Yep.
And then Willem is the youngest, but he's 4 from the end. So it's WXYZ is basically Dersma are the kids' names. There's a nice little spin on it. There's something...
when you eventually get to interview their parents,
yes,
can you ask
it's going to be my first question. Don't worry about it. If he goes number 1, it'll be a good excuse for us to have a chats to the Dersma parents. Giants by 48 points, 16-8-104 over Essendon, 7-14-56, 20,347. We've chatted about the crowd. We've said lots of nice things about the Giants. The Bombers, if you're Brad Scott, how are you reviewing it? We'll hear from him in just a moment.
How you're reviewing it in the same way you review probably the last few weeks. The effort was there at times. They tried hard, especially the first quarter, Murph. I quite liked what they were doing in the first quarter. The trouble is they kicked 0 goals 5.
Yeah. And Tom Green said that, didn't he?
Yeah.
So the game could have been a lot different if they'd actually kicked straight.
And you mentioned a couple of times they were chopping off exit kicks from the Giants really well. They weren't letting the tsunami get rolling. They were pumping it back inside there. They were getting shots at goal. That's what you want if you're Brad Scott, as you're trying to basically coach a miracle, but they didn't finish their work.
No. And then it's about the learning of not being impacted by the scoreboard, which is always going to be the learning for younger teams and younger players is like, let's not drop our bottom lip if it just isn't quite going our way and we're not putting on the scoreboard the way in which we should be. But I thought their first quarter was pretty strong. They didn't get the results that they probably deserved, and the Giants certainly did, didn't they? I mean, they got 2 real not gimme goals because they were great kicks, but they were 2 free kicks holding the balls that definitely weren't there.
Yeah, that's true. With the Bombers, my biggest concern is so I'm not focusing on any of their low number players here, but of their 100-plus game players or thereabouts, I've thrown Archie Perkins in there, given he's got 95 games. I've still got huge question marks on a big group of those 100-plus game players. So
some names?
Xavier Dersma, not sure. Doesn't do it enough for me. Peter Wright, still not sure. He double grabs at a few. I kind of really want to like him. Archie Perkins, big question marks. Jaden Laverty really works hard, so it's not through a lack of effort. But is he going to be a pretty important defender in the next Essendon Premiership team? Not sure. Jade Gresham, huge question marks again. Unfortunately, he didn't answer many of them. And Dylan Shield, after 229 games, just his ball use. I mean, when you're trying to support really young players, you're still not sure about a big group of those 100-plus game players being part of your next successful team. And out of everyone playing tonight, that only leaves McGrath, Merritt, Ridley and Redman. And probably pretty confident around Durham, who's up to 86 games now. And Matt Guelphy, I give him a pass as a sort of medium, smallish forward.
Yeah.
They're probably the ones I'm confident, or certainly a couple of them very confident on. The other ones I still really don't know. And you'd probably want to be more certain with a lot of those 100-plus game players, so you can judge them a lot more critically than you judge the players who are playing 10 or 15 or 20 games.
There's still a lot of question marks. And then all the guys on the injury list where if you just sort of go, look, we'll bank on getting them back. Well, both their ruckmen are coming off season-ending injuries early. The Draper's got a contract in front of him, hasn't signed it. You think he'll test the market to see what happens there. Nick Bryan is the other one who's now coming back from an ACL. Nick Martin's just done his ACL, so you're not expecting him to come back till midway through next year. Zach Reed's been hurt more than he's been fit, so if you're sort of planning the whole thing around Zach Reed being available, then you would think the evidence would suggest that he's not going. He hasn't proven yet that he can play.
No, he looked good in those games.
Sensational.
Though, didn't he?
Yep. And then Caddy comes straight back in next week.
Yep.
It'll be interesting for guys like Peter Wright. When the squeeze starts coming on, where you look at. If you've got someone like Archer May, for example, and you get him, are you better off having him as your ruck forward than having Peter Wright, for example? When does it get to the point where you go, right, let's pardon the pun, let's move on from them on that front as to what happens next? So there's even some decisions for them to make on the back end of this year as to what they do with 6 weeks to go.
Doesn't look like a quick fix at any does it? It seems like they're still a fair way off where they need to be in terms of getting anywhere near contending for playing finals.
Corbs, you're the expert on it. Nick Cox.
Yes.
Can you remind me, where's he at?
So cleared his past the concussion panel, so went to the medical board. They said he was free to continue playing, but his season's done. So basically they said, look, let's just take the rest of the year off, load him up over the summer and hopefully get him up and ready to go. But series of head knocks and has had to face basically the concussion panel. And luckily for him, and he obviously wants to keep playing, they've advised him that he's free to keep playing. There's no sort of long-term ill effects of him continuing, but the repeated head knocks has basically ruined his whole season again.
Okay, well, at least there is hope there. But I remember the excitement, the genuine excitement around Cox, Harry Jones and Zach Reed, those three coming through.
Yep.
Harry Jones, we were here that night, that awful injury, but hopefully comes back from that. And then it's Cox and Reed. They feel like they could be anything or they aren't able to be anything because either because of the head or because of injuries.
You just hope they get lucky with a couple of them, don't you? Because a few of them showed great attributes. They could be really talented AFL players and be genuine stars too. So it's you just hope for their sakes too that they can find these guys and get their bodies right and for Nick Cox's sake be able to just play football. I think it's one to really look at and hope for his sake and for all Essendon fans that he can get out there again.
If Draper goes in free agency and they lose him, he walks out the door and they get a first round compo back and it turns out to be a top 10 pick, which would give them 3 in the top 10. Would you say shake hands and say thanks very much and we'll go with Nick Bryan and good luck to you?
Yeah, I mean, they rate Nick Bryan really highly. They're pretty excited about him. They've been keen to get games into him. You'd be taking a step backwards, though, for the short term because Draper's been very good. I always fall in the category of not allocating too much of your salary cap to your ruckman. So if I was making list management decisions, if it meant paying Draper $1 million a year, I'd let him go. But my philosophy's always been, unless you've got Max Gawn, you can happily pay Max Gawn $1 million. I'm not paying any other ruckman in the comp $1 million.
I mean, Darcy Parish is going to be the other one who will be talked about. He's signed the long-term contract to 2028, 3 games this season. He's been the one who has been reportedly frustrated with the high performance given the reoccurring back issue he had in the off-season and unable to get his body right. So in the best part of 2 years, they haven't been able to get the best out of him, and that's when it becomes a challenge when you've invested in the future around these players and they can't get their body right to be out there week to week.
Yeah, it'll be
the danger of long-term deals.
Yep,
Corbin,
and you think his market, his marketability is nowhere near what it was, is it? So if you were trying to move that contract, you'd still be paying a fair chunk of it for him to play somewhere else, and you're almost better off sort of keeping him and paying it yourself. But if they're going to pay 3/4 of the deal or whatever for him to run around and get a kick at some other club, unless you get some good capital back for it.
But don't forget, Collingwood made some pretty massive decisions with Adam Treloar, with Brodie Grundy, to jump off big deals that they probably regretted signing either length of or size of, and they got off him and took the hit. And then came out the other side, won premiership and possibly another one this year. Later, you might need to bite the bullet.
Incredible if that does happen and we're forecasting here and there's a compensation pick and everything thrown into it. The Eagles could potentially have the first 2 picks, Richmond the next 2, St Kilda 1, and then Essendon the next 3, and how the ladder looks. So you could potentially have the first 8 picks in the draft. with only 4 clubs involved, and really that 7 of those picks are shared across 3 clubs. And then, even though those teams are all stacked at the top end of the draft, then all the academy picks and the father-sons will come in over the top. And
they won't be getting the first picks. I think all the Gold Coast picks come in there, don't they?
So there's Zeke Hewland, and there's a whole lot of them. I think that the Brisbane Lions have access to one. Yep. So there'll be a few that'll fly in over the top. I mean, my attitude to that's always been, look, you don't have access to those players anyway. So they're in the system and they're in the broader draft pool and potential to be AFL players because of the academies. So it's not as if you're getting the 11th or 12th player or whatever. You're still getting the 8th best player that's, if you've got pick 8, that's available to you. So that player is never in the pool that you're choosing from. So you're still choosing the 8th player available from your pool. It's just those clubs choose.
The same with the father and son.
Yeah, well. They just choose from a different pool. Yeah. So that they have their own little side pool that they go over there and a little pond and they pick from, and the rest of the competition doesn't have access to them. So it might look like number 15 on paper instead of number 8, but it's still the 8th player available to you.
And as long as the either academy picks or father sons or NGAs are paying the price that they should pay for it. So you're not you're having to give up the right number of points in order to get that player. So, which I think is getting better and better now, more accurate.
I really like the point system and the matching system. They just need to get it more correct. I'm 100% with you. Like, I don't like the idea where, you can use this point system and you can use 3 third-round picks and a packet of burger rings and all of a sudden you get the 5th pick in the draft or whatever. Like, you should have to use a first-rounder to get a first-rounder, if you know what I mean. So if you need a top 5 pick and your first pick in the draft is 14, you should have to use at least 14 and then put some other stuff with it to move up. I hate where the clubs nowadays trade out their first-round pick, get back a bunch of 3rd and 4th rounders, and if you collate them all together, all of a sudden that's equal to 1,000 points or something, and that equals a first-round pick. You should have to at least use high-end picks to match bids.
It'll force list management to be have great foresight in 2 or 3 years' time, because you know that there's going to be father and son opportunities even that far out that you're going to start to have allowances for over that period. So I 100% agree with you. I love the whole father and son concept. I think that's great for our game, and you don't want to lose that. But at the same time too, clubs have got to pay this certain amount of whack to be able to have first rights of that player. Yeah.
So if you've got a Nick Dacos coming through, go shopping a couple of years in advance. Get as many first-round picks as you can, because you're going to have to pay a high price or whatever it turns out to be to get him in.
And I think, and again, around list management and good list management, that's what Collingwood saw coming down the line. They saw Josh being as good as he is and Nick being as good as he is, and that's why they cleared out that salary cap space and almost did a reset, knowing they had access to a couple of quality ones and they had priority access to it. But you're right, as a whole system, making sure that club is forced to use at least one of the picks where that player is drafted from the same round, and then you've got to use the other things to make up the points.
I know a lot of people lean on the draft, and particularly disgruntled clubs that might be based at Moorabbin sort of point to certain inequities that exist in the draft. And so basically I've gone away and I've got the top 20 selections in the draft. So these are the teams and how many top 20 picks in the draft that they've got. So
are on their playing list.
Are on their playing list as it stands at the moment. So basically it's, I guess it helps just illustrate who's got the most access to top-end talent. So GWS have 19 top 20 players on their list. So if we're leaning on the draft and we need it to be fair and everything else, the team right down the bottom is the West Coast Eagles and Hawthorn, who have only got 7. So they've only got 7 top 20 picks. So you think, well, the Eagles are struggling. That makes sense. Hawthorn are just played in a semi-final. How they've only got 7 top 20 selections. So then you think, well, where are a few of these other teams scattered in between?
And the third worst team on that list is Geelong.
With 9.
9.
Top 20 selections, third worst. So they're 16th in the competition. One above them is Collingwood on 15th. Then the Sydney Swans, who always seem to do more with less. And obviously this year are struggling a little bit. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When we get to 7th, so equals 7th in the competition, we've got a bunch of teams with 13 top 20 selections, and that includes St Kilda. Yeah. So the Saints actually have more top 20 picks on their list, 4 more than Geelong. They've got 6 more than Hawthorn. And compared to Collingwood, they've still got 3 more top 20 picks than the Pies. So if you're looking at access to top talent, that's how it's distributed in the competition, with GWS on top on 19 And then Suns, Roos and Bombers, all with 16 in equal second.
And a list like that, it just shows again and highlights the importance of why you pay your list manager lots of money, or you should, and put genuine support around them, and your recruiting manager and the recruiting team, the support around them. Because the bottom 4 teams on your list there of top 20 selections on their playing list, 3 of those are Collingwood, Geelong and Hawthorn, who have been successful, have stayed thereabouts. West Coast, we could get that'll take another hour to talk about them. But the Saints, arguing that they don't have access, they're the ones who went and got a Dan Hanbury from Sydney and it didn't work out, or Zach Jones, or all these different big money recruits that they wanted to bring in, Brad Crouch from the Crows. North Melbourne, where are they sitting on there?
North equal second, 16.
Yeah. 16. So they've had a lot recently, but they were the ones who went and got Jared Polak a 5-year deal on huge money, and it didn't work out. So when you make those sorts of wrong decisions and allocate big chunks of your salary cap to the wrong players and it doesn't work, that's what sets you way back. So being really smart with who we give our money to, where we allocate our money to, what length of contracts we do. Do we get some from the rookie list? Do we get some from a VFL list? Do we go to the draft and use our top 20 selections really effectively? Can we grab a free agent here or there? Can we trade 1 or 2 because we need a specific position filled and we're going to have to give something up for that one? When you piece all that together really well, that's when you get the clubs who are in a really good position. And unfortunately, when you don't get that right, you end up with a mess.
And it's that combination of drafting and targeting those free agents. Like the Giants gave up pick 53 for Jake Stringer. Whether that'll prove to be the right move or not, it's not going to define their season, is it? It's a compliment on top of the cake that if he absolutely clicks in the back end of the season, he might add a layer that they don't currently have.
And if you've got great culture too, you get a Jesse Hogan who no one really wanted, but you go, we're going to back in our culture to make sure that we're going to really support this player because we know what he can be if the right resources are put in around him, and he's able to do what he's been able to do since coming across to the Giants.
And you're 100% correct. Throw in the Brisbane Lions. They had to rebuild an entire culture around Chris Fagan. No one wanted to say, everybody left. And then McCluggage and Berry, and they got Neil, a really targeted one from Fremantle, to bring in that higher level professionalism. They grabbed Luke Hodge briefly for a couple of years, knowing that he was going to teach them, and just built a new culture and a new playing list around youth and experience. And now they're flying, and now they're reaping the benefits of, yes, Will Ashcroft and Levi Ashcroft. I get that. But it's because they built it in the right way.
And I just hope it illustrates that list more than anything, that there are multiple ways to build a footy list, isn't there? It's just to say, oh, look, it's all father-sons or it's all academies and it distorts the whole thing. Well, it's a little deeper than all of that. All right, we've got 3 minutes before we're out of here. Round 19's underway. The Giants have now won their 12th game of the season, a 48-point win over the Bombers. They won every quarter. They've won 5 on the bounce, and they have 5 consecutive scores over 100 points. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Are you pointing at me, AMF?
I just saw 4 minutes to go. I was like, we haven't done the votes yet.
Okay, I'll quickly jot a couple down. I know who I'm going for the 3 votes,
yes,
so that one's very easy. 2 votes for me is going to be... I'll go with 1 vote for starters, and I'll give it to the Jakey Stringer, just a one against his old team. Looked dangerous. I know the boys was pretty easy going to that forward line, but he kicked 3, did enough. Just cruised around and had himself a nice little game. 2 votes.
Are you going to go the Whitfield direction or a Finn Callahan?
I was probably going towards Finn Callahan, but I'm a bit of I love Finn Callahan. Shall I give him the 2? I think I'll go Finn Callahan with the 2. And 3 votes is our man Tom Green, who we spoke to a little bit earlier. 16 clearances, 17 contested possessions, 30 disposals and a goal, and was just brilliant.
Stringer kicked 3 against his old team, took a nice mark on his old mate Jaden Laverty as well. 1 vote for him, 2 for Callahan with his 33, and Tom Green on top. 30 votes, 16 clearances, and kicked the goal as well. So big win for the Giants. They led by 7 points at quarter time, 37 at the half, 43 at three-quarter time, and 48 in the finish. Now, the Giants, their first 7 scores were goals, and the Bombers' first 8 scores were behinds. So that's
simple as that.
Tells a fair bit of the story. In the NRL tonight, the Dolphins beat the Cowboys 43-27, so 43-27. The final result there, the Dolphins up to 7th spot on the table. The rest of the weekend, so Bulldogs, Lions tomorrow night. Sammy Marshall and Bruce Reveal are in for the Lions. Out goes Answorth with injury, Bailey with suspension. And Liam Jones, the big in for the Bulldogs, Cleary and McNeil alongside him, while Caulfield, Dolan and Hines are all out. So that is where round 19 picks up tomorrow. Coverage from 6:45 across the country, and you can find it through the ABC Listen app.
I like that Jones back. Just that bit of extra size against the real monster forwards. Might not be tomorrow night where we see the best of that, but I like him coming back in.
Lingy, thanks for coming out on a Thursday night.
No worries at all, Corbs. Great to be with you.
Thanks to you, Murph.
Great to see you, Corb.
I'll see you for the footy pod tomorrow as well, the
forward
ABC AFL Daily. So Mark Murphy, special guest there. Thanks to you, Clinchy.
Thank you, Colby.
Thanks to Ben Cameron downstairs, to Stuart Hollywood-Baker and to Andrea Williamson. That is us out for the night. So GWS winners. They move into the top 4 for now. 48 points over the Bombers. Hope you enjoy your rest of your weekend with us on ABC Sport. Ball up, Clark to Roberts. Couple of the youngsters combine. Hand pass back to Clark. Tackle, holding the ball.
There's a prior opportunity there, Murph.
So he didn't even take more than a step and a half.
Rule of the week's in already.
That's right.
Prior opportunities out the window.
Hot on holding the ball. Toby Green to catch it in.
Wow.
No problems there, like shelling peas as he hooks it across the body from 45 out and dobs the first of the night.
Aaron Cadman starts his approach, hemmed in against the boundary line, looking to try and thread the needle. And what a way to start the show for the Giants.
Pryor puts it back inside 50 for the Bombers. Durham controls it. Snaps goal. It needs the kind roll. Doesn't get it. 7 straight behinds to start the night for the Bombers. 1 goal, 13 to end last week. Rolled all together, that is 120 the Bombers have kicked in their last 4 and a bit quarters of footy. Briggs pumps it down to Tom Green. Kicks inside 50. Stringer takes the sprawling mark as he skids out on his knees. Jake Stringer, the package, with a return to centre goal. Puts it straight through.
Kicks a haphazard ball inside 50. McMahon held back. And Himmelberg takes the mark, but this will be an Essendon free kick. And a chance for Liam McMahon on debut to try and kick their first goal at the 25-minute mark of the second quarter. A chance to try and seize the opportunity from directly in front, 35 metres out. McMahon comes in and he breaks the deadlock. And have a look at this response as Essendon players come from near and far to celebrate with him. Briggs up against Byzantini, perfectly over the back for Tom Green. You know how this finishes. Such a classy move from Ruckman to Rover, and Tom Green did not let him down. Sends it long towards the goal mouth. Cadman's in the pack. Big fly from Stringer, who rises at the right time and takes the good mark over his mate Laverty. Jake Stringer opens up the angle and curls it through.
Kicks down to half forward. Shields got it. Off he trots. Ash closes him down. Hand pass to May. Handball to Perkins. Jams it on the boot. Goal. They've been few and far between, but Archie Perkins pops one through for the Dons.
It's a chance for Bedford. Cuts back on his right. Kicks inside 50. Toby Green takes the mark. Keeps running in the right forward pocket. Opens up the angle and curls it through.
Gives it back to Callaghan. Long kick forward. Jones is out the back and he marks 20 metres out straight in front. Jones to cap it off. Drop punt is good. He joins the list of goal kickers. And for GWS, they're going to get to sing the song down in Melbourne tonight.
As the siren sounds and the Giants record a 48-point victory, a business trip to Melbourne, their 12th win of the season, and their 5th on the trot as they look to make their move towards September.
Listen, keeping bored parents busy is easy with the